It's Trunks.
Flying
I've set a
Nimbus!
super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Yo, what's up, Terrence? How you doing today?
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. You found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key.
Hopefully you have better luck tonight, man. It's my first match. Right now we're key rushing him.
You be careful too, okay? Flying Nimbus!
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Here comes the pain!
This guy could have been anywhere. He had to be right where I was.
Access the startup system from the central area.
I owe you one.
Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Oh man. Flying Nimbus! Oh, man. Take on.
Alright, you gave up. Oh, win is a win.
To worry about why Goten is taking so long to come back. Gohan arrives soon after, having heard about the fight in West City, and decides to visit and stay the night. As he finishes settling into another room, Goten suddenly shows up and demands to know where Vegeta is. Chi-Chi scolds him, slapping him around as he's being rude, and Bulma explains that Vegeta isn't home. Goten, still possessed by Baby, picks a fight with Gohan instead, finding him to be a stronger vessel for defeating Vegeta than Goten. Realizing Goten isn't himself, Gohan decides to fight back, Chi-Chi confused and insisting the two take their skirmish away from the house. Confronting the baby-possessed Goten in the air, the battle begins. Gohan holds back immensely, realizing that he'll kill Goten if he wins. Baby suspects that Gohan knows his strategy of waiting to switch bodies when someone's at full power, so he provokes Gohan into powering up. Eventually, Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan, and Baby seizes the moment to switch bodies, entering through scars Goten left on his brother. Goten collapses from sheer exhaustion, and Piccolo arrives on the scene. Having sensed Baby's presence, he vows to destroy him, but Baby, now in Gohan's body, fires an energy blast that appears to annihilate both Piccolo and Goten. Marveling at Gohan's power, Baby wonders what a true Saiyan strength feels like, and sets his sights on Vegeta as his next target. Meanwhile, Vegeta is on the road with Bola, returning from a shopping trip. Back at Capsule Corps, Goten is there, appearing to have fallen ill. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Videl are watching over him, but Baby Gohan soon senses Vegeta's presence and decides to take off in pursuit. Back on the road, Baby Gohan appears in front of Vegeta's car and destroys it. Vegeta gets out to confront Gohan and instructs Bola to drive home so he can handle things alone. When Bola departs, Vegeta realizes Gohan isn't acting like himself and confronts Baby. Back at Bulma's house, Goten wakes up, remembers being on a date, and heads to get a drink of water. The moment the water enters his system, he experiences excruciating pain, revealing that Baby still controls him. He then flies off to meet Vegeta and Baby Gohan at their location. Vegeta makes fun of Baby, assuming his strength won't be enough to defeat him. Baby, however, utilizes Gohan's Super Saiyan strength, appearing to make light of the Saiyan Prince in his base form. Vegeta powers up to Super Saiyan and vows to get serious, quickly gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Goten arrives at the scene to offer his assistance. Vegeta, playing the role of the arrogant Saiyan, declines, prompting Goten to go on the attack. He fires an energy blast at the Saiyan Prince, slicing his cheek. Vegeta realizes that both Goten and Gohan are under Baby's control, and when the two gang up on him, he powers up further to defeat them. Just as Vegeta reaches his peak power at Super Saiyan, Baby shoots out of Gohan and enters Vegeta's battle scars, infiltrating his body. With the battle seemingly over, Vegeta powers down to ensure Gohan and Goten aren't too badly hurt. He then hears a voice inside his head, Baby explaining that he has the ability to spread his cells through one's blood bloodstream and is now turning Vegeta into his permanent host. As he gains control, Baby reveals he's a parasite created by the Tuffles before the Saiyans destroyed them long ago, and that his mission is
So,
to
Terrence, how long
rebuild
have
the
you been
Tuffle
playing?
race by taking over other bodies. Vegeta learns that his father destroyed the Tuffle race, making him Baby's primary target for revenge. Although Vegeta resists longer than the others, he's eventually overpowered, and his body begins transforming into Baby's form. Now fully controlling Vegeta's body, Baby declares his plan to spread his infection throughout the universe, starting with Earth and killing Goku. Meanwhile, Trunks, Giru, Pan, and Goku have arrived on the icy planet Polaris, searching for the final Black Star Dragon Ball. Goku falls into a hole and emerges with the 2-star Dragon Ball, completing the group's journey in space. Now, with all the Black Star Dragon Balls gathered, the trio make their way back to Earth, unaware that Baby is waiting for them. The trio return to Earth with the Black Star Dragon Balls and decide to stop at the lookout to store them in a secure location. Dende and Mr. Popo greet them, and Pan, for some reason, takes all the credit for recovering the Dragon Balls. However, Dende and Mr. Popo assume Goku did most of the work, which is true. When they consider returning Goku to his normal form, they realize it would mean collecting the Dragon Balls all over again. Goku decides he would rather stay as a kid until he grows up than go through another galactic journey, so the group hand off the Dragon Balls and leave. However, Dende suddenly gets an evil look and starts speaking like Baby, revealing he's been infected by the villain. Meanwhile, Hercule is the only human on Earth who isn't under Baby's control. He's been hiding inside Majin Buu's stomach like a pod person, which keeps him free from Baby's influence. When a group of Baby's slaves surrounds his mansion, Majin Buu blows them away with a breath, knocking them out. As it turns out, Buu was compromised by Baby as well, but the life form had no effect on him. More humans surround Buu with the intent to kill, but Hercule, realizing they aren't as strong as he believed, decides to come out of Buu and knock everyone out. However, they quickly recover, forcing Buu and Hercule to fly off to Goku's house to warn him. When Goku and Pan arrive home, Chi-Chi and Videl ignore them. Goku thinks Chi-Chi is upset because he chose not to use the Dragon Balls to return to his normal size, and Pan assumes Videl is mad at her for going to space without permission. At the same time, Trunks returns to Capsule Corps, surprised that no one is there to greet him. Giru sounds an alarm, warning Trunks of danger, but Trunks dismisses it as just his father's intimidating presence. Suddenly, Vegeta appears and welcomes Trunks home. When Trunks tells him that the Dragon Balls have been safely secured at the lookout, Vegeta invites him inside. Bulma greets Trunks, but mentions he's been a bad boy, leaving his punishment to Vegeta. Confused, Trunks questions why they're angry after he helped collect the Dragon Balls. Vegeta then transforms into Baby Vegeta, shocking Trunks, who's moved out of the way by Giru. Giru attempts to stop Baby, but he's easily beat, rendering him useless. Trunks now realizes that Baby is controlling his father, who also reveals that he left a seed inside of him the last time they met. Trunks tries to resist the change coming over him, but Baby is too strong. Elsewhere, Goten and Gohan show up at Goku's house. When Goku tries to greet them, they immediately transform into
Damn, bro, it's so hard to find civilians. In a bad spot. There's a survivor right there. Ooh, he just missed his ass. See no civilians over here, guys. You still cook as level 2 Majin Buu though. It's a lot easier to level up with Frieza.
Break. Break.
Bro, all the civilians are gone. These guys had a civilian radar. Cause I can't find no civilians, bro. It's okay, I see some guys over here. They thought they were gonna get me in the cave. Nope. They have 2 level 3s. The 2 people disconnected. So I can still win this. I have 5 players. See some guys right there. I need to get rid of these level 3s. Spam the shit out that key spam. Oh, thought you were gonna get me. someone to go rescue those guys. You know, the Dragon Ball right there. This is guy running. I need him to go rescue those guys so I can kill them again. Escape time machine will come. Oh, we still won the match. I've never been civilian rushed like that before. We got lucky. Extremely lucky, bro.
Super Saiyans and prepare for action. Confused, Goku questions why they're attacking after his return home, but Gohan and Goten power up and
that's the
destroy
longest
the
I've
surrounding
taken to get
area.
my
Gohan
level
even
2.
vows to kill Pan and attempts to blast her, but Goku stops the attack in time, though Pan is rendered unconscious. Angered, Goku rises to the occasion, prepared to battle his children. He fights them in base form, overpowering the two despite their Super Saiyan forms. Just as he's about to launch a Kamehameha at them, Hercule and Majin Buu arrive. They mention that everyone on Earth is being controlled by Baby, including Gohan and Goten. At that moment, Baby Vegeta appears, leaving Goku stunned. Baby questions how he missed taking over Hercule, leading the world champion to reveal that he'd been hiding inside Majin Buu all along. Enraged, Baby decides to destroy him, but Buu saves him. Goku instructs Buu to get Pan and Hercule to safety. Buu then turns them into chocolate and absorbs them into his body before flying away. Frustrated, Baby shifts his focus to Goku, questioning whether the Saiyan could destroy his family for the sake of the Earth. Goku challenges him, but also attempts to reason with Baby, explaining that the Saiyans were already destroyed for their crimes, so there's no need for more revenge. Baby, however, chooses to retaliate with a fight. Goku soon realizes that Baby has become much stronger, capable of fully utilizing a Super Saiyan's body. Just then, Trunks and Bulma appear. Goku warns that it isn't safe for Bulma since Baby's taking control over everyone, but Trunks reveals he's also been controlled. With this, it becomes a 5-on-1 battle against Goku. Baby tries to convince Goku to join them, but Goku attempts to reason with his loved ones instead. As everyone surrounds him, preparing to turn him into a tuffle, Baby changes his mind and decides to kill Goku instead. Baby Vegeta powers up, and Goku realizes that the only way to defeat him is to go Super Saiyan 3. The battle resumes, but Goku quickly finds out that his young body can't sustain Super Saiyan 3 and reverts to his base form. Baby unleashes an energy blast head on, but Goku survives. Refusing to give up, Goku continues fighting, but Baby counters with a flurry of energy punches, knocking him unconscious into the rocks. Thinking he's won, Baby mocks Goku, but the Saiyan regains consciousness and pleads once more for Baby to reconsider taking over everyone. Baby retorts that he might have had the Saiyans shown such mercy to his people, and then declares that it's time to kill Goku. The other Saiyans gather around Baby Vegeta, lending him their power and transform him into the unstoppable Super Baby Vegeta. Goku acknowledges Baby as the most powerful being in the universe, but vows to destroy him no matter what. Baby responds by dealing a devastating blow to Goku to silence him. Drawing on the negative energy from everyone on Earth, Baby wastes no time and transforms into Super Baby Vegeta 2, preparing his revenge Death Ball soon after. Unable to move, Goku watches as the Death Ball approaches, the blast colliding with the planet in a destructive fashion. In the distance, Majin Buu observes the unfolding events, informing Pan and Hercule that Goku is gone. Refusing to believe it, the two wonder if there's any way to stop Baby, who revels in his victory and vows to move on to the rest of the universe. Later that evening, Dende joins Baby and the others at the site where Goku seemed to have died. He presents Baby with the Black Star Dragon Balls, allowing him to summon Ultimate Shenron and wish for planet Tuffle to be restored. Far in the distance, Pan witnesses the wish being granted and asserts her galactic journey to collect the Dragon Balls was all for nothing. She becomes emotional, realizing she has now just 1 year to find all the Dragon Balls by herself to save the Earth from destruction. Meanwhile, we find Goku in a mysterious dimension where he learns that his only way out is to play a life or death game with a being named Seguro, with the loser facing death. Concurrently on the sacred world of the Kai, Kibito Kai appears and accidentally interrupts old Kai's fishing, causing him to get annoyed. However, Kibito Kai reveals that, in his effort to save Goku from Baby's revenge Death Ball, the blast attack disrupted his interdimensional shift, causing Goku to slip from his hands and appear in another dimension, the Sugoroku space. Apparently, the old Kai's powers are ineffective in this realm as it's the gateway between life and death, so they can't help Goku escape. The next day at Capsule Corp, Bulma's been working on a massive ship, and the Tuffles begin to gather there to prepare for their journey to the newly created planet. Pan, having arrived with Hercule and Majin Buu, tries to call out to Trunks to persuade him to reconsider, but Hercule stops her, asserting that it's no use. Meanwhile, Goku continues his game against Seguro, but struggles with a riddle challenge. Although he fails the challenge, which would normally result in death, he manages to prevent himself from falling onto deadly spikes, allowing him to continue playing. Goku continues his struggle and somehow loses every level, as opposed to Seguro, who manages to get lucky every time. We find Goku just 4 spaces away from losing the game, which would mean his death without any intervention. On his turn, he accidentally throws the dice toward the lava, causing it to make strange noises, which Seguro tries to dismiss. Goku, sensing something is off, attempts to try again, and the dice reveals itself as a living creature who calls out to his father. Seguro attempts to get him to turn back into dice, but he refuses. Goku realizes what's going on and accuses the two of cheating, exposing their deception. Seguro strangely takes on a form similar to the creature that revealed itself, and the two beg Goku to stop announcing their mistake. Suddenly, the Sugoroku Space's game comes to life and decides to kill Seguro and his son, Shusaguro, for cheating, but Goku steps in to protect them. As the game malfunctions, Goku realizes he's regained his powers he was unable to use as per the game's rules. He unleashes a Kamehameha to blast everyone out of the dimension, noticed by Kibito Kai. Just when it seems the trio would have been crushed by falling rocks between dimensions, Kibito Kai appears and transports Goku and the space lemurs to the sacred world of the Kai. Meanwhile on Earth, Pan finds and mourns the apparent loss of Giru, but takes him with her before meeting up with Hercule and Majin Buu in West City. She formulates a plan to go to planet Tuffle to save her friends, but realizes they can't be spotted. In the sacred world of the Kai, Goku learns the truth. Baby is relocating everyone to planet Tuffle, which he revived using the Black Star Dragon Balls. Goku also finds out that Dende and Mr. Popo have been turned into Tuffles as well. Determined to defeat Baby once and for all, Goku wants to return to Earth, but old Kai advises him to undergo training first, as he'd die all the same if he fought him in his current state. And so, Goku agrees to train with the two Supreme Kai. Meanwhile on Earth, Pan figures out a way to reach planet Tuffle. She and Hercule hide inside Majin Buu, who changes his face to avoid being recognized. Buu manages to secure the 100th spot on the transport to planet Tuffle, leaving the rest of the line on Earth to await further orders from Baby. Back at the sacred world of the Kai, Goku's training begins. He's tasked with grinding coffee beans, which he claims is due to Old Kai's laziness. During this though, Goku's tailbone starts to itch, and Old Kai grins, suggesting something more is at play. On the Tuffle planet, Pan and company arrive, and after being released by Majin Buu, Pan announces her plan to use laxatives to cleanse everyone of the Tuffle eggs. This horrible plan seems to work until Videl kicks Pan out of the sky. Gohan then appears, and they prepare to turn Pan into a Tuffle. However, Baby decides they don't need her and orders her execution. Watching from Old Kai's crystal ball, Goku sees Pan in danger, causing him to stop grinding coffee. He demands to be allowed to fight, but Old Kai insists he's not ready yet. Goku pleads, and just as Gohan is about to blast Pan, someone intervenes, kicking Gohan away and rescuing her. The fighter is revealed to be Oob, Goku's hand-picked student who declares that Baby's fight is now with him. Oob reveals that he hid deep inside the Earth's mountains to train and avoid Baby's influence, and soon learns that his mentor and friend Goku was supposedly killed by Baby Vegeta. This shocking revelation prompts the battle between Baby and Oob to begin. At first, Oob seems to have the advantage as he lands a powerful ki blast on Baby. This forces Gohan, Goten, and Trunks to intervene and stop Oob, though Baby becomes enraged at them for interfering. He asserts that he was merely studying Oob's power as he's stronger than the three of them combined, and violently blasts them all away. During this, Pan believes that Gohan has been killed, causing her to break down in tears. Meanwhile, on the sacred water of the Kai, Old Kai finally agrees to let Goku leave without completing his training. However, there's a catch. Goku is instructed to lower his pants, revealing that his tail is beginning to regrow. Goku is told that he needs his tail fully restored to gain the power required to defeat Baby, and since they're skipping out on his training, they'll have to do it manually. Saguro's son transforms into a pair of pliers to help pull the tail out completely, and Goku reluctantly agrees to this method after realizing it could be the key to his victory. Back on planet Tuffle, the tide of the battle has shifted, and Oob is now getting beaten by Baby. Seeing this, Pan decides to intervene. She charges in, though her attacks don't do any good. With the situation growing dire, Hercule pleads with Majin Buu to protect them. Pan is punched away by Baby, and Buu catches her unconscious. Meanwhile, Baby Vegeta begins gathering energy from all the Tuffles while Buu takes Pan and Hercule to safety. Baby intends to recreate the Revenge Death Ball, aiming to destroy Oob just as he did with Goku. Setting his friends down, Majin Buu bids Hercule goodbye, noting he can't sit idle while Oob's life is in danger. Buu then returns just in time and absorbs the attack meant to destroy Oob. It limits the explosion, but seeing the resulting smoke, Baby assumes Oob is dead and goes off with Bulma to celebrate their victory. Unbeknownst to Baby, Oob was miraculously shielded by Majin Buu. Buu reveals to Oob that they're actually two parts of the same being, and that it's time for them to reunite. Buu merges himself with Oob's body, and his added power results in the birth of Maju. Meanwhile, on the sacred world of the Kai, Goku's tail continues to emerge, though it still has a long way to go before it's fully restored. Concurrently on planet Tuffle, Majub revisits Baby for round 2, the latter unaware of how powerful Majub has become. The Supreme Kai and Space Lemurs continue their efforts to pull Goku's tail out when Goku senses something unusual happening. He tells the others to check the crystal ball, and they inform him that Oob has merged with Majin Buu to become Majub. To speed up their process, Old Kai has Goku tied up by Seguro to prevent him from moving while they resume the tail-pulling exercises. Meanwhile on planet Tuffle, Baby warns his subjects to get out of the way, and the battle between he and Majub resumes. Majub decides to go all out from the start, throwing out a flurry of attacks that puts Baby on the defensive. Majub fires a beam intending to turn Baby into chocolate, although the attack misses and transforms the hundreds of surrounding humans. He asserts that he'll turn everyone back to normal once he's done fighting Baby, and the battle continues. The two engage in a powerful beam struggle, Majub utilizing a chocolate Kamehameha to end Baby's reign of terror. Back on the sacred world of the Kai, Goku comes up with a better plan to pull out his tail. He has Old Kai tied to a rock, and then powers up and flies upward, allowing his tail to be fully released. On planet Tuffle, Majub's plan backfires. His Kamehameha wave is reversed by Baby and hits him from behind. Kibito Kai Kai transports Goku onto planet Tuffle, arriving just in time to witness Majub getting turned into chocolate and being eaten by Baby. Realizing he's too late to save his friend, Goku steps on the battlefield to face Baby once more. Goku powers up to Super Saiyan 3, now able to maintain the form in his smaller body. He immediately rushes in and attempts to land blows on Baby, but after numerous attempts, he's still unable to defeat him. Goku's confused on why
Now that
his
rank
strength
is
appears
finished,
to be the same as before,
all the good
and
players
Baby
left
uses
and all the bad
Goku's
players
tail
are
against
playing.
him, causing Goku to lose the Super Saiyan 3 form again. With the Saiyan down, he gazes at the Earth, driven by a strong desire to protect it. Suddenly, a major power surges within Goku, and he begins to transform. He becomes a Great Ape, but unlike any time
Happens to me
before,
all the
his
time, and I
fur
always end
turns
up dying
golden,
first.
resembling a Super Saiyan. Baby realizes that Goku's transformed into a Great Ape, using the Earth as a substitute for a full moon, according to Vegeta's memories. Post-transformation, Goku's gained immense strength that surpasses Baby Vegeta's. He begins hunting Baby, but it quickly becomes clear that Goku's lost all self-control. The only ways to restore his sanity being removing his tail or helping him regain his memories. Pan and Hercule arrive on the scene and spend part of their time dodging the rampaging Great Ape. On the sacred world of the Kai, old Kai informs everyone there of the situation. Saguro's son turns into a pair of scissors for Kibito Kai to use on Goku's tail, but old Kai stops them. He explains that if Goku can regain control of his humanity, he'll transform into the ultimate Super Saiyan level, Super Saiyan 4. Back on planet Tuffle, Goku continues his destruction, but looks up at the sky and sees the Earth. This sight causes him to pause, giving Baby Vegeta a chance to escape. Goku climbs up on a mountain and begins longing for Earth, similar to how he did in his base form. Sensing an opportunity, Pan decides to try and reach out to this new, beastly form of her grandfather. Her first attempt doesn't work, so she pulls out the martial arts outfit Goku gave her at the 28th Tenkaichi Budokai. It doesn't seem to have any effect, and Goku blows her away. But then, a photograph falls out of Pan's backpack, catching Goku's attention. Goku looks at the picture of him with his friends and family on a vacation, and begins recalling the memories of their days at the beach, especially the good times he had with Pan. Pan's desperate pleas to find himself finally reach Goku, and he starts to regain control of his humanity. With his Saiyan biology and human characteristics now harmonized, Goku has finally transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. As Pan approaches her grandfather, she questions if he's still a hero, the latter answering with an intent look and smile, reassuring Pan that he is indeed back to his old self.
What rate are you using?
Meanwhile, old Kai celebrates Goku's ascension, while the other Kai is left in awe of his new form. On planet Tuffle, Goku surveys the destruction he caused, while Pan fills him in on his rampage. She then questions if he can still revert to his child-sized form, but Goku replies he'll need all his power to defeat Baby. Hercule celebrates Goku's return, and they all prepare for the final showdown with Baby Vegeta. Goku confidently tells Pan and Hercule that he'll find Baby and defeat him once and for all, and he flies off with tremendous power toward the villain's lookout, leaving them amazed. At Baby Vegeta's hideout, he seeks assistance from the Tuffleized Bulma. He's perplexed as to why Goku was able to transform into a Great Ape while he could not. Bulma reveals that Goku has a tail and Vegeta doesn't, explaining the secret behind the transformation. Sensing that Goku is on his way,
I couldn't make
Baby
it to Kid
urgently
Buu last
instructs
match.
Bulma to find a way for him to transform.
My next radar
as
play
time
is
running
Vegeta
out.
and then
Just then,
Cell.
Goku arrives, confident in declaring a rematch. The two initiate their battle, Goku finally putting up a fight. Observing from their world, the Supreme Kai assert the battle should have been over by now, and realize that Goku's holding back. Goku toys with Baby Vegeta, purposely tanking a barrage of his attacks. He soon reveals that none of them hurt, and brushes off more that come his way. Baby launches a revenge death ball, hoping to replicate the results of their last battle. This one is much bigger, and detonates on Goku, who doesn't even try to get out of the way. When the smoke clears, Goku remains standing with not even a scratch on him, angering Baby Vegeta. He asserts that his powers have far surpassed the Tuffle and launches in for an assault. Goku continues to overwhelm Baby, the villain questioning if this is truly the limit to his own power. Suddenly, Bulma contacts Baby and informs him of her plan to redirect the Earth's Blutz waves to planet Tuffle and increase his strength. Goku attempts to finish the battle with a Kamehameha, but Bulma's plan comes to fruition, allowing Baby to transform into a golden Great Ape. With Baby Vegeta now transformed, It initially appears he's lost control of his body. He goes on a rampage similar to Goku's earlier one, but Super Saiyan 4 is able to manage him, preventing the deaths of most of the planet's inhabitants. However, Golden Great Ape Baby soon regains full control of his Great Ape form when he launches a revenge death ball at Goku, revealing he only pretended to go berserk to kill his own tough-alized minions for his own amusement. He and Goku continue their battle, and Baby is surprisingly agile in such a gigantic form. However, even given the odds stacked against him, Goku prevails in Super Saiyan 4. Baby repeatedly attempts to kill Goku, but switches targets and kills unsuspecting Tuffles. Goku accuses Baby of fighting unfairly, prompting him to target more innocent people like Chi-Chi and Videl. Goku proves to be too fast for the attack and quickly rescues the now unconscious Chi-Chi and Videl, bringing them to Hercule for safekeeping before continuing the battle. Both fighters frustrated, Golden Great Ape Baby sets his sights on the Earth and launches a Super Gallic gun directly at it. Goku tries to counter it with a Kamehameha, but is unable to stop it in time. On Earth, the tough-alized Marin and Android 18 are making Krillin gather supplies for their move to the planet when the Super Gallic gun strikes, leaving them bewildered by the chaos. Back on planet Tuffle, Goku decides to end the battle and fires a ×10 Kamehameha at Baby Vegeta. Although it seems the attack might have destroyed him, Baby emerges from the smoke completely unscathed. He retaliates with another Super Gallic gun aimed at Goku, noting that if he dodges, the Earth will be destroyed. Goku in turn takes the blast head on, sending him crashing into the battlefield. On the Sacred Ward of the Kai, old Kai reveals that Golden Great Ape Baby has gone completely insane. While he might sound like he's in control, if his second Super Gallic gun had struck the Earth, the resulting explosion would have obliterated both it and planet Tuffle, killing everyone, including him. As the Supreme Kai ponder what could happen next, a Super Saiyan 4 Goku is left unconscious, along with the majority of his family. With the battle seemingly in his favor, Baby readies another Super Gallic gun blast to finish Goku off. However, the delayed effects of the previous ×10 Kamehameha suddenly takes effect on Baby, knocking him down. Both fighters, now worn down, knock each other unconscious. On the Sacred Ward of the Kai, old Kai reveals the next step in his plan to Kibito Kai. He must retrieve the sacred water from Kami's lookout and use it on Gohan, Trunks, and Goten to free them from Baby Vegeta's control. Sacred water is a legendary liquid capable of removing all toxins from their body, and after confirming the water's location, Kibito Kai heads to Earth to retrieve it. At the lookout, Kibito Kai is caught by Dende and Mr. Popo. Initially mistaking regular water for the sacred water, he eventually finds the real one and uses it to free the two from Baby Vegeta's control. With the sacred water in hand, Kibito Kai heads to planet Tuffle to first free Trunks from Baby's control. He gives Trunks a small amount of the sacred water, restoring his power and turning him back to normal. Trunks, with his mind now intact, can't remember anything that happened under Baby's influence, so Kibito Kai fills him in on the current events. Elsewhere on the planet, both Golden Great Ape Baby and Goku are still unconscious. Kibito Kai instructs Trunks to keep Baby distracted while he works to free Gohan and Goten from his control. However, Bulma manages to get the Blutz Waves generator operational again and uses it to fully re-energize Baby Vegeta. Baby rises stronger than ever, and Goku, although severely weakened, rises himself and pretends to have regained his full strength. With Great Ape Baby fully powered up again, Goku attempts to outsmart him by provoking mistakes, but Pan notices that Goku is severely weakened by his direct hit from the Super Gallic gun. Determined to help, she launches a barrage of energy attacks at Baby. Unfortunately, her attacks have no effect, and Baby swats her out of the sky, deciding to crush her for daring to interfere. Goku, with what little strength he has left, prepares a Kamehameha, but before he can act, Trunks arrives, distracting Baby just in time. Baby shifts his focus and starts beating Trunks, but Gohan and Goten, having been freed from Baby's control by Kibito Kai, intervene to save him. Pan embraces her detuffalized father, and Goku thanks Kibito Kai for restoring his sons. Goten and Trunks attempt to perform the fusion dance, but Goku warns them that it won't be enough. Instead, he instructs them to give him their energy so he can defeat Baby Vegeta alone. Realizing what Goku is trying to do, Baby attacks relentlessly, determined to stop him from powering up. In response, Goku uses his last reserves of energy to perform a solar flare, temporarily blinding baby Vegeta. This gives Gohan, Goten, and Trunks the opportunity to transfer some of their energy to Goku. However, baby quickly recovers and, enraged, decides to kill everyone in his path with a super Gallic gun. Desperate to buy more time, Majub reverts to his human form inside of baby and begins attacking him from within, exclaiming he was eaten on purpose and could never be beaten with his own technique. Majub successfully stalls Baby while the Saiyans continue to power up Goku, but after Majub runs out of energy, Baby spits him out and, furious, fires the Super Gallic gun directly at the Saiyans. It seems like everyone has been struck down by Baby's attack, and in a moment of desperation, Hercule steps forward, willing to confront the villain on his own, even if it costs him his life. However, Goku suddenly speaks up, declaring that he can handle baby Vegeta by himself. The others awaken, stunned to witness Super Saiyan 4 Goku at full strength. Realizing that his only chance of victory is to destroy Goku, baby Vegeta powers up for one final showdown, and both warriors brace themselves for the ultimate battle. The battle between the full power Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Golden Grade 8 baby Vegeta rages on planet Tuffle. The Tuffleized humans beg baby Vegeta to protect them, while Goku reveals that the power he's shown thus far is just the tip of the iceberg. Baby dismisses this, proclaiming that the strongest will prevail. The two clash again, with the Saiyans and Pan offering commentary from the sidelines as the fight seems evenly matched. Meanwhile, on the sacred water of the Kai, Kibito Kai returns, revealing his plan to head to Earth to use the sacred water to free the remaining humans from baby Vegeta's control. Back on the battlefield, Baby declares it's time for Goku to die, but his Super Gallic gun misses as Goku evades the blast. Frustrated, Baby unleashes a barrage of energy waves, but Goku's power deflects them, causing magma to rise from the planet's surface. Refusing to accept defeat, Baby resorts to his ultimate attack, the final revenge death ball, uncaring if it destroys planet Tuffle. As the others watch in horror, Goku takes the attack head on. Baby Vegeta, confident in his victory, claims that Goku has no chance, as the attack is designed to destroy his mind and body. However, Goku, thinking of his friends and family, refuses to give up. He powers up, transforming the final revenge death ball into a cyclone of energy, which he absorbs into himself. Using this newfound strength, Goku fires a devastating ×10 Kamehameha at baby Vegeta. This attack strikes Baby directly, sending him crashing to the ground, knocked out cold. The Z-Fighters believe Goku is victorious, but Gohan reminds them that if Baby dies, Vegeta will too. Trunks adds that Vegeta would rather die than remain possessed, and Goku comes up with a solution. He uses an energy blast to sever baby Vegeta's tail, surprising everyone. As Vegeta's body reverts to its normal state, Baby loses his newfound power and realizes his defeat. He abandons Vegeta's body, blinds his enemies, and escapes. As the Z-Fighters express concern, Goku turns their attention to Vegeta, who's regaining consciousness and control of himself. Baby, realizing his dire situation, flees to a spaceship that Bulma created and attempts to escape planet Tuffle. He vows that the Z-Fighters haven't seen the last of him and manages to get into space. However, Goku fires another ×10 Kamehameha, sending Baby hurtling into the sun, ending the Tuffle's life and the threat he posed once and for all. Later, the Z-Fighters return to Earth. Goku's back in his child form, and the group use the sacred water to liberate the remaining Earthlings from Baby's mind control, both on Earth and planet Tuffle. Peace returns to Earth, but not for long as the ground begins to tremble. Soon, Goku and his friends discover grim news. Baby Vegeta had used the Black Star Dragon Balls to make a wish before the 1-year time limit expired, keeping the Earth in danger of self-destructing. After Pan calculates the information, she realizes that Earth is set to explode in 2 weeks' time. After explaining the situation to Bulma and the others, Vegeta quickly suggests migrating everyone to planet Tuffle to avoid Earth's impending destruction. He proposes that Goku, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, use instant transmission to transport people quickly, while Trunks prepares the giant spaceship to load the remaining humans. Kibito Kai offers to assist with transport, but notes that people will be skeptical skeptical about the Earth's destruction. In response, the Saiyans have Hercule announce to the world that Earth is going to explode in 2 weeks. Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form and Kibito Kai use instant transmission and Kai Kai to transport some people, while King Furry's ships, Capsule Corporation ships, and other vessels on Earth manage to carry the rest. Before long, Planet Tuffle is filled with familiar faces, though a young boy named Danny is accidentally left behind by his forgetful parents. Danny is saved on Earth by Piccolo, and Goku arrives to transport them to safety. Tragedy strikes though when Goku runs out of energy and reverts to his child form. Piccolo shares some of his energy with Goku, allowing him to teleport back to an escape ship with Danny. Piccolo, however, let go purposely, surprising Goku with his absence. Afterward, Piccolo contacts Gohan telepathically to reveal his plan to die along with the Earth. By sacrificing himself, the Black Star Dragon Balls will be destroyed, preventing future threats. Piccolo bids Gohan farewell, acknowledging that as his pupil grew stronger, so did he. Earth then explodes, killing Piccolo and permanently eliminating the Black Star Dragon Balls. Time passes, and Grand Elder Mori uses the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore Earth, allowing everyone to return home. A celebration of Baby's defeat is held at Capsule Corporation, with Giru appearing well and reuniting with Pan. Goku notices Gohan mourning Piccolo's death, but comfort is offered when more family and friends arrive to join the celebration. The Super 17 saga takes place after the battle with Baby Vegeta. We begin as the 30th World Martial Arts Tournament kicks off, and Goku is already competing. He's stuck in the junior division given his smaller size though, put up against an opponent named Charlie. When Charlie kicks him, Goku barely reacts, causing the kid to cry. Gohan, Videl, and Krillin arrive, questioning why Goku didn't mention he was in the junior division. Goku, confused, flashes back to an earlier conversation with Hercule, questioning the champ on why Pan can compete in the adult division and he can't. Hercule tells him that he didn't meet the adult division's height requirement, and Goku buys the explanation. However, Krillin reveals the real reason. Hercule wanted Pan to win the championship to keep the title of world champion in the family. Meanwhile, Hercule is doing an interview and contemplates retirement now that Majin Buu is no longer around to help him. This news spreads around town and gives Trunks the opportunity to retire from Capsule Corporation as he sneaks out to head to the tournament. Meanwhile, Pan forfeits her quarter match final because she doesn't want to take the risk of ending up like Hercule. At the same time, Vegeta intends to head to the tournament, determined to challenge Goku. The Junior Division Championship match begins between Goku and a kid named Mugly. Mugly is terrified, and as he backs away in fear, Vegeta barges in, challenging Goku to a real fight. Goku agrees but says he'll face Vegeta after beating Mugly. Panicked, Mugly runs into Goku, catching him off guard and almost knocks him out of the ring. When Goku is barely holding on by his fingertips, Mugly tickles him, forcing Goku to let go, and Mugly becomes the new junior champion. Trunks finally arrives to see his father angrily punching a wall, frustrated by Goku's loss. Trunks leaves him alone and heads into the stadium just in time for the adult finals, Mad Chili versus a fighter called Papaya Man. Surprised that neither Goku nor Pan is in the finals, he joins his friends in the stands. Curious, Trunks questions who Papaya Man is, and when Mad Chili is defeated, Goku explains that Papaya Man is incredibly strong, as he's only using a billionth of his true strength. Goku then reveals Papaya Man's true identity as Maju. The real championship match begins between Hercule and Maju, Hercule nervous as he knows what's coming. Maju pummels Hercule, but before landing the finishing blow, Majin Buu's thoughts influence him, leading him to intentionally throw the fight. Hercule rushes in and knocks Maju out of the ring with his Megaton punch, prompting the crowd's celebration. Feeling the love from fans and reflecting on his abilities, Hercule reconsiders retirement and agrees to keep fighting. As everyone heads back to West City, Goku and Vegeta power up to Super Saiyans and prepare to spar. However, when Goku's stomach growls, causing him to lose his strength, Vegeta laughs, and they agree to postpone their battle. Meanwhile in Hell, Dr. Mew, previously killed by Baby, is confronted by Dr. Gero, the evil scientist from the Red Ribbon Army. Gero is quite aware of Mew's brilliant mind, and proposes they work together to kill Goku once and for all. At the same time on Mount Pals, Chi-Chi and the others have relocated after the battle with Baby. As everyone enjoys lunch together, Pan questions where Trunks is. When he finally arrives, she runs to the door, growing horrified as Trunks appears badly injured and reveals that Android 17 attacked attack them. As everyone rushes to the door, they notice a strange hole in the sky. Goku senses something evil coming from it and is contacted by King Kai, who informs the Saiyan that Earth and Hell are being linked together through some kind of warp hole. Seeing this, the Dragon Team prepares for battle while the people on Earth are left wondering what the hole signifies. Meanwhile, Android 17 is sitting on a mountain, hearing mysterious voices in his head. These voices tell him that there are two versions of him, separated by time and space, but soon they will reunite. In Hell, another Android 17, created by Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero, is responsible for opening the rift between Earth and Hell. People are beginning to panic, with some claiming the end of the world is near. King Furry tries to maintain order, but the citizens flee the cities in fear. The original Android 17 grows more malevolent, declaring that Earth is about to face an unprecedented disaster. In Hell, Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero celebrate their partnership, Gero revealing that his plan has always been to replace humanity with a race of cybernetically enhanced beings. He states that the combination between the two 17s will create a power far greater than even Cell's, but reminisces on the issues he had controlling him in the past. To counter this, Dr. Gero created a small probe designed to attach to the original Android 17, giving him complete control over him. With this in place, the doctors plan to confront Goku, but decide it's fitting to let his former enemies take a shot at him first. Back at Chi-Chi's house, Trunks finally regains consciousness, but is bombarded with questions. He explains that Android 17 attacked him while he was heading to see Goku. Though he managed to escape with the driver, Trunks was badly injured, left with a message from 17 to tell Goku to come to Hell alone, or Earth will be overrun by every enemy he and his friends defeated in the past. Goku agrees to go to Hell, realizing that their enemies have already started making their comeback. He also wants to see if Cell and Frieza have grown stronger, confident that he can handle them alone. Pan wants to accompany Goku, but Bulma convinces her to stay behind. Meanwhile, Goten is ambushed by Babidi's henchmen. He easily defeats Pui Pui, but Yakon catches him off guard, only for Trunks to step in and save him. Together, Goten and Trunks defeat Android 19, who's hiding behind a building. Elsewhere, Hercule is being chased by the Red Ribbon Army, but Pan arrives and defeats them with a single blow. Goku arrives in Hell to find its workers already restrained. He's greeted by Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero, though he's ready and willing to take them on. However, the two escape through the warp hole along with the newly created Android 17, leaving Goku trapped in the confines of Hell. To his surprise though, Super Perfect Cell and Frieza are there with him, and the doctors begin phase 3 of their evil plan on Earth. Frieza mocks Goku on his smaller stature, but Goku remains unfazed, confident in his newfound strength. The remaining Hell guards flee, terrified of the impending battle. Frieza and Perfect Cell vow to tear Goku apart, but he isn't intimidated despite their seemingly growing power. Goku powers up, surprising the two as his massive energy triggers an explosion, shaking King Yama's palace and briefly scaring Cell and Frieza. However, they quickly regain their composure when they realize Goku's power is unstable in Hell. As the battles unfold in both Hell and on Earth, Majub, Goten, and Trunks take on the Cybermen, while General Rildo hunts down Pan and Hercule. Suddenly, Gohan steps in to protect them, squaring off against the Machine Mutant. In Hell, Cell and Frieza use underhanded tactics from the Dragon Team's skill set, prompting Goku to mock them. He uses Frieza's Destructo Disc as a surfboard and uses a Hell Spike to easily deflect a Kamehameha from Cell. The android's attack mutilates his upper body, while Frieza's Destructo Disc slices him in half. It appears both of his enemies are defeated, but Cell regenerates, revealing that their bodies are immortal in Hell. Back on Earth, Vegeta crosses Nappa again, quickly dispatching the Saiyan with a single blow and remarking that he hasn't grown any stronger. But then, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew arrive with Hellfighter 17, ready to challenge Vegeta, though Vegeta remains unimpressed by the new android's power. Elsewhere in the city, Trunks, Goten, and Majub finish off the Cybermen, while General Rildo turns Gohan's right arm into metal, rendering it useless. In Hell, Cell uses a solar flare to blind Goku before absorbing him with his tail, declaring himself invincible. However, Goku surprises Cell by climbing back out of his tail, claiming superior strategy as the reason for his success. Frieza and Cell then trap Goku using a light cage technique and throw him further into Hell. There, Goku encounters an elderly woman woman who initially appears as a child. She randomly offers him a spa, which turns into a boiling cauldron, revealing that Goku was actually cast on a torture tour. He endures several tortures: the boiling cauldron, tickle torture, a burning sauna, and finally the strangling ice, which immobilizes him. Cell and Frieza gloat, explaining that the ice will keep Goku trapped for 20 years. Meanwhile on Earth, Hellfighter 17 is battling Vegeta and contacts Android 17, urging him to hurry so they can merge. 17 begins attacking civilians, and when Android 18 confronts him, asking why he's gone rogue, he attempts to hypnotize her, inviting her to join their cause. Android 17 continues his attempts to manipulate 18, but Krillin intervenes, reminding his wife that she's married and has a child. Krillin also recalls that Android 17 was the one who killed Dr. Gero in the past, triggering a struggle within him. Just as 17 begins to process the truth, his machine mutant counterpart regains control over him, forcing him to kill Krillin. The sight of Krillin's death shocks Android 18 back to reality, and she launches an attack on her brother. In a moment of twisted resolve, 17 then targets Marin, aiming to use her as leverage to fully control 18. However, 18 shields Marin from 17's photon flash, leaving
Down a person already is not good. They'll have 2 level zeros.
herself critically injured. Android 17 departs to merge with Hellfighter 17, while 18 crawls over to Krillin, taking his hand in her final moments and whispering that she loves her husband before she seemingly dies. Meanwhile in Hell, Cell and Frieza continue to taunt Goku, eager for their revenge, but the ice that traps Goku begins to melt.
I beat Broly I beat Broly before, bro.
It proves ineffective.
It's
on
not like
Goku,
I haven't beat
who's
Broly
still
before, but
alive. Goku emerges
it's just
and kicks his enemies
if
to
we
the
get like a
ground,
low level
utilizing the ice
Raider,
machine against
Broly,
Cell and
then we'll
Frieza,
win, but
immobilizing them.
once these
Since
guys get
they're
experience,
dead,
it's
the ice's
basically game
effects
over.
remain intact
Especially
as
when
Goku
you
unintentionally
start the game and
knocks
you lose
them
a player
over,
from the start.
breaking them completely.
It's
On
basically
Earth,
over.
Gohan is occupied battling General Rildo, who
Shout out
manages
for
to
her.
knock Gohan down and freeze a nearby building, trapping the Saiyan's leg. Just as things appear dire, Majub, Goten, and Trunks arrive and destroy General Rildo with a single blow. Pan soon arrives with Hercule and Giru returns Gohan's limbs to normal. Meanwhile, Vegeta continues his battle with Hellfighter 17, initially dismissing his power. However, Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero reveal that 17's only been using half of his true strength. Soon after, the original Android 17 arrives, along with Trunks and the others. Unveiling the final stage in their plan, the doctors command the two androids to merge into Super 17, an entity far more powerful than any foe the Z-Fighters have faced before. Super 17 throws back his hair and powers up instantly, leaving the Z-Fighters stunned at his overwhelming strength. Vegeta attacks first, though 17 is unfazed. He's thrown aside as Majub follows, along with Goten and Trunks who attempt a combined attack, but all fail. Gohan launches a Kamehameha, but it has no effect on the android. Dr. Gero urges Super 17 to demonstrate his full power, and in response, the android takes down each of the Z-Fighters with a single strike. The Saiyans transform and Majub powers up, but Super 17 releases a devastating flash bomber which blows them all away. Watching the events from Hell through a glass, Goku pleads with King Yama for help to return to Earth. However, Yama is powerless, as the disturbance between Earth and Hell make it impossible to intervene. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Earth's Dragon Balls begin to crack, starting with the 4-star ball. Meanwhile, a deceased Piccolo contacts Yama, requesting to be sent to Hell to help. Though Yama initially refuses, Piccolo begins acting like King Piccolo, causing chaos in heaven and blasting trees, which prompts Yama to grant his request. Back on Earth, Super 17 believes he's defeated the Z-Fighters and surveys the battlefield. In a final effort, Super Saiyan Vegeta unleashes his powerful final shine attack, but Super 17 absorbs the energy and redirects it back toward the group. Meanwhile, Goku struggles to find a way out of Hell until Piccolo arrives, vowing to do whatever he can to help Goku escape. Goku questions Piccolo's ability to get him out of Hell, but Piccolo contacts Dende at the lookout for assistance. Together, Dende and Piccolo devise a plan to create an interconnected energy beam, hoping to open a gate between Hell and Earth and free Goku. Goku wonders if this process is similar to fusion, but Piccolo explains that it's more of a fusion of the mind. The two Namekians attempt to send their energy beams to open the portal, but they fail. As Goku watches the Namekians continue their strategy, he starts to feel hungry again. With Cell and Frieza being pushed back to prison by Hell's ogres, Goku questions if they can bring him some food. Meanwhile on Earth, the Dragon Team continues their fight against Super 17, but none of their attacks have any effect. Frustrated, Pan yells out to Goku to hurry back. In Hell, Goku watches Vegeta take a beating from Super 17, while Piccolo and Dende persist in their efforts to open the gateway. At the check-in station, King Yama is overwhelmed as he scrambles to send everyone who escaped back to Hell. On Earth, Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan once more, but Super 17 turns Vegeta's power against him. As Goku is served soup in Hell, a group of dancing skulls emerges from it, distracting Piccolo. Just then, Dende informs Piccolo that he's almost in sync with him, and they continue their efforts. After multiple failed attempts, Goku suggests they chant Pepper Pot, Pickle Pot, Purple Pot to get in sync. Though Piccolo hesitates, the chant works and the gateway opens. Goku escapes through the portal, but before leaving, he urges Piccolo to come with him. Piccolo explains that if he moves, the gate will close, so he can't go. With encouragement from Dende, Goku escapes, promising to repay Piccolo, who's now trapped in Hell. Once Goku is gone, Piccolo's confronted by Nappa along with the members of the Red Ribbon Army and decides to use them for target practice. Back on Earth, Vegeta continues to get beaten to a pulp, triggering Pan's frustration. Dr. Gero, fed up, orders Super 17 to kill Vegeta, who's down and feeling paralyzed. Pan then sneaks up on Dr. Gero, threatening to destroy him unless he orders Super 17 to stop. Dr. Gero complies, but Super 17 turns on him. Enraged, Gero realizes too late that Dr. Mew had reprogrammed Super 17 to only obey him, betraying his former comrade. Dr. Mew orders Super 17 to destroy Dr. Gero, which he does, and Pan is caught in the resulting explosion. With Gero down for the count, Super 17 refocuses his attention on Vegeta. Vegeta rises, ready to fight again, but before he can, Goku arrives just in time, knocking him out of the way of Super 17's energy blast. Vegeta loses consciousness and Dr. Mew remains unfazed, believing his creation is more than a match for Goku. However, Goku transforms into his Super Saiyan form, determined to prove him wrong. With Pan unconscious, Hercule blames himself for her condition. In his anger, he declares that Goku will have to deal with him if he doesn't defeat Super 17. Goku responds by punching Super 17 in the stomach, sending him flying across the earth. Super 17 retaliates by firing his Super Flash Bomber, prompting Goku to charge at him from thousands of miles away and deliver another punch to the gut, but it has no effect. Super 17 counters with a barrage of punches and kicks, followed by another Super Flash Bomber when he catches up to Goku in Earth's atmosphere. One of the blasts hit Goku head on, sending him crashing below. Dr. Mew celebrates Super 17's strength, but Goku, knocked to base form, reveals he's not done yet. Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan once more and launches an energy blast at Super 17. Uninjured, he tricks Goku into firing more energy blasts, unknowingly making him stronger. Goku then charges at Super 17 and uses the Kamehameha at point-blank range, but once again, the android absorbs the attack and remains unharmed, continuing to power up. When the blast detonates, Goku believes he's won, but Super 17 powers up and launches a direct attack on Goku, sending him flying into the Earth's ocean. Dr. Mew taunts Goku to continue, so Goku re-emerges in his Super Saiyan 4 form, declaring it's time for Super 17 to face an opponent his own size. Since Super 17 could predict his movements before, Goku believes that won't be the case now. At Chi-Chi's house, Chi-Chi emerges ready for battle, armed with a broomstick. Videl is also donning the Great Saiyan Woman outfit and is prepared for action, the four including Bulma and Bola rushing off to support Goku and the others. Back at the fight, Goku unleashes a series of energy blasts at Super 17, but none of them seem to do any damage as the android absorbs each one. Super 17 pretends to hide in the trees, setting a trap to gain more energy. Goku falls for it and follows him, but by the time they reach the other side of the forest, Goku discovers the android's plan. Goku decides to try and overload him with energy by setting up his own ambush. Super 17 causes the trees to rise as Dr. Mew watches in shock, Goku launching a ×10 Kamehameha. As Super 17 continues to grow stronger from absorbing the energy, Goku reveals that he knows the android is feeding off of his attacks, just like Android 19 did in the past. Realizing he can't defeat Super 17 with Energy Blast alone, Goku vows not to give up until he's fully destroyed. Meanwhile, Dr. Mew celebrates, believing his dream is finally coming true. Tired of Goku's persistence, he orders Super 17 to finish him off. Just as Goku prepares to launch another Kamehameha, Super 17 strikes him, forcing Goku to rethink his strategy. Goku endures as Super 17 continues his assault, hoping to make him start using up the energy he's absorbed. Goku attempts to use instant transmission, but Super 17 counters it with a full-power energy wave to Goku's face. He reveals that he can sense the atmosphere's vibrations upon the Saiyan's re-entry, and Goku realizes that Super 17 is too powerful. As Videl and Chi-Chi fly to the battle, Chi-Chi is terrified and complains the entire way. They're being followed by Bola and Bulma though, and Bulma can't help but focus on the devastation occurring on Earth, wondering how they'll ever restore it to normal. At the battle site, Goku appears unconscious, and Super 17 prepares his Electro Eclipse Bomb to finish him off. He launches the powerful attack straight at Goku, but Goku cleverly uses instant transmission, appearing behind Super 17 and catching him off guard. He puts the android in a tight hold and boasts that he can't escape, though Dr. Mew declares the fight a stalemate. Goku, however, reveals that he's willing to sacrifice himself to stop Dr. Mew and Super 17's evil plans. As Super 17 struggles to break break free from Goku's grip, Goku gathers energy around him, turning himself into a living bomb. When he detonates, the resulting explosion engulfs the surrounding area and the sky is filled with smoke. When the smoke finally clears, Goku is back in his kid form, lying on the ground exhausted. Dr. Mew assumes Super 17 is defeated, but to everyone's shock, the android emerges from the water. He reveals that he shielded himself at the last second, saving both his and Goku's lives. Super 17 prepares to kill Goku and avenge the Red Ribbon Army, but Android 18 arrives just in time. 18 steps in front of Goku and vows to avenge Krillin's death, surprising Goku, who's learning this for the first time. She declares that if Super 17 fires his blast, they'll all be destroyed as she has a bomb implanted in her chest, catching Goku's attention as he realizes she's bluffing. She tears part of her shirt, exposing her left breast, still covered by her bra, and golds Super 17 to finish them. She also tells 17 that he's changed for the worse, and she'll never forgive him for killing her husband. Dr. Mew makes the mistake of berating Super 17 for not killing Android 18 immediately, noting that even if she does have a bomb in her body, there's no way it could do any serious damage to him. Rather than attacking Android 18, Super 17 turns and kills Dr. Mew, much to the surprise of everyone. Super 17 then turns his attention back to Android 18, who unleashes a barrage of energy blasts at her twin brother. Goku warns her that Super 17 will absorb all of the ki blasts, but 18 doesn't care, stating she would rather die than let 17 win. This prompts Goku to realize that Super 17 becomes vulnerable while absorbing energy and comes up with a plan. Seizing the moment, Goku taps into his final reserves of energy and charges at Super 17 with a Super Dragon Fist, piercing through his stomach. Fatally wounded, Super 17 is vaporized by Goku's Kamehameha, finally avenging Krillin's death. Vegeta commends Goku's victory from afar, and Goku comforts Android 18, noting that the original 17 showed them how to defeat Super 17 by exposing his weakness and turning on Dr. Mew. He reassures 18 that Krillin would be proud of her for avenging him, which cheers her up. Soon after, Chi-Chi and Videl arrive on the battlefield, ready to fight Super 17, but Goku informs them that the battle is already over. Bulma and Bulla arrive after, alerting Goku that the gateway opened from Hell disrupted the natural order of things on Earth, causing what would otherwise be considered natural disasters. They all decide to gather the Dragon Balls to put things back to normal, in addition to resurrecting Krillin along with the other victims of Super 17. However, when they collect the Dragon Balls, they discover that they're cracked. Despite this, they decide to try using them anyway, but the sky becomes red, and Goku senses an unfamiliar evil presence. Smoke begins to ooze from the Dragon Balls, eventually forming into a large, blue dragon that nobody has seen before. As the foul smoke moves forth from the broken Dragon Balls, this new dragon looms ominously over the planet. The Shadow Dragon saga takes place after the battle with Super 17. The group is left bewildered when the Dragon Balls fail to summon Shenron, instead producing the sinister Black Smoke Shenron. The Dark Dragon mocks the notion of granting wishes, much to Pan's frustration as she demands he fulfill their request. Calmly lighting a cigar, Black Smoke Shenron flaunts his power over the group. Using his abilities, the dragon levitates the Dragon Balls around him, absorbing them into his body and unleashes the Shadow Dragons upon the world, leaving behind a stunning aurora across the sky. At that moment, King Kai telepathically communicates with the group, warning them about the danger posed by this new dragon. However, before he can fully explain, old Kai interrupts with a lecture, scolding them for their misuse of the Dragon Balls over the years and the resulting disruption of nature's balance. He explains that the dragons created are capable of not only destroying the Earth, but the entire universe as well. Annoyed by his constant berating, Bulma demands he be quiet, leading to an argument about respect and who's truly at fault for the misuse of the Dragon Balls. Kibito Kai steps in to restore order and explains that every positive wish the group made on the Dragon Balls generated an equal amount of negative energy. Since the energy didn't have time to dissipate naturally, taking about 100 years per wish, it
Got this. We got this. Yo, what's up? I do like GT. I just don't like the beginning. And I don't like Pan. Other than that, GT was pretty cool. I think they should include some of the villains in Breakers. Hopefully next year we get a better team of like producers and developers, whoever makes the game. A Black Star Dragon Balls as well. Guy who's had a Dragon Balls in the game. Well,
eventually reached a tipping point, unleashing the shadow dragons upon the universe. As Kibito Kai finishes his explanation, Mr. Popo arrives with a tale of the planet Eros, which also had a shadow dragon appear. He explains that it wasn't long before the planet and its entire galaxy vanished. Old Kai once again reiterates the dangers of misusing the Dragon Balls and blames Bulma, who in turn shifts the blame to Dende for not warning them sooner. Bulma then attempts to rally the group to support her, but they refuse. She reflects on events of the past, recalling how she was helpless and vulnerable until Goku came along and led her on a quest for the Dragon Balls. She pins the blame on Goku, who to her surprise, takes full responsibility without protest and prepares to clean up the mess he believes he made. Old Kai warns Goku that time is running out, and Goku is eager to face the challenge. Gohan offers to join his father, but Goku insists he handle it alone, confident in his Super Saiyan 4 form. The family bids him farewell, and as Goku departs, Pan slips away unnoticed. Shortly after setting off, Goku notices a trail of devastation left by the Shadow Dragons. Each dragon finds a home in a specific environment. Nova Shenron resides in a volcano, causing it to erupt and destroy a nearby village. Ice Shenron flies through the mountains, coating himself in ice. Rage Shenron appears as lightning during a thunderstorm, striking a city with a massive explosion. Oceanus Shenron decimates a city with a ferocious tornado. Natron Shenron emerges from the earth as a majestic dragon made of dirt, and Haze Shenron takes on the form of a whirlpool before transforming into his normal state, polluting and destroying all living things in a large area. As Goku begins his search, he remembers that he can sense the dragon's powers, but not the Dragon Balls themselves. As he turns back, he realizes Pan has secretly been following him the entire time.
Thank you, man. Hope you enjoy your
Pan
night.
brought Giru along, who has the
I'll be
Dragon
streaming again
radar
tomorrow, so
built
come by and
into
say
him.
what's up.
However, Pan insists that if she isn't able to tag along, neither will Giru. Reluctantly, Goku agrees to let her join him in his search for the Shadow Dragons. It's not long before Giru discovers a Dragon Ball's location in a nearby village. Goku and Pan spot villagers running through a polluted corridor of sludge and notice Haze Shenron terrorizing a helpless woman. Enraged, Pan charges at Haze, delivering a kick to his face that sends him flying. Shocked by her strength, Haze tries to intimidate her with aggressive words, but ends up looking foolish when rubble lands on his foot, causing him to cry out in pain. Goku and Pan question if this is truly one of the terrifying Shadow Dragons, and the three prepare for their confrontation. Despite Haze Shenron's claim of being the strongest of the 7 evil dragons, Goku and Pan believe he's unbelievably weak. Pan smacks Haze Shenron into a cliff and demands the 2-star Dragon Ball he holds. In response, Haze begins to grow in size, and Goku assumes he's about to transform. However, the dragon denies this, claiming transformations are for cornered cowards and that a true warrior doesn't need them. Pan then uses him as a punching bag, unleashing a barrage of heavy attacks. After Pan demands the Dragon Ball again, Haze replies that the fight has only just begun. Goku, noticing the vast difference in power, wonders what's going on. Haze Shenron attempts to attack with his tail, but Pan easily dodges and drop kicks him from the sky. The dragon taunts her, asking if she's gathering Dragon Balls to make herself less ugly, which prompts Pan to beat him even more fiercely. As Haze laughs, Goku notes something strange. Pan is becoming fatigued, while Haze remains unfazed. When Pan attacks again, Haze is able to block all of her punches. He retaliates by punching Pan in the stomach, and when Goku charges at him, Haze dodges and headbutts both Pan and Goku together. They attack again, but Haze locks Pan in his grip and tail slaps Goku away. The dragon then declares his intent to eat Pan, prompting Goku to transform into his Super Saiyan form. However, he reverts to normal, confused about what happened. The evil dragon reveals that the polluted lake is the source of their diminishing strength. Haze Shenron's body emits negative energy that's poisoned the lake and drained life energy from the surrounding air, weakening Goku and Pan. Pan realizes that they didn't lose because Haze got stronger, but because they got weaker. Goku calls it an unfair trick, but Haze retorts that he's merely speeding up the process that Goku began. Pan questions how Goku is responsible for Haze's existence, and the dragon reminds the Saiyan of a boy named Upa. Goku remembers when mercenary Tao killed Upa's father long ago, and he used the Dragon Balls to revive him. Haze reveals that he was born from the negative energy of that wish and sarcastically thanks Goku for bringing him into existence. Haze then uses Pan like a bowling ball, rolling her into Goku and knocking him down. Goku, determined to defeat Haze, is mocked by the dragon, who notes the Saiyan can barely barely stand before firing a mouth blast at him and Pan. Hayes prepares to throw the two into the poison lake, but Giru tries to intervene by firing missiles at the dragon, which have no effect. Hayes swats Giru into the lake and throws Goku and Pan in as well. As Pan sinks, she wishes for Gohan, Videl, Trunks, Goten, or even Hercule to save her, but it's Giru who manages to do the job. Giru drags both Pan and Goku into an uncontaminated part of the lake, where a spring keeps the water pure. They discover that they're able to breathe due to the spring's magical properties, and speaking to Goku telepathically, Pan comes up with an idea to use the Kamehameha to propel them to the surface. Outside the lake, Hayes Shenron celebrates his apparent victory, declaring that if he covers the earth with pollution, it will become his paradise. However, Pan and Goku suddenly reappear behind him, fully restored by the spring, and vow to attack at full power. Now terrified, Hayes tries to escape toward the lake, but Goku and Pan fire a combined Kamehameha at him, disintegrating the evil dragon except for the 2-star Dragon Ball. The blackened, cracked Dragon Ball heals itself, returning to its original orange and whole form. Goku and Pan celebrate their first Dragon Ball victory, but they know there are still 6 more Shadow Dragons left, and the others won't be as easy to defeat as Hayes Shenron was. As the two continue their quest for the Dragon Balls, they come across an abandoned city. A nearby couple warns them to leave, explaining that the city's residents fled due to a slime that absorbs electricity. Determined to complete their mission, Goku and Pan stay and soon encounter RAIDER Shenron, the 5-star dragon. Initially, Goku's unimpressed by his small size, as he's barely taller than a steel can. Despite his appearance, RAIDER Shenron arrogantly claims his powers far exceed anything Goku or Pan can achieve. He demonstrates his abilities using his electric slime, a substance that electrocutes anything it touches. He further shows that he can transform into a giant by absorbing energy from his electric slime. RAIDER Shenron reveals that he was born from the wish Master Roshi made to revive Goku during the Saiyan invasion, allowing him to fight Vegeta and Nappa. The two square off and Goku is overwhelmed, prompting him to transform into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Rage uses his electric attacks, but they prove useless against Goku in this state. Goku tries to end the fight by using a ×10 Kamehameha to destroy both Rage and his electric slime. Surprisingly, Rage survives the attack and manages to absorb the energy from Goku's Kamehameha, sending it back at the Saiyan. Protecting Pan from the counterattack, Goku takes the full force of his own blast, suffering heavy damage and reverting to his childlike form. RAIDER Shenron then drains the last of the city's electricity, causing his slime to grow massive, making it difficult for Pan and Goku to escape. Rage uses his slime to trap both Goku and Pan, intending to kill them via electricity. Pan passes out from the pain, but Goku suffers as the voltage increases. However, the dragon's plans are thwarted when it begins to rain, triggering a massive short circuit across his entire slime body. Goku and Pan retreat to a safe distance and watch as Rage Shenron struggles in vain to scatter his electric slime. The slime's vast surface area prevents him from seeking shelter, and his slime body eventually explodes. Reduced to his normal size, Rage Shenron is found severely injured amidst the rubble. Goku and Pan urge him to surrender, and Rage agrees, telling them that they've earned the 5-star Dragon Ball and offers it to Pan. But as Pan reaches for the Dragon Ball, Rage attempts one final attack on her. Pan manages to escape in time, and Goku immediately destroys the Shadow Dragon with a close-range Kamehameha. With the 5-star Dragon Ball back to normal, Goku and Pan prepare for the next Shadow Dragon. As the two and Giru continue their search, they stumble upon a seemingly deserted village. The silence is broken when an octopus falls from the sky onto Pan's head, soon followed by other fish and sea creatures. Suddenly, the villagers rush out to gather this unexpected bounty. A skeptical young boy named Column appears and explains that the fish are making the village's men lazy, as they now spend all their time partying. They refuse to listen to him and leave, the boy soon revealing to Goku and Pan that ever since Princess Auto appeared, the kids of the village have been put to work while their parents goof off. He also mentions that the local seagulls have been harmed by the falling fish and can no longer fly, carrying one with him to keep him safe. safe. Suddenly, Giru alerts the group of a Dragon Ball's presence, revealing Princess Auto, who's actually Oceanus Shenron. As she makes her way toward the group, Goku warns the villagers to run for safety, aware she isn't who she pretends to be. This angers Oceanus, who then confronts Goku and Pan. She reveals her true identity as well as her control over air and water, and the fact that she was born from the wish Oolong made for a pair of panties to thwart Emperor Pilaf, a fact that embarrasses her greatly. Enraged, Oceanus attacks Goku and Pan, who retaliate, but their strikes are effortlessly deflected. In response, Oceanus launches her Hurricane Fury attack, which Goku flies into head-on. This attack blows Goku away and shreds his clothes, leaving him completely naked. Pan and Oceanus are clearly uncomfortable, and Pan silently hands Goku new clothes. From this attack, Goku deduces that Oceanus' technique relies on the way she spins while attacking. After he mentions this to her, Oceanus transforms into a grotesque dragon before quickly reverting to her human form, stating that no one who's seen her true form has ever lived to tell the tale. Goku decides to try Oceanus' spinning technique, and the two battle as vortexes. He manages to headbutt her, but Oceanus retaliates with a massive gust of wind, slamming Goku into a cliffside. As he's battered by the relentless wind, Oceanus intensifies the assault with a whirlwind spin attack. It seems like there's no escape until the seagull Comb was carrying unexpectedly flies into the eye of the tornado surrounding Oceanus and begins pecking at her face. This distracts her momentarily, but not long enough for Goku to recover before she resumes her attack, pushing him deeper into the cliff. Pan realizes that the Eye of the Tornado is the key to Oceanus' weakness and fires a Kamehameha into it, striking Oceanus and forcing her to transform back into her monstrous dragon form. Goku seizes the opportunity and unleashes a massive Kamehameha of his own that completely obliterates Oceanus Shenron, allowing the team to reclaim the 6-star Dragon Ball. The fishermen of the village express their gratitude to Goku and Pan and vow to work harder. The two then take off with Giru and fly into the distance, continuing their journey to save the Earth. The trio are soaring through the air in search of the next Shadow Dragon when Giru detects a Dragon Ball beneath them. The group lands, but there's no sign of the Shadow Dragon. Giru, however, insists the Dragon Ball is underground. Goku begins to dig, but is soon interrupted by a loud rumble and some terribly off-key singing. The source is Natron Shenron, a purple, mole-like dragon who digs through the earth, singing joyfully about his love for causing earthquakes. At first, he seems oblivious to Goku, Pan, and Giru, so Goku yells in his ear, grabbing his attention. Surprised to see them, Natron admits he's not much of a fighter, but still refuses to hand over the Dragon Ball. He resumes digging while Goku, refusing to destroy him if he doesn't want to fight, tries to provoke him with insults. When that doesn't work, Pan fires a barrage of ki blasts, but they have no effect. As Natron continues tunneling, Goku and Pan realize he's heading straight for a nearby city. Goku rushes to warn the people, with Pan following close behind. They arrive just as the tremors begin, and both leap into action to save the citizens from disaster. Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 4 and holds
They come handy. This guy's gonna camp my body, I think. This one had a sent to me and didn't come and save me. This guy might have sold.
Thank you for the understanding. Appreciate the work.
Up a falling building, joining Pan to shift the unstable Earth back into place and save the city from destruction. Realizing his plan has been thwarted, Natron finally attacks Goku and Pan with a punch, but Goku easily dodges and counters with a kick to the stomach, followed by several strikes that send Natron flying out of the city. Goku acknowledges that Natron can fight decently when motivated, but Natron boasts that when he gets serious, he's 10 times the fighter they just faced. Pan, curious about the wish that created created Natron, questions him, and the dragon reveals that he was born from the wish that revived the people killed by Majin Vegeta during the World Martial Arts Tournament. He then launches his Aftershock attack, but Pan quickly notices they can dodge it by staying in the air. This only enrages Natron further, prompting him to unleash a barrage of Aftershocks at Goku and Pan, which they evade before landing on his head and using his own attack against him. Humiliated by his own defeat, the charged Shadow Dragon crashes to the ground as Goku reverts to his base form, exploding in a cloud of smoke that sends the 7-star Dragon Ball into Pan's hands. However, instead of restoring itself, the corrupted ball transforms into a blue sphere of light that engulfs Pan. Despite Goku's efforts, Pan is absorbed into the ball, which then swells and morphs into a larger, more dragon-like version of Natron Shenron, now blue and more powerful. Laughing, Natron reveals that he'd been fooling the two all along. He explains that he had possessed a mole's body until they defeated him, allowing him to use the Dragon Ball to take over Pan's body this time. Now, with his strength greatly increased by his new host, Natron attacks Goku, intending to wear him down before claiming his Super Saiyan 4 body for himself. Goku must now face one of the most agonizing decisions of his life. To obtain the 7-star Dragon Ball, he'll have to go through his own granddaughter. When Natron Shenron begins hurting innocent people, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan 4, relying on the form's heightened aggression to help him make the difficult choice of attacking Pan for the greater good. Realizing Goku's resolve, Natron panics and pleads with him, reminding Goku that attacking him will also harm Pan. Goku asserts that Pan would rather sacrifice herself than see more innocent lives lost, and fires a ×10 Kamehameha at Natron Shenron. However, the blast lacks the power to finish the job because Goku subconsciously holds back, knowing Pan is still inside the dragon. As Goku weakens and begins losing energy, Natron Shenron takes the advantage, relentlessly beating and blasting him before knocking him into a building. Confident in his superiority, Natron boasts on his apparent victory and begins to taunt Goku. Goku remains silent, seemingly defeated with his eyes closed. Thinking he's won, Natron Shenron mockingly releases part of Pan from his stomach, trying to break Goku further. Pan pleads with her grandfather to fight back, but it appears hopeless. Tiring of the game, Natron begins to reabsorb Pan when suddenly Goku springs to life, grabbing his granddaughter and pulling her out of the dragon's body. With Pan safely removed, Natron reverts to his true form, a small, weak brown creature whose head is barely larger than the Dragon Ball atop it. It becomes clear that Natron is powerless on his own and can only increase his strength by absorbing other living beings. In a desperate attempt to survive, he tries to absorb a nearby bird, but Goku blocks his path, chastising him for his cruelty. Natron then pathetically begs for mercy, hoping to lower Goku's guard, but his attempt to fire a ki blast is useless, barely scratching the Super Saiyan 4. Furious at the dragon's deceitful tactics, Goku delivers a brutal beating before finishing Natron off with a ×10 Kamehameha. With 4 Dragon Balls securely in their possession, Goku and Pan continue their quest in search of the 5th. Giru detects the next Dragon Ball in a nearby city, and the group are confronted by the formidable Nova Shenron, the Shadow Dragon of Fire. Overconfident in their previous victories against the other Shadow Dragons, Pan recklessly charges into battle alone, but Nova Shenron easily knocks her unconscious. Goku demands that the dragon release Pan, but to his surprise, Nova gently sets her aside, sparing her life. He then reveals he was created by the wish from the evil King Piccolo to restore his youth. With this, the battle between Goku and Nova Shenron begins. Goku quickly realizes that the searing heat radiating from his opponent poses a unique challenge. Punching or kicking Nova risks severe burns, with his hand nearly burning off and his toes at risk from the dragon's scorching body and energy blasts, which can reach temperatures hotter than the sun. Goku tries to retreat into a building and find an opening to counterattack, but Nova relentlessly pursues him, leaving Goku with little chance to regroup. Meanwhile, Giru, who's watching over the unconscious Pan, is ambushed by another Shadow Dragon, Ice Shenron. This new attacker damages Giru, steals the Dragon Balls, and turns his aggression towards Pan. As Goku and Nova continue their battle outside, Goku learns that the dragon draws his power from the sun, making his energy seemingly limitless. Goku attempts to blind him with a solar flare, but its stopping power proves ineffective. Nova then powers up further by breaking free from his shell, unleashing his true form. In response, Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 4, preparing for the intensifying fight. As the two begin their battle, we cut to Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, who has always carried the heavy weight of being second to Goku. Though he and Goku set aside their rivalry long ago and became friends, Vegeta finds himself once again reflecting on the burning desire he once had to prove himself superior. He remembers their first meeting, when he believed a low-class Saiyan warrior like Goku could never defeat him, yet he was wrong. He recalls all the moments when he managed to surpass Goku, only for the Saiyan to ascend to an even greater level, leaving him behind again. This realization leads Vegeta to question whether he's destined to always remain in second place. After sorting through his thoughts, Vegeta heads over to see Bulma, who's busy working on her computer. Together, they watch a replay of the battle between Goku and Vegeta, back when Vegeta was possessed by Baby. During this, they stumble upon an astonishing discovery, a potential way for Vegeta to achieve the same power as Goku, the form of Super Saiyan 4. Bulma even jokes about Vegeta one day reaching Super Saiyan 5, but for now, their goal is clear: to help Vegeta attain Super Saiyan 4 and finally stand on equal ground with Goku. As Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Nova Shenron continue their intense battle, Nova fires a fiery energy wave that collides with Goku's Kamehameha, causing a massive explosion that hurls nearby vehicles into surrounding
What's going on, Williford?
buildings.
Long time no see, homie.
Fades, the two warriors exchange blows
How you
until
doing?
Nova resorts to firing another fiery energy wave from his right hand. Goku dodges and attempts to counterpunch, but Nova puts him in a headlock and blasts a key shot into Goku's face, sending him flying into a nearby building. Nova then approaches
had a
Goku
good
as he
Thanksgiving.
begins to recover, firing another attack at him. Goku, however, manages to escape the impact crater before the blast strikes, resulting in a spherical fiery explosion. Nova, demonstrating his superior speed, evades Goku's charge before being headbutted, the Saiyan preparing a Kamehameha soon after. Nova, however, is too fast, forcing
Still
Goku
here
to
playing
fire
Dragon
the
Ball
attack
Breakers.
at a
Just
nearby
waiting for the
building.
next match
Caught
to
in
begin.
Nova's grip, Goku
Right now we're
breaks
just
free
watching,
and begins
Dragon
charging
Ball
a
GT
times
recap.
10 Kamehameha, using the after image technique to avoid getting caught again. As Goku's after images surround Nova, the Shadow Dragon halts his pursuit and closes his eyes, using key sense to detect the real Goku. Their battle continues in an abandoned building where Goku tricks Nova with a mirror and corners the Shadow Dragon. With Goku holding the upper hand, Nova requests to be killed, but Goku spares him as repayment for Nova sparing Pan earlier. With the score settled, Goku states they can now fight without reservation, but the situation takes a turn when Ice Shenron appears, freezing Goku's hand. Nova Shenron then reveals a shocking secret: he's Ice Shenron's brother. Holding up Pan's backpack, Ice reveals that during the fight, he stole the Dragon Balls and brutally attacked Pan. Goku, seeing his injured granddaughter staggering below, rushes to comfort her. Pan, before losing consciousness, apologizes for losing the Dragon Balls. Ice takes matters into his own hands and blows Goku away, scolding Nova for being too soft on him. Nova, however, defends his actions as part of his code and tells his brother not to interfere, insisting he can win alone. Ice dismisses this and attacks Goku, though his blast tosses Pan's unconscious body around. Before Goku can react, Ice uses his ice rays to freeze Goku's limbs one by one, starting with his arms. He pummels the Saiyan relentlessly, though Goku continues to fight effectively using just his legs. In response, Ice freezes Goku's legs and eventually his entire body. With Goku immobilized, Ice orders Nova to finish him off. When he refuses, the two come to blows, Nova on the receiving end of a beatdown. He pretends to submit to killing Goku, but instead frees him from his icy prison with his Nova Star technique, much to his brother's anger. As Goku resumes battling Ice Shenron, he confidently declares that he can defeat the Ice Dragon in just 10 seconds. Ice responds by powering up and freezes the entire city. With the city frozen, Ice Shenron engages in battle with Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Goku quickly gains the upper hand, pummeling Ice into the ground and preparing to finish him off with a Kamehameha. However, Ice spots an unconscious unconscious Pan and uses her as a shield, causing Goku to drop his guard. Taking advantage of the Saiyan's hesitation, Ice throws Pan at him, forcing Goku to catch her, leaving him defenseless. He smashed into a building and sent pummeling to the ground, Pan still in the Saiyan's arms. Ice kicks Goku while he's down, but Goku grabs hold of the dragon's foot, furious at him for using his granddaughter against him. He throws Ice into a nearby building, preparing a ×10 Kamehameha to finish him. Ice, however, flies around Nova Shenron, using his brother as a shield to trick Goku into dropping his guard again. When Goku hesitates, Ice takes the opportunity to freeze him once more. After being scolded by Nova for his cowardice, Ice is about to destroy Goku with his ice cannon. However, Goku breaks free from his icy prison just in time to halt the Shadow Dragon's energy beam. Still enraged at Ice for using both Pan and Nova as shields, Goku threatens to kill him at point-blank range. Ice, panicked, begins to beg for his life, offering the corrupted Dragon Ball as a bribe. Nova, in a show of respect, advises Goku to take the Dragon Ball and spare Ice's life. Goku agrees, offering the Shadow Dragon to hand over the Dragon Ball and leave forever. However, Ice is only pretending to comply and secretly forms ice claws and slashes Goku across the eyes, blinding him. Just as Ice moves in to finish him off, Goku, despite his blindness, uses his other heightened senses to impale Ice through his chest with his fist. Goku ends the fight by finishing Ice with a devastating Dragon Fist technique, which encases the city and crashes down on the Ice Dragon, obliterating him completely. Ice's 3-star Dragon Ball returns to normal, and while attempting to wash his eyes in hopes of reversing his blindness, Goku is offered an antidote by Nova Shenron, which would restore his sight. Nova explains that unlike his brother, he values a fair fight and promises to return once Goku's vision is restored. Suddenly, Nova is struck from behind by an energy blast, which also shatters the antidote Goku was holding. The attacker steps forward, revealing himself to be Sin Shenron, the 1-star dragon and the most powerful of the Shadow Dragons. Disgusted by Nova's mercy and his offer of an antidote, Sin fires another blast aimed at Goku. In an act of selflessness, Nova sacrifices himself by throwing his body in front of Goku, taking the blast. Nova apologizes to Goku, saying he had wanted to finish their fight honorably, and dies with the 4-star Dragon Ball returning to normal. Furious, Goku rises to confront Sin, but the villain coldly reminds him that the Shadow Dragons were born from Goku's overuse of the Dragon Balls, condemning him for the very cause of their existence. The fight between Goku and Sin begins, with Sin quickly gaining the upper hand. Despite Goku's powerful ×10 Kamehameha, he proves no match for the Shadow Dragon, who unleashes a homing energy ball that tracks Goku's every move. Goku is ultimately hit and sent crashing into a building, still blind and rendered unconscious. As Pan regains consciousness and sees her grandfather in danger, she cries out for help. Goku reverts to his child form, confronted by Sin, who prepares to deliver the final blow. However, he's saved in the nick of time by his son, Goten, who arrives with Gohan, Trunks, and Oob. Alongside them are Chi-Chi, Videl, and Hercule, who vow to stay by Goku's side even if it means the end of the world. Goku expresses gratitude for everyone's support, but warns them that even with their combined efforts, they won't be able to defeat the evil dragon. Gohan acknowledges this, and the group reveal another plan, for Goku to absorb their Saiyan power to restore his strength. The Saiyans begin the process of transferring their energy to Goku, but Sin Shenron quickly interrupts, attacking before they can finish. Goku uses the energy he's already absorbed to save his allies just in time, allowing them to restart the process. However, Goku admits that even at full power, he won't be able to defeat Sin Shenron. Instead, he requests his friends continue giving him additional energy, enough for him to surpass his current limits despite the potential danger. As the Saiyans transfer more energy to Goku, Oob engages Sin Shenron, attempting to buy time. Though Oob is clearly no match for the Shadow Dragon, his efforts annoy Shin long enough for Goku to reach a new, more powerful state, Super Full Power Saiyan 4. When Goku resumes his battle with Sin Shenron in this upgraded form, it becomes clear that Sin is no longer a match for him, even with Goku still blinded. Not even Sin Shenron's dirty tricks can affect Goku now, as demonstrated when the Saiyan proves he can see everything, including inanimate objects, given his other heightened senses. Goku then fires a devastating Kamehameha at Sin Shenron and appears to have finished him off, prompting his friends to celebrate their victory. However, as Pan tries to collect the scattered Dragon Balls, she notices them being pulled away. To everyone's shock, Sin Shenron is still standing. The dragon consumes all 7 Dragon Balls, powering up to an even more fearsome form. As the group look on, the ultimate Shadow Dragon, Omega Shenron, is born. With just a flick of his hand, he blows everyone away, leaving Goku on the battlefield alone. Confident in his abilities, Omega describes the wasteland he's created to a blind Goku, noting that it'll be the perfect place for a cemetery. Goku, however, retorts, noting that it'll be Omega who's buried by the battle's end. He powers up and deals devastating blows to Omega Shenron, but they have no effect. Much to Goku's surprise, Omega wields the abilities of the previous Shadow Dragons against him, initially demonstrating with Nova's intense heat and Ice's freezing abilities. Goku is quickly taken down as the remaining Shadow Dragon techniques are used against him, but his newfound strength keeps him afloat, despite his beatdown at the hands of Omega. In a surprising turn of events, Goku regains his vision though pretends to still be blinded with Omega, using the opportunity to unleash the Dragon Fist on him, crashing through the dragon's body and blowing him up. However, Omega regenerates via Rage Shenron's abilities, forcing Goku into an increasingly desperate situation. To provoke Goku into fighting more fiercely, Omega targets his family and friends, including his sons, wife, daughter-in-law, Trunks, and even Hercule. Goku is fiercely attacked as well, and everyone lies unconscious as Omega looms over them. Goku, however, rises to his feet, caught off guard by Omega's superior speed. Determined to protect his family and Earth, Goku resolves to self-destruct. He grabs Omega from behind and nearly completes the technique when Vegeta arrives, urging him not to go through with it as he'd only succeed in killing himself. Vegeta then shocks Goku by revealing that he now possesses the means to reach Super Saiyan 4. Bulma arrives soon after, and with the help of her Blutz Wave generator, Vegeta transforms into a Great Ape. At first, it seems the Saiyan Prince has lost control and is on a rampage, prepared to crush even Goku. However, Vegeta manages to regain control of his senses alone and transforms into a golden Great Ape, and finally into Super Saiyan 4. Everyone is in awe of the tremendous power the two Super Saiyan 4s possess, leading to a typical quarrel between Chi-Chi and Bulma over whose husband looks better. Goku and Vegeta power up to max, but despite their combined might, the two Super Saiyan 4s realize they can't defeat Omega Shenron separately. In response, Vegeta, to Goku's astonishment, suggests they use the fusion technique to win. Omega is eager to battle the two, but Trunks, Gohan, and Goten intervene to buy their father some time. While Vegeta urges Goku to hurry, Goku takes a moment to admire how well their sons fight together. The trio of half Saiyans are defeated and Goku and Vegeta successfully fuse, creating the formidable Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Though Omega Shenron boasts of being the strongest, he quickly finds himself unable to land a hit, while Gogeta effortlessly dodges and counters without breaking a sweat. However, Gogeta's playful demeanor slows his progress as he delays attacking Omega at full force. His plan becomes clear when Omega, in a fit of rage, prepares his gigantic negative Karma Ball attack. With just a simple kick, Gogeta channels his positive energy into it, neutralizing the negative energy surrounding the Earth and freeing it from the Shadow Dragon's barrier. Gogeta decides to end the battle and delivers a devastating Big Bang Kamehameha, seemingly obliterating Omega Shenron and causing the Dragon Balls to emerge from his body. Though Omega regenerates, now technically Sin again, he's noticeably weakened and close to defeat. Gogeta prepares another Big Bang Kamehameha to finish Sin, But just as he's about to fire, the fusion abruptly ends, separating Goku and Vegeta. Goku is shocked, and Vegeta notes that the fusion barely lasted 10 minutes, much shorter than the usual 30. Vegeta questions why, and Goku speculates that the immense power of 2 Super Saiyan 4s might have caused the fusion to shorten. With the fusion undone, Sin rejoices in their apparent failure, though the two remain defiant, insisting they can still defeat the Shadow Dragon on their own. As Sin moves to reclaim the Dragon Balls, ingesting them once more and becoming Omega, Goku intercepts the final 4-star ball, determined to keep Omega from achieving full power. Goku and Vegeta attempt to regain their edge by performing the fusion dance, while Omega Shenron seeks to restore his full power by ingesting the 4-star Dragon Ball. In a desperate move, Goku swallows the 4-star Dragon Ball himself to prevent Omega from reclaiming it, nearly choking in the process before managing to get it down. Omega declares that he'll have to kill Goku to retrieve it, but Vegeta refuses to let that happen and launches an attack, though he fails to land any hits. Omega continues to pummel the two as they struggle to inflict damage, but Goku manages to succeed a bit by headbutting the back of the dragon's head. Goku then gives Omega a lecture, explaining that those who are bad live in fear because they know their lives can easily be taken away. He tells Omega that only by being good can one expect good things to happen, though Omega brushes off the Saiyan's words. Vegeta then interjects, saying that he learned the hard way that Goku's wisdom should be heeded. Unmoved, Omega continues to toss Goku and Vegeta around with ease, mocking the fact that even 2 Super Saiyan 4s, the pinnacle of Saiyan power, are no match for him. Realizing they have no other choice, Goku and Vegeta repeatedly try to fuse, but Omega, now aware of the fusion technique, interrupts their attempts. To outwit the dragon, Goku and Vegeta come up with a deceptive strategy. They create duplicates of themselves, confusing Omega, who can't tell which are the real ones. They manage to perform the fusion dance, but to Vegeta's frustration, they don't fuse. When Vegeta questions why, Goku asserts that maybe he didn't extend his index fingers properly, though that's not the true reason. Trunks speculates that Goku may be out of energy after his prolonged fight with Omega, and realizing this, Omega mockingly offers Goku and Vegeta another chance to fuse. Unfortunately, during this attempt, Goku unexpectedly reverts to his child form, shocking everyone. Omega prepares to deliver the final blow, but suddenly, the 4-star Dragon Ball appears on Goku's forehead. Goku is initially unaware of this, even after Vegeta gives him a clear hint. It isn't until Pan tells him to touch his forehead that he realizes what's happened. Meanwhile, Omega Shenron decides to kill Goku and reclaim the Dragon Ball, moving in for the attack. At that moment, the Dragon Ball begins glowing and flies between the two, transforming into Nova Shenron. Goku is glad to see him, but Nova remains distant, speaking to Omega. Omega reveals that Nova was given a portion of his negative energy while fused with him, making the dragon his ally and stronger than ever. Omega then commands Nova to kill Goku, and the dragon appears eager, warning the Saiyan that this time he won't show any mercy. Vegeta tries to intervene, but Nova is too fast and easily knocks him away. Nova turns his attention to Goku, who struggles to land a blow. As Trunks checks on Vegeta, who's unharmed, Vegeta realizes that Nova isn't trying to hurt them. His suspicions are confirmed when Omega demands that Nova finish Goku off so he can fight a stronger opponent. Instead, Nova and Goku team up to attack Omega Shenron. Omega expresses confusion, stating that Nova should be fully charged with negative energy. However, Nova explains that when Goku swallowed the 4-star ball, some of the Saiyan's positive energy was transferred to him. With this newfound energy, Nova restrains Omega and traps him in a fiery sphere, intending to burn and destroy him. Nova self-destructs and triggers a massive explosion, decimating the entire battlefield. The explosion suggests the battle is over, as Nova emerges from the sphere victorious. However, Nova's body suddenly breaks apart, and Omega Shenron reappears from within it. He reveals that within the sphere, he forced the 6 remaining Dragon Balls into Nova's body, essentially merging with his dragon form. Now, with all 7 Dragon Balls in his possession, Omega has regained his full strength. Goku attempts to attack him, but he's utterly outmatched. On the Sacred World of the Kai, Kibito and Elder Kai are watching the ongoing battle, the Elder asserting that if Goku and Vegeta are defeated, the entire galaxy will be polluted with negative energy. He goes on to say that even the world of the Kai will be affected, much to their dismay. On Earth, Vegeta attempts to power up, but he reverts to his normal state, having exhausted all his energy. With both Goku and Vegeta back in their base forms, they're left completely at Omega's mercy. Omega rushes in and deals devastating blows to the two, wearing them down even more. Bored with their futile bickering, Omega unleashes another negative karma ball, intending to obliterate the Earth. Goku steps forward, using all his remaining strength to hold back the attack's destructive force. As he struggles against the overwhelming negative energy, Goku reflects on the suffering Earth has endured because he and his friends have overused the power of the Dragon Balls. He pleads for the strength to defeat Omega Shenron, vowing that he and his friends will survive without relying on the Dragon Balls from now on. However, the negative energy proves too much for Goku to contain, and the Karma Ball eventually explodes, creating a massive crater in the Earth. Everyone believes that Goku was killed in the blast and mourns his apparent death. Meanwhile, Omega Shenron creates a huge aura of negative energy and declares his intention to destroy the entire universe after finishing off Earth. Realizing the dire situation, Vegeta orders Trunks, Gohan, and Goten to get their family off Earth while he holds off Omega Shenron for as long as he can. They reluctantly obey, evacuating their families before returning to aid Vegeta in his desperate last stand. In the midst of this, Omega's negative energy overwhelms the Earth, killing its citizens and destroying entire cities. Vegeta and the others keep up their futile struggle against Omega Shenron, with Vegeta falling victim to a brutal Dragon Thunder attack. Everyone but the Saiyan Prince is knocked unconscious, though his final assault in honor of Goku is swatted aside with ease. Just as Omega is about to deliver the final blow to Vegeta, he notices something stirring in the crater below him. Goku is alive, having undergone a mysterious power-up. As he rises to the surface, he prepares the final hope of the universe, the Universal Spirit Bomb. Since Goku has already used all of Earth's energy to create the attack, he knows it won't be enough to destroy Omega Shenron. Desperate, he contacts King Kai in Otherworld, asking him to spread word across the universe about Earth's plight and request energy from every living being. Goku successfully gathers energy from the entire universe, and after thanking everyone for their help, he launches the massive Spirit Bomb at Omega Shenron. The attack hits directly, and the Shadow Dragon is completely obliterated for good. With the Shadow Dragons finally defeated, the Dragon Balls return to their normal state. Everyone rushes to Goku's side, but suddenly, Shenron, the original Eternal Dragon, appears without being summoned. Shenron heals Goku of his injuries and informs the Z-Fighters that he will now depart from the Earth, removing the ability for anyone to grant any wishes for a long time due to the negative energy the Dragon Balls have accumulated. However, Goku requests one final wish for old time's sake, to bring back everyone killed by Super 17 and the Shadow Dragons. Shenron grants the wish, but announces his departure. He requests that Goku come along with him. As he does so, a recovering Vegeta rushes over and demands to know where Goku is going. Realizing that Goku is going to train with Shenron, Vegeta accepts it. Before leaving, Goku entrusts Vegeta with the responsibility of protecting Earth, telling him that its safety is now in his hands. Bulma, reminiscing about the first time she met Goku when she was just 16 and searching for the Dragon Balls, says she'll miss him. Others like Yamcha and Par, and Tien Shinhan and Chaozu, busy training, also catch glimpses of Goku with Shenron. Before leaving for good, Goku requests they stop at Kame House where he reunites with Krillin, who was revived by the final wish. They chat about old times and engage in a lighthearted spar, which Krillin wins. Goku then vanishes, much to his confusion. Master Roshi, there as well, thanks Shenron for the Dragon Balls and bids Goku farewell. Goku also visits Piccolo, still in Hell, keeping watch over the realm. Goku thanks Piccolo for all he's done and tells him he'll find a way out someday before disappearing, without saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi calls out to Goku, asking if he'll be home in time for dinner, but Shenron vanishes into the clouds. At the same time, everyone begins their return home. Pan, gazing at the sky, is concerned about the Dragon Ball's return, questioning Trunks on if they'll ever come back. He confidently tells her they will, but only after they master preventing their own problems rather than relying on the magical orbs to fix them. Before she departs for home, Pan stumbles upon Goku's tattered gi. Vegeta tells her to take good care of it before flying off, leaving Pan alone, tearfully wondering if Goku will ever return in her lifetime. Feeling tired, Goku lies down on Shenron's back, the Dragon Balls still circling around him. The Dragon Balls enter Goku's body, and Goku vanishes. Shenron lets out a final mighty roar, and he disappears as well. 100 years later, we transition to the 64th World Martial Arts Tournament, where an elderly Pan watches her grandson, Goku Jr., compete in the junior division, wearing Goku's old gi. Pan is the last surviving member of the Z Fighters, as the others have passed away naturally. Nearby, 2 statues honor Earth's greatest heroes, Hercule and Goku. Goku Jr.'s opponent is Vegeta Jr., the spitting image of Vegeta, who mocks Goku Jr. for his clothes. Suddenly, a woman resembling Bulma sits beside Pan, sporting Capsule Corporation earrings and revealing herself to be a descendant of Trunks, Bulma, Bulla, and Vegeta. She mistakenly thinks Goku Jr. is Pan's son, but Pan corrects her, saying he's her grandson. The woman is confident in her son Vegeta's abilities, declaring that he will win the tournament. The battle begins with both Goku and Vegeta Jr. landing powerful blows. Vegeta Jr. turns into a Super Saiyan, and Goku Jr. follows suit. Vegeta Jr., impressed, remarks that he didn't realize Goku Jr. could pull off the same technique. They continue fighting as the scene shifts to Pan, who spots her grandfather Goku watching the match. She makes her way toward him, but he's gone by the time she arrives, prompting Pan to believe she was just seeing things in her old age. Goku is then shown walking through the crowd, though nobody sees him. A long flashback of the hero's life plays, highlighting significant moments from the Dragon Ball series. After the flashback ends, Goku grabs his power pole, leaps onto the flying Nimbus, and flies away, bidding everyone a farewell until he's needed again. The Saiyan Saga takes place 5 years after the events of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. A farmer is outside handling chores when suddenly a massive
you found a match?
object
Should
plummets
start in
from
2
the
minutes.
sky at a distance. Pondering whether it's a meteor or a UFO, the farmer leaps into his truck to investigate. To his surprise, he discovers a small space pod at the heart of a giant crater. The space pod begins to unfold and an individual emerges. Ascending from the crater onto the grass right before the farmer, the stranger expresses irritation towards someone named Kakarot for there still being inhabitants on planet Earth. Perplexed, the farmer wonders about the identity of this individual, and a device on the alien's eye emits a beep. Mocking the farmer for having a meager battle power of only 5, the alien is amused. The alien moves toward the farmer, and in an attempt to defend himself, the farmer shoots his shotgun, but the alien effortlessly catches the bullet and hurls it back, hitting the farmer and killing him. The eye device beeps again, prompting the alien to notice a substantial power in the distance, leading him to fly toward it, suspecting it might be Kakarot. At the same time, Piccolo stands menacingly over a mountainous region and suddenly senses a formidable force approaching, initially thinking it might be Son Goku. However, Piccolo's surprised to notice the stranger instead. Displeased that he didn't find Kakarot, the alien and Piccolo exchange words, with the alien checking his eye device, revealing Piccolo's battle power of 322. Despite Piccolo's objections, the alien confidently dismisses him as no match. In an angered response, Piccolo unleashes a devastating shockwave at the alien. However, when the smoke dissipates, the stranger remains unharmed, asserting that all Piccolo managed to do was create a show of dust. Piccolo stands in fear as the stranger readies himself to retaliate, but suddenly his eye device beeps again, detecting
Hopefully
an even
matches.
greater power level further away. Convinced that it must be Kakarot this time, the alien departs, leaving Piccolo astonished and unable to comprehend the situation. As he flies away,
set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Welcome. Thank you.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Man, where's this last Dragon Ball?
A couple weeks ago, I sent some of the newest Pokemon cards I pulled on here to PSA grading. You asked to see the returns. Let's talk about the grades. Charizard SIR, I pulled in the double Charizard pack, 1v1. Let's see what PSA thinks. Seems like the edges and corners had some wear. Prismatic evolution.
Where is this thing to summon?
The card wasn't even in the pack. It was mixed in with card dividers. It should be perfect, right? The edges, corners, and centering hurt this one. Sylveon, VMAX Alt-Art. I have high hopes for this. I couldn't see anything wrong with it. See what PSA thinks. This is what happens when we make Sylveon a psychic type. Mewtwo with the UGS full art promo. I love this card. It can only be pulled from Sun and Moon era tips, and the promo's quality control is hit and miss. First 10 today.
Yo, what's up, homie? Let's go.
This is what happens when you make Sylveon a psychic type.
W team.
The alien declares that Kakarot has lost sight of the pride of the strongest warriors in all the universe, the Saiyan race.
Sorry about the sound, guys.
At
I'll try
Kame
to fix it
House,
after.
Bulma cheerfully announces her arrival as she strolls in, showcasing her new, short, boyish haircut. Master Roshi, the turtle, and Krillin express their joy at her arrival, and Bulma reveals a special gift for Master Roshi. Playfully, he wonders if the gift involves feeling her up, prompting Bulma to punch him. Meanwhile, Goku is soaring toward Kame House on the flying Nimbus.
Yeah, he's
At the
sold,
same
bro.
time, Krillin inquires about Yamcha,
sold
and
heavy.
Bulma dismissively
GGs.
mentions him, exclaiming she doesn't
for
care
sure.
about him after what
Appreciate
he
it.
did to her. She then changes topics and inquires about launch, and Krillin informs her that she went off in pursuit of Tien 5 years ago. As Goku approaches Kame House, he communicates to someone on his lap where they are. Elsewhere, the alien remarks on Kakarot's swift movements. Back at Kame House, Goku dismounts the flying Nimbus while still holding someone in his hands and enthusiastically shouts to his friends in the house. Krillin recognizes Goku's voice, and nearby, the alien notes Kakarot's sudden stop and continues to pursue him. To everyone's surprise, Goku is holding a little boy in his arms. Bulma inquires about the child as she steps outside, and Krillin jokingly questions if Goku is taking up babysitting. However, Goku reveals that
WT,
this
we did
little
good.
boy is his son. Everyone is taken aback as Goku places the child down. The boy is dressed in a stylish outfit with a hat adorned with the 4-star ball. He politely greets everyone with a good afternoon, and Bulma reciprocates. Goku reveals the boy's name is Son Gohan, and Master Roshi notes that he's named after Goku's late grandfather. Bulma bends down to question Gohan on his age, and he replies that he's 4 years old. Surprised by Gohan's good manners, Bulma then notices he has a tail reminiscent of Goku's past. Concerned, the group
Yeah, he's
asks if
sold.
anything peculiar happens on the
trying to
night
win
of
at
a
the end,
full
but
moon, but
you got
Goku
him
explains
with
that they
the
go to
sun.
bed pretty early around his house and wonders about the inquiry, but Master Roshi brushes it off. Krillin wonders if Gohan is as strong as Goku, but Goku mentions that Chi-Chi disapproves of training him. Chi-Chi believes that since there's peace in the world, martial arts have become obsolete and it's time for studying. Bulma then inquires about the Dragon Ball on Gohan's hat, and Goku explains that it's his grandpa's memento, the 4-star ball. He also mentions having the 3-star ball and the 6-star ball at his house. Their conversation is interrupted though, as suddenly, Goku becomes serious as he senses a formidable power approaching. Everyone else is oblivious, but Goku's states that it's nothing like he's ever felt before. The alien then lands at Kame House, much to everyone's surprise. He recognizes Kakarot as the spitting image of his father and questions why Kakarot hasn't eradicated all humans on the planet yet as he was supposed to. Krillin, thinking the stranger is drunk, approaches him rudely, but Goku warns him not to get too close. Unfortunately though, it's too late, and the alien smacks Krillin with his tail, sending him through Kame House. Goku turns to the stranger in anger, but grows surprised at the revelation of his tail wrapped around his waist like a belt. Goku panics about the tail, and the alien states that Kakarot has finally figured out who he is. However, Goku is confused, and the alien speculates that Kakarot must have suffered a severe head injury. Goku insists he's Son Goku, and not whoever this Kakarot is, and the alien demands a straightforward answer about whether he was hit on the head or not. Goku vaguely recalls a head injury from his childhood, noting the scar, and Master Roshi mentions his conversation with Goku's grandfather, stating that long ago, Son Gohan found a baby with a tail and a violent personality. He explains that one day, Gohan accidentally dropped the baby in a valley, causing a severe head injury. The baby nearly died, but miraculously survived. Subsequently, the violent personality disappeared, and the baby became an obedient, well-behaved boy. Goku realizes that he's that baby, leaving Bulma puzzled about the alien's connection to Goku. The stranger now realizes Kakarot has forgotten everything and vows to find a way to resurface Goku's memories. As Krillin stands up and warns Goku about the stranger's strength, the stranger begins to explain that he and Kakarot are the same, as Kakarot is no Earthling, but a Saiyan warrior, a member of the most powerful race in the universe. The stranger then declares himself as Raditz, Goku's older brother. This revelation surprises everyone, and Goku finds the notion absurd. Krillin then questions why Goku would be on Earth if he's an alien. Raditz then simplifies the situation, stating that Kakarot was sent to Earth to eliminate the humans obstructing the Saiyans' planetary conquest. He states that Saiyans locate hospitable planets and sell them to other species, but in order to do so, all inhabitants must be wiped out first. He goes on to state that while adults are dispatched to planets with high-powered inhabitants, babies like Kakarot are sent to the weaker planets like Earth, where they can grow stronger under the influence of the planet's full moon. Goku inquires about the moon, and Raditz explains a Saiyan's ability to transform into a great ape by looking at the full moon. Master Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin recall Goku's transformation in the past, but Goku remains unaware of what the great ape is. Suddenly, Raditz notices Goku's tail is missing and questions what happened to it, and Goku clarifies that it was cut off some time ago. An enraged Raditz disassociates both himself and his brother from the humans, but Goku emphasizes that he doesn't care if they're related or if he's an alien. Goku rejects Raditz's idea of him and confidently tells him to leave Earth, prompting Raditz to state he can't do that and reveal that there are only a few Saiyans left in the universe. Unfortunately, their home planet was destroyed in a meteor collision, wiping out most Saiyans, including their parents, but Goku remains unfazed. Raditz explains that there are only 4 Saiyans left, including himself and Goku, and implores Goku to join them, as there's a planet they need to conquer, and Goku's aid is the last piece of the puzzle they need to dominate it. He then cites the thrill of battle and attempts to appeal to Goku's Saiyan instincts, but Goku remains steadfast in his refusal to join him, stating he'd rather die than slaughter innocent people. Determined, Raditz changes tactics and points out Gohan, wondering if taking Kakarot's son will convince him to cooperate. Goku warns Raditz to stay away, but in an instant, Raditz strikes Goku in the stomach, incapacitating him, and seizes Gohan. As Gohan cries, Raditz informs his brother that he has only one day to reconsider his offer. However, he states that should Goku decide to join the Saiyans, they'll need proof of his good intentions. Raditz then tells Goku that to prove himself, he must present him with the corpses of 100 Earthlings on the very island they stand on. Otherwise, he'll kill Gohan. Raditz reiterates his demand for Goku to eliminate 100 Earthlings, as Goku, barely able to move, listens to Raditz deem Earth the next target of the Saiyans after they finish their business on another remote planet. Raditz states that he and his 2 friends could wipe out Earth's population in a little less than a month, so Kakarot taking a few human lives should be nothing. Weakly, Goku pleads for Raditz to release his child, and unnoticed by everyone, Piccolo watches from the rear of the house, seething with anger. Raditz begins to take off, but not before warning his brother not to fight him, as he'd surely be defeated, leaving Gohan crying for his his father on the beach while Goku lies incapacitated. Raditz leaves, and cursing the predicament, Goku summons the flying Nimbus. However, Krillin and Master Roshi object, questioning his chances of victory. The group take a minute to compose themselves, and Krillin questions what their next move will be, noting the strength of Goku's brother is unlike anything they've ever seen. Goku, rising to his feet, identifies Raditz's tail as his weak point, and says that if he can somehow manage to grab it, he can defeat him. Master Roshi concurs, and notes that Goku used to have the same weakness, but Goku acknowledges that he can't fight Raditz alone. Although Krillin and Master Roshi volunteer to fight, confident that the Dragon Balls can bring them back to life if they're killed, Goku tells them he learned Shenron can't grant the same wish twice, meaning if they die again, there's no coming back. Goku questions if they'll still help though, and they agree, although Krillin remains skeptical of his chances of survival. Bulma suggests using the Dragon Balls to eliminate Raditz and save the world, but Master Roshi doubts they can.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks! Flying Nimbus! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's
Yeah,
how
we're
to
done
work.
for.
Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Where am I?
Be careful too, okay?
Welcome.
I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back.
Welcome.
Flying Nimbus!
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Flying Nimbus! An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You're a big help.
quick! Holy hell. You're done!
I did like no damage, but we still won.
Can gather them all before the Saiyan returns. Goku then questions Bulma on if she has the Dragon Radar. As she retrieves it, Bulma notices Raditz's incredible speed, and everyone notices him stop, relieved that he hasn't returned to outer space. As the group prepare to depart, they're told that they don't stand a chance as Piccolo reveals himself. Goku questions Piccolo's presence, and Bulma moves away in horror. Piccolo explains he's already encountered Raditz once before, and states that Krillin and Master Roshi won't be any help in the fight. The solution he proposes is a team up between himself and Goku, confident that if they fight together, they might be able to overpower Raditz. Goku, skeptical of Piccolo's change of heart, learns that Raditz obstructs Piccolo's plans for world domination. However, Piccolo states that once Raditz is gone, he'll be coming for Goku next. Reluctantly, the two agree to collaborate for now, and Goku grabs the Dragon Radar from Bulma, then boards the flying Nimbus and inquires if Piccolo can keep up. Together, they speed off, leaving Master Roshi optimistic about their chances. He tells Bulma to recall the radar's location so they can follow suit, determined to witness the battle for themselves. Goku and Piccolo continue their approach toward Gohan and Raditz, adjusting their direction to the right. Meanwhile, at the crater, Raditz becomes irritated by Gohan's crying and decides to lock the child up in his space pod before going to search for food. However, his eye device beeps, detecting a battle power of 710 nearby, precisely from his own pod. Raditz refuses to believe that a young child possesses such strength, suspecting his device is malfunctioning. At the same time, Goku tells Piccolo that they're close and suggests that they descend slowly to sneak up on Raditz, but Piccolo reveals it won't make a difference, as Raditz knows they're coming thanks to the device on his ear, capable of sensing a target's position and strength. Opting for a different approach, Goku decides they have no choice but to attack his brother head on. Meanwhile, Raditz's device once again registers a 710 reading, leading him to believe it's definitely broken. However, readings from another direction emerge, with two distinct values of 322 and 334. One of them matches Kakarot's battle power, and confused, as he states there's no way Kakarot will try to challenge him, Raditz once again concludes that his device must be broken. Suddenly, Raditz spots Goku and Piccolo flying in, confirming that his eye device wasn't malfunctioning after all, and Gohan indeed possesses a battle power of 710. Goku and Piccolo touch down, and Raditz questions why his brother has shown up, to which Goku demands the return of his son. Raditz questions Goku's intent to refuse his Saiyan heritage and oppose his older brother, and Goku confirms, exclaiming he has no brother. Growing impatient with the conversation, Piccolo discards his turban and mantle, revealing that he too has trained with weighted clothing. Relieved to shed the extra weight, Piccolo's battle power is now at 408, and Goku follows suit by removing his weighted clothing as well, elevating his battle power to 416. Raditz then laughs, dismissing their power as inconsequential, and states that the two don't know their place. Goku declares that strength isn't all that's necessary to win a fight, and having heard enough, Raditz exclaims that he doesn't need Kakarot after all, as he's a disgrace to the Saiyan race and will die. Goku and Piccolo brace themselves for battle as Raditz charges at them. In an instant, he appears behind them and delivers a swift elbow to their backs. Shocked by Raditz's speed, Goku and Piccolo wonder how he did it, and Raditz states their mediocre defenses will only keep them alive for a few minutes. As Goku and Piccolo contemplate their next moves, Raditz decides to share a piece of information before their demise. He states that the two other surviving Saiyans possess battle powers much greater than his own. Piccolo and Goku contemplate the formidable strength of the Saiyans, and as Piccolo states Goku must be excited, Goku denies this, stating that this time he's a little nervous. Opting to deal with it later though, he inquires about his son's whereabouts. Goku learns from Raditz that Gohan is confined in the crater behind him as he wouldn't stop crying. Goku ascends, peers into the crater, and assures Gohan that he'll rescue him. Raditz however laughs, predicting that Goku won't get the chance as he'll be dead soon. Subsequently, Goku and Piccolo charge in and engage Raditz in a series of rapid strikes. Despite their efforts, Raditz evades and counters with a powerful back kick, thwarting their advance and takes flight. Goku and Piccolo ascend into the sky, but Raditz suddenly unleashes a dual energy blast down at the two, which Goku manages to avoid, but Piccolo, however, suffers an injury to his left arm. As explosions ensue on both sides of the blast, Goku stands, and Raditz seizes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind, propelling Goku through the air. Weakly, Goku rises and suddenly shows concern for Piccolo as he observes the severe damage to Piccolo's left arm. Undeterred, Piccolo states he can still fight, prompting uncontrollable laughter from Raditz. In the midst of this, Piccolo inquires if Goku has some sort of new trick up his sleeve, but Goku denies this, stating he's all out. Piccolo then says he has no choice and begins to tell Goku about something new he's been developing. Mocking their attempts at devising a plan, Raditz laughs while Goku questions Piccolo about the feasibility of his new technique, especially with just one arm. Piccolo reassures Goku that it'll work, but emphasizes the need for Goku to keep Raditz occupied while he accumulates enough ki for the technique. Piccolo then tells Goku he was planning to use the technique to kill him, prompting laughter between the two, confusing Raditz. Goku tells Piccolo to do his best and charges in, and simultaneously, Piccolo announces his special beam cannon while Goku engages Raditz with punches. Piccolo continues charging his attack while Raditz turns the tables, landing several hits on Goku before kicking him into the distance. Goku, however, regains control, ascends into the air, and prepares a Kamehameha. Raditz panics as his eye device indicates Goku's rising battle power of 924, and realizes Goku can somehow focus and increase his battle power deliberately. Meanwhile, Piccolo's power level is caught on the Saiyan's device as well, as it's escalated as high as 1030 and rising, leaving Raditz astounded. At the same time, Goku fires the Kamehameha, narrowly dodged by Raditz, who attempts to escape but is pursued by the redirected blast. Raditz, however, prepares to take the blast head on and manages to stop it with his hands, surviving the attack. To Goku's disbelief, Raditz remains unharmed, and the Saiyan retaliates, sending a shockwave at the battered Goku, who falls to the ground with tattered clothing. As Raditz rushes in and prepares to strike the vulnerable Goku, Piccolo completes his ki charge. Raditz is taken aback as his eye device reads a power level of 1330, realizing that Goku and Piccolo possess remarkable control over their power, and before Raditz can react, Piccolo unleashes his special beam cannon directly at the Saiyan. As the blast hurls toward Raditz, a bright flash of light ensues amongst the combatants. However, Raditz somehow managed to survive the attack as he dodged at the last minute, leaving Piccolo astonished as he only managed to graze the Saiyan's shoulder. Raditz states that had the attack actually hit him head on, he wouldn't have survived, and Piccolo fears the worst, as Raditz, though irritated by the minor injury, prepares to unleash a counterattack. Raditz bids Piccolo a farewell, but suddenly he's halted by pain as Goku's grabbed his tail, taking him by surprise. Goku tightens his grip, forcing Raditz to the ground. Goku tells Piccolo to use the technique again, and Piccolo seizes the opportunity and instructs Goku to hold on while he prepares another special beam cannon. Raditz, in desperation, pleads with Goku not to kill him. Despite Goku's initial dismissive response, months, Raditz claims to have had a change of heart, expressing a desire to quietly depart from the planet. Piccolo urges Goku to ignore Raditz's pleas, but Raditz continues to implore Goku to believe him, despite Piccolo's repeated warnings. Reluctantly, Goku releases Raditz, who seizes the opportunity to elbow Goku in the face, sending him flying backward. Hovering over Goku, Raditz steps on his chest, asserting that Goku is too soft to be a Saiyan and disassociates himself with him, stating that he has no issues with killing anyone, even his younger brother. With his foot pressed firmly on Goku's chest, Raditz declares that death is imminent, prompting screams of pain from Goku. Raditz goads Piccolo to attack him again,
guys, final
stating
match.
that he'll be
Just started
dead
2
soon
minutes.
as well, and Piccolo contemplates the likelihood of Raditz evading another special beam cannon. As all hope seems lost, suddenly, the eye device alerts Raditz as Gohan violently emerges from Raditz's space pod, destroying it in the process. Much to everyone's surprise, Gohan lands visibly enraged, tears streaming down his face. Goku urgently instructs him to flee, while Raditz panics as his eye device registers a power level of 1307 from the young enraged boy. Violently, Gohan yells for the man to stop hurting his dad as he launches himself at Raditz, forcefully headbutting him in the chest and cracking his armor. Gohan lands and reverts to his normal state, leaving Raditz staggered. Goku expresses surprise, and Gohan approaches him as Goku once again implores his son to escape. As Raditz slowly regains his composure, he dismissively remarks that Gohan's battle power has dropped to 1 and proceeds to smack him away.
4. To commemorate my newfound dominance, I'll destroy this planet! Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You're a big help.
Flying Nimbus!
I need help. You're a big help.
Found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Welcome. Thank you.
You're done!
Yo, what's up? How you doing? Popovich got KO'd.
Away, knocking him out. As
Right now we're
Raditz
just watching,
prepares to
Dragon
deal the
Ball Z
finishing blow
manga.
to Gohan,
Cool
Goku
story.
pleads with him to stop. However, ignoring Goku's pleas, Raditz continues on, stating that Gohan has much more power than Goku, but it's a shame he won't learn to use it. As the Saiyan draws closer to finishing the job, Goku seizes the opportunity, leaping up and positioning himself behind Raditz, trapping him in a
New
full
in the banner,
Nelson
we got a
mode.
shop
As
update.
Raditz wonders how
We
Goku
have
can
2
still
XP
move,
boost
Goku
and
urges
1.1
Piccolo to use
XP
his
Zenny.
special technique again. Piccolo begins to charge his ki once more, asking why Goku didn't grab Raditz's tail again, but
That's
Goku
live right
states
now.
that Raditz could cut it off if he needed to, eliciting shock from the villain, surprised that his brother
Starting
knew
tomorrow,
about this. Raditz attempts
we're
to break
getting another,
free, but finds it difficult due to
another summon
Gohan's
release.
earlier attack. He warns Goku that if he doesn't let go,
Rank
they'll both
is
be
December
killed,
11th.
but Goku seems to be unconcerned about the consequences, giving this is the only way to stop Raditz. As his attack nears completion, Piccolo states that he'll gladly take Goku's life along with Raditz,
Appreciate
as
you dropping
killing
by.
him would be a bonus. Goku urges Piccolo to hurry once more, and Raditz attempts to reason with Goku, promising to leave and change his ways, but Goku remains steadfast, no longer falling for his brother's deception. With determination, Piccolo smugly apologizes for the wait, as Goku yells for him to unleash his attack as he declares the special beam cannon and unleashes the technique, piercing through both Raditz and Goku. The powerful blast pierces through Raditz's chest, emerging from Goku's back, and both warriors plummet to the ground with severe, bloody wounds in their chests. Raditz is in awe that he managed to be killed on such a weak planet, but laughs at the thought of his brother sacrificing his own life. However, he learns from Piccolo that Goku won't be dead for long, as he can be revived using the Dragon Balls. Raditz curses his brother, but laughs, revealing that everything that transpired today has been broadcasted to his other Saiyan comrades in space. He predicts their arrival soon, anticipating the devastation they'll bring. Struggling through their injuries, Goku queries the time until their arrival, and Raditz grimly replies 1 year, surprising Piccolo. Raditz then brags, stating that this is Earth's last year for survival, and Piccolo, frustrated with Raditz's ominous ramblings, decides to end his life. At the same time, aboard a flying plane, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin spot Piccolo standing alone. Puzzled, they wonder about the events unfolding below. Meanwhile, in the depths of space on a remote planet, a bald, mustached alien with an eye device confirms that Raditz is dead. Another alien, smaller with wild hair and a similar eye device, states that Raditz was pathetic to have been killed by fighters with power levels less than 10,000. However, he muses over the Dragon Ball's wish-granting abilities. The larger alien suggests reviving Raditz, but the smaller one deems it a waste and expresses a desire for eternal life, an idea that the larger alien concurs with. Both aliens take off from the planet into space pods resembling Raditz's, discussing Kakarot's child's remarkable high battle power, speculating that the mix of both Saiyan and Earthling blood produces a powerful hybrid. The larger alien hints at the concept of a Super Saiyan and contemplates breeding with Earthlings to re-establish a stronger Saiyan empire. However, the smaller alien argues that the children would likely be too strong for their own good, and opts to sticking to the original plan of wiping out all all life on Earth. Back on Earth, Piccolo recounts the events to Krillin and Master Roshi, while Bulma tends to Gohan. Relieved, Goku jokes about dying as Krillin tells him they'll wish him back, and Goku peacefully passes away as his body mysteriously disappears. Piccolo suspects Kami must have intervened and believes that the deity has a plan for Goku. At the same time, the two remaining Saiyans decide to enter hibernation for their lengthy journey to Earth. Bulma inquires about Goku's body being taken by Kami, and Master Roshi expresses relief that it was Kami who intervened. Krillin notices Gohan's 4-star ball hat and suggests gathering the other Dragon Balls to revive Goku before the Saiyans arrive. Bulma, growing irritated, wonders about Yamcha's whereabouts and is reminded of how Goku's older brother knew their location. Piccolo explains that the strange device on Raditz's face allowed him to detect their strength and location, and Bulma, approaching Raditz, instructs Krillin to retrieve the device. After putting it on, Bulma notes that the technology is incredible and states that although it's a bit damaged, she should be able to fix it and use it to locate Yamcha and Tien. Roshi suggests returning to Kame House, and Krillin plans to search for the Dragon Balls afterward. Roshi queries Piccolo's plans, but stops mid-sentence as he witnesses Piccolo regenerating his missing arm, shocking everyone. Piccolo instructs the group to search for the Dragon Balls while Kami deals with Goku, and decides to take Goku's son with him. Krillin assumes that Piccolo intends to eat Gohan, but Piccolo clarifies that Gohan has untapped fighting potential, and he wants to harness it before the other Saiyans arrive. Concerned about what Chi-Chi might think, Master Roshi suggests informing her first, but Piccolo insists there's no time and threatens to kill anyone who stands in his way. As he carries Gohan in his arms, Piccolo promises to return the boy after a year, but not a moment before, and takes off, as Krillin fears the impending scolding from Goku and Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, a grand station with houses in the clouds features a path leading to a large building. Souls walk down the path, directed by a guide to face judgment. Inside, Kami and Goku, now with a halo, approaches a massive desk where King Yemma sits. Kami requests Goku to receive training from someone named King Kai, and King Yemma, after reviewing Goku's achievements, questions his choice to traverse what's known as Snake Way to get to King Kai instead of going to heaven. In the midst of this discussion, Goku wonders if aliens also arrive here when they die, and Kami explains that everyone in the universe comes for judgment before King Yemma. Goku then inquires about Raditz, and Yemma reveals that he saw him and sent him straight to hell. Goku questions if Raditz put up a fight, and Yemma confirms, but states that he overpowered him. Goku expresses admiration and wonders if he should be trained by Yemma instead, leading Kami to disclose that King Kai is stronger than King Yemma. Yemma overhears this and threatens to send Kami to hell in the future, but Kami nervously tries to play it off. Goku receives approval to train with King Kai, and Yemma points him in the direction to begin his journey through Snake Way. However, he tells Goku not to come crying to him if he falls off Snake Way on his way to his destination. Goku takes off, expressing gratitude, and Kami reflects on the impending danger to Earth, thinking that while Goku's gone, the Earth's only hope is Gohan, but wonders how he'll turn out, as there's no telling how Piccolo will raise him for the next year. However, his thoughts are interrupted as King Yemma screams at him to leave, as his murmuring was getting annoying. Meanwhile, a guide meets with Goku and takes him to the beginning of Snake Way, where Goku learns he must traverse a 1,000,000-kilometer long road to reach King Kai. Shocked, Goku wonders if anyone has ever reached the end, and the guide explains that King Yemma managed to do so in the past 100 million years. The guide then warns Goku about falling through the clouds, as if he does, he'll fall into hell and never escape. Goku acknowledges this and wishes he brought a lunch, but is informed that he doesn't need food as he's dead. Goku then questions the guide on if he knows fortune teller Baba, and when he confirms, Goku tells him to ask her if she can tell Master Roshi not to bring him back to life for 1 year. With that, Goku sets off using his energy to fly, and meanwhile, Roshi contemplates breaking the news of Goku and Gohan to Chi-Chi and makes Krillin do it, expecting her disapproval. At the same time, Goku, having used up all his energy flying, opts to run along Snake Way. Piccolo leads Gohan to a shallow lake and urges him to wake up, as he's been unconscious since Raditz knocked him out. In a rather abrupt manner, Piccolo drops Gohan into the water to jolt him awake, and when the boy does so, he wonders what's going on. Announcing they need to talk, Gohan turns and notices Piccolo, and Piccolo is met with Gohan's fear, who starts crying and desperately calling for his father. Already irritated, Piccolo yells that there's no time for this and grabs Gohan from the water. The boy continues to cry, and Piccolo sternly commands him to be silent or he'll break his neck, and Gohan complies. Piccolo then explains to Gohan that his father was killed protecting him, and as Gohan breaks into tears, Piccolo yells at him to stop. Piccolo goes on to state that Goku's friends will use the Dragon Balls to revive him next year, but a more significant problem looms. Two even more formidable adversaries are set to attack Earth, so they don't have much time. Even with Goku's return, Piccolo says that their combined efforts won't be enough to thwart the impending threat alone, so they'll need Gohan's help. Piccolo declares his intention to train Gohan to defend the Earth, despite Gohan's protest that he doesn't know how to fight at all. Piccolo insists Gohan possesses latent power, and he intends to bring it to the surface. Gohan continues to deny this, calling Piccolo a liar, so Piccolo decides to prove him wrong. To demonstrate, Piccolo grabs Gohan's head and hurls him at a nearby mountain. Initially frightened, with Piccolo privately hoping for the boy's powers to show itself, Gohan becomes enraged mid-flight, unleashing a powerful blast that obliterates the mountain, resulting in a massive explosion. When the smoke dissipates, Gohan sits in front of a large crater he created, and Piccolo himself is astonished, thinking that Gohan's power is even greater than he imagined. Piccolo then thinks to himself that he's about to train a boy who could very well be his greatest adversary in the future. Amazed by his own feat, Gohan learns from Piccolo about his hidden power emerging in moments of high emotion. However, Piccolo emphasizes that such power alone won't suffice in battles. Although Gohan expresses a desire to become a scholar rather than a martial artist, Piccolo asserts that defeating the two Saiyans threatening Earth takes precedence. Terrified, Gohan confesses his fear, prompting Piccolo to threaten him once more. Urgently, Piccolo decides they'll commence training immediately and instructs Gohan to remove his jacket. Gohan, wishing to train under his resurrected father, faces Piccolo's mockery and insults aimed at Goku as he states he's not suited to be an effective teacher. Unbeknownst to them, Goku continues his journey along Snake Way. Concerned about the upcoming training, Gohan questions what he should do, and Piccolo reassures him nothing difficult, stating that the initial phase will be survival training. He intends to leave Gohan alone in the wilderness for 6 months before delving into combat training, deeming it necessary to see what he's capable of. Gohan panics, fearing solitude, but Piccolo informs him that bloodthirsty beasts will be his companions, emphasizing that this experience will toughen him both physically and mentally. Reminding Gohan that the fate of the world rests in his hands, Piccolo advises him to believe in his own power and its effectiveness. After bidding a farewell, Piccolo advises Gohan not to think about running away, asserting that this is a preferable situation compared to the surrounding area. Overwhelmed, Gohan panics, wondering what he'll do about food, a bath, or a bed, but Piccolo laughs off his concerns, stating that he'll find none of those prepared for him out here. Gohan perceives Piccolo as cruel, to which Piccolo responds that cruelty is their shared fate, as he flies off, leaving a scared Gohan crying in fear. Meanwhile, Kami watches the unfolding events from the lookout, contemplating the change in Piccolo's demeanor and heart, and Mr. Popo acknowledges that the old Demon King Piccolo wouldn't have trained Son Goku's son, no matter the circumstance. Kami then reveals that after Piccolo killed Raditz, his soul went to the afterlife, which poses an anomaly, as those killed by the Demon Tribe usually cannot move on, as their souls remain trapped, drifting between heaven and earth. Kami deduces that this fact proves Piccolo is changed from the previous Demon King, but speculates that perhaps Piccolo realizes he and Kami may die when the Saiyans arrive in 1 year. Kami goes on to state that he and Piccolo's life are one and the same, and asserts that his counterpart may be trying to leave behind a legacy, even if it involves Son Goku's son. Mr. Popo brings up the Dragon Balls, and Kami indicates that their next use will be their final one. Meanwhile, alone in the wilderness, Gohan faces his fears, crying and feeling trapped. Suddenly, a large dinosaur appears, causing Gohan to run away screaming, begging for anyone to help him. Gohan trips and narrowly avoids being eaten as he unknowingly uses his powers to leap high above the dinosaur onto a nearby mountaintop. At the top, confused on how he got there, Gohan spends the day crying until nightfall, where he continues to sob, believing he's going to die. However, spotting a few apples, he considers himself lucky, but wonders how they got there, as there are no trees nearby. Regardless, Gohan eagerly consumes them, only to find them sour. Dissatisfied, Gohan longs for a decent meal, angering Piccolo, who observes from a distance, responsible for placing the apples in front of the boy. As Gohan falls asleep, Piccolo asserts that this will be the last time he'll help him, and says that if he can't survive on his own after this, he was wrong about him and his power. Meanwhile, Goku continues his journey along Snake Way, complaining about his hunger. Under the full moon's glow, Gohan rests atop the mountain, while Piccolo, seated cross-legged, hovers in mid-air, also in slumber. Gohan wakes up and catches Piccolo's attention, contemplating the challenge of descending from the mountain and finding something to eat. As the boy begins to cry, he momentarily stops and marvels at the unusually bright night. Curiosity leads him to gaze at the full moon for the first time, and suddenly, Gohan goes silent, his heart pounding louder as his gaze intensifies. Piccolo floats nearby in confusion, and Gohan's gaze triggers a transformation reminiscent of Goku's past. Transformed into the Great Ape, Gohan, too large for the mountain, tumbles to the ground, much to the shock of Piccolo. Witnessing Gohan's destructive rampage and colossal mouth blast, Piccolo panics, fearing the Earth's destruction before the Saiyans' arrival. Recalling Raditz's warning about full moon transformations, Piccolo resolves to eliminate the moon. Gohan reverts to his normal state, falling asleep naked on the ground. Descending near the unconscious boy, Piccolo reflects on the Saiyan's strength and realizes the importance of their tails in their transformations. Deciding to remove Gohan's tail in an attempt to prevent this from happening again, Piccolo decides to help Gohan one last time, crafting a sword and an outfit for the boy, resembling Goku's. However, the Turtle Hermit is replaced.
I just wasted my Raider match.
Planning to provide Gohan with special hell
I was
training
uploading
in
some
6
stuff on
months,
YouTube, and
Piccolo
I had
aims to
the
transform him into
the
a
game
member
closed
of
down.
the Demon Tribe. With these
I
thoughts,
forgot I
Piccolo
was in the waiting room,
leaving
and I went
Gohan
back
to
to it.
sleep
I just
peacefully,
saw my
mirroring
priorities back in
Goku's
zero.
restful slumber along
L.
Snake Way. The next day, zooming over the ocean in an air car, Chi-Chi and the Ox King are en route to Kame House. Chi-Chi, infuriated about Gohan's overnight absence and neglect of studies, vents her frustration while the Ox King attempts to pacify her. At Kame House, Bulma, in her bathrobe, has spent the night working with Raditz's eye device, finally achieving a beeping response. She jumps up excited, ready to share the news with everyone, but witnesses Master Roshi, Krillin, and the turtle sleeping. In response, she uses a machine gun to wake them up, scolding them for sleeping while she worked. Testing the device's functionality, Bulma first measures Master Roshi's battle power and reads 139. Krillin steps up next, eager to hear what his battle power is, and learns he has a rating of 206, surpassing Master Roshi. Bulma states that the device can find powerful people all over the world and detects powerful forces at varying distances. A 250 is revealed to be Tien, and 177 is revealed to be Yamcha. Piccolo is also identified on the device with a battle power of 329, and Bulma deduces Gohan must be with him as well. As Krillin contemplates going to save Gohan from Piccolo, Master Roshi advises against it, surmising that Piccolo must have a bigger plan for Gohan to save the Earth, and notes that even if they wanted to help, they wouldn't be able to defeat Piccolo. Bulma then suggests using the device's information to rally
just editing
support
that,
for gathering the Dragon Balls and reviving
Spopovich
Goku.
match.
Suddenly, Yajirobe appears, delivering a message from Korin that he's aware of the situation with the Saiyans and wants Yamcha, Tien, Krillin, Chaozu, and even Yajirobe to meet him at once. Krillin wonders why, and Yajirobe explains that Kami will be training them for the next 6 months. Departing, Yajirobe then informs the group not to revive Goku until the Saiyans show up, as he's training in the afterlife and needs more time. He explains that fortune teller Baba will be arriving soon, and that they should talk to her if they have any questions. With that, Yajirobe departs, leaving the group in astonishment. Soon after, another air car approaches, and the group is surprised to see Chi-Chi aboard with the Ox King. The Ox King bows before Master Roshi, and Chi-Chi demands to know Goku and Gohan's whereabouts. After a hesitant pause, Master Roshi reveals that Gohan was taken by the Demon King Piccolo. The Ox King wonders where Goku was during all of this, and Master Roshi reveals that Goku is dead, leading Chi-Chi to faint. 6 months pass by, and Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, Krillin, and Yajirobe undergo rigorous training with Kami. Meanwhile, Goku continues his journey toward King Kai, and Gohan, having survived and grown stronger, impresses Piccolo with his progress. The dinosaur from earlier reappears, but Gohan effortlessly evades it, showcasing his enhanced abilities. As the dinosaur lies incapacitated, Gohan skillfully cuts a slice of meat from the creature's tail, lights a fire with his ki, and roasts the meat with his sword, earning Piccolo's acknowledgement from a distance. Their next phase of training begins, as Gohan launches a kick at Piccolo, but Piccolo effortlessly blocks it with his hand. Undeterred, Gohan attempts a punch, but Piccolo dodges and counterattacks with a kick from behind, telling Gohan not to lose sight of his target. Gohan admits he couldn't see Piccolo's moves, and Piccolo advises him to feel where his opponent stone it is rather than look. Gohan brushes off the dust and complains, prompting Piccolo to zap him with eye lasers, exclaiming if he has time to complain, he has time to react, and emphasizes their limited window of 6 months. Piccolo urges Gohan to focus solely on training, emphasizing that improvement is crucial for facing the impending threat of the Saiyans. Meanwhile, Goku, exhausted after 6 months of traveling, finally reaches the end of Snake Way, leading to King Kai's place. As Goku leaps from the road and reaches the Kai's planet, he notices a small house and assumes this is the place, but is abruptly pulled onto the planet's surface, experiencing its heavy gravity. As Goku struggles to stand, he suddenly sees a monkey who he assumes is King Kai. Goku greets him and the monkey walks around chanting, so the Saiyan assumes this must be part of the rigorous training. As Goku attempts to mimic the monkey's strange movements, an unfamiliar figure in a fancy outfit intervenes as an awkward silence falls between them. Goku inquires who this person is, and he jokingly introduces himself as King Kai with the monkey named Bubbles. The Kai reverts back to his previous joke, but Goku is unaware of what he means. King Kai takes another crack at telling a joke for Goku to laugh at, but Goku still doesn't understand, prompting silence from King Kai. The Kai wonders why Goku is on his planet, and Goku inquires about martial arts training. However, the Kai insists that he could never train someone who doesn't understand comedy, prompting Goku to fake laugh so they could get started. Goku questions once more if King Kai will train him, and the Kai says he'd be willing to, but insists that Goku must pass the test first in telling a joke that can make him laugh. Goku panics, but manages to blurt out a joke about a futon flying away. Surprisingly, King Kai chuckles, deeming Goku's joke successful. Now prepared to teach Goku martial arts, King Kai tells the Saiyan to try attacking him so he can gauge his strength, but Goku states he can barely move. The Kai then reveals the planet's intense gravity, making Goku's body 10 times heavier than on Earth. He tells Goku to jump as high as he can, and as Goku continues struggling with the gravity, King Kai anticipates an entertaining training session. The Kai announces the commencement of training and inquires about son Goku's intended duration. Goku, uncertain of the time spent on Snake Way, reveals his urgency due to the imminent arrival of the two Saiyans on Earth. King Kai, demonstrating his ability to determine the Saiyans' arrival time, states it should take 158 days for them to arrive, but assures Goku that the period is sufficient, as training on his planet is equivalent to thousands of years on Earth. Acknowledging the Saiyans' formidable strength and stating that their power is even stronger than his own, King Kai suggests that surpassing him is crucial for Goku's success. The training begins as the Kai tells Goku to chase and catch Bubbles in order to overcome the planet's gravity. Goku takes off, but struggles to move, prompting him to remove his weighted clothing to increase his speed. As Goku draws closer to catching Bubbles, the monkey speeds up, leaving Goku in astonishment. As the Saiyan questions his ability to catch Bubbles, King Kai tells him to go home, but Goku wonders if he can get something to eat to restore his energy. After eating a large portion of the Kai's food, Goku gets back to training, but not before King Kai tells him to put his weighted clothing back on to make his pursuit of Bubbles more effective. Goku asserts that he won't stand a chance with his weighted clothing on, but the Kai lets him in on his secret, stating that the world the Saiyans are from had about the same amount of gravity as the planet they're standing on. King Kai goes on to say that the Saiyans are born with an innate ability to fight, which makes them incredibly deadly, but Goku asserts that he's a Saiyan too, prompting confusion from King Kai. As night falls on Earth, Gohan, battered and bruised, gets acknowledgement from Piccolo as he states he's not such a crybaby anymore. Gohan then questions Piccolo on his relationship with his father, and Piccolo reveals that their fight isn't over, and after dealing with the Saiyans, Goku is next. Gohan mentions Goku's positive remarks about Piccolo, saying he's not as bad as he used to be after his previous iteration died, but Piccolo dismisses it in anger and demands Gohan to sleep. 40 days later, Goku achieves the milestone of catching Bubbles, impressing King Kai. The Kai then excitedly anticipates that with 118 days left to train, Goku may be able to master the Kaioken, a move that he himself hasn't been able to perfect. Meanwhile, at Kami's lookout, the remaining Z fighters are deemed to have surpassed Kami, and with the future now in their hands, are instructed to set off to continue refining their skills. Piccolo continues Gohan's training, and King Kai focuses on Goku as a decisive battle looms on the horizon. The Saiyan space pods continue their journey toward Earth as everyone persists in their training. Goku, with his hands raised, charges energy for a technique, and King Kai challenges him to track the super speed of a massive brick he throws. The Kai unleashes the object at super speed and amps it up more, and Goku Goku skillfully launches his blast and detonates the brick with ease. Impressed, King Kai marvels at Goku's ability to learn the technique known as the Spirit Bomb in such a short amount of time. The Kai then goes on to explain the nature of the Spirit Bomb, stating that it allows you to borrow energy from all surrounding life, concentrate it into a single point, and release it at will. He says that with the Earth being larger than his own planet, Goku could draw a tremendous amount
Tiger
of power
T, thank you
from
for the
it, enough to
199,
even
homie.
destroy it if he's not
I was just
careful.
editing
However,
some
the Kai
YouTube
says that the
shorts.
Spirit Bomb should only be used as a last
Appreciate it.
resort, and Goku agrees, stating that he'll have to
How you
make
doing
use
tonight?
of the Kaioken technique.
What's up with
As
you?
the two continue to converse, King Kai suddenly shouts in disbelief, realizing that he miscalculated Goku's return time down Snake Way, causing concern about the Saiyans' imminent arrival in just one day. Goku worries about the 6-month delay, but King Kai assures him it will only take 2 days to get back to Earth in his current state. Panicked, the Kai urges Goku to instruct his friends to revive him with the Dragon Balls, as the Saiyan places his hand on the Kai's back to contact them.
A lot
Goku
of Breaker
contacts Master Roshi,
and
who
Yu-Gi-Oh!
wonders
card
where the
opening
voice
shorts
is coming
coming.
from, but soon realizes
working
that
on it on the
Goku
side
is
right now while
speaking
we
to
wait for the
him
next
from the
match to start.
afterlife. Goku explains the situation, stating that the Saiyans will be arriving on Earth tomorrow, and that he'll be a little late given the time he'll need to traverse Snake Way once more. Goku urges
Might get
Roshi
some
to
Pokemon
summon
cards.
Shenron immediately, and the old man rushes out of the bathroom, alerting Bulma and the others. In the afterlife, Goku prepares to depart, and King Kai mends his clothes. Goku, pleased to retain the turtle mark, jokes about the Kai's outfit, unaware of the Kai's logo that's now placed on his back. On Earth, Shenron emerges, offering one wish. Oolong suggests using the wish to get rid of the Saiyans, but Shenron, having been created by Kami, states he cannot exceed Kami's power. Master Roshi then wishes for Goku's revival, and Shenron easily grants it. Meanwhile, Gohan and Piccolo notice the sudden darkening of the sky, and Piccolo notes that the Saiyans are likely arriving sooner than expected. On the Kai's planet, Goku is revived and thanks King Kai before departing, but not before being told that he won't be able to come back to life again if he dies. Goku descends to Snake Way, and King Kai ponders Goku's unfathomable strength, saying he never thought someone like him existed in the lower realm. Rushing along Snake Way, Goku, flying at super speed, prepares for the Saiyans' arrival, and the next
now
day
we're
at
4 out of 8.
11:33
See if you
a.m.,
want.
the Saiyan space pods crash into a city, making their stormy entrance on Earth. A gathering of onlookers surrounds the two craters in the middle of the street, puzzled about the recent events. The emergence of a figure, the smaller of the two Saiyans, induces panic amongst the crowd. Piccolo, Gohan, Yamcha, Krillin, Yajirobe, Tien, and Chaozu all sense the arrival of the Saiyans, Tien noting they arrived much sooner than expected. Both Saiyans exit their ships, causing confusion and murmuring in the crowd. The smaller Saiyan, referring to the planet as Earth, jokingly expresses appreciation for the planet. The larger Saiyan suggests giving the onlookers a friendly greeting as he merely raises an arm, obliterating the entire city as Tien and Chaozu witness the resulting explosion from afar. In the aftermath, the area is decimated, sparing only the Saiyans and their space pods. Acknowledging his excessive approach, the larger Saiyan, now known as Nappa, is scolded by the smaller Saiyan, Vegeta, for potentially hindering their ability to sell the planet. Vegeta corrects Nappa about the Dragon Balls and emphasizes their first objective, gathering information from the one who killed Raditz. Frustrated by Nappa's actions and the likelihood of his explosion destroying the Dragon Balls they came for, Vegeta mentions their plan to search for the person with the highest battle power on the planet. He believes this individual will be either Raditz's killer or Kakarot's son. Despite Nappa's observation of several individuals with battle powers exceeding 1,000, Vegeta asserts they're no match for them. Vegeta quickly identifies the two highest power readings and decides to investigate, as
Right
he
now
and
we're
Nappa
pretty zero.
take off. Yamcha and Krillin notice
So,
the Saiyans' movement,
it's gonna be a while
debating
before we
whether
get
they're heading
another Raider
toward
match.
Tien and Chaozu or Piccolo and Gohan. Piccolo warns Gohan of the Saiyans' imminent arrival, and in another location, Tien prepares to confront the Saiyans, while Chaozu insists on joining him. At
That's good to
Kame
hear,
House,
Terrence. Are you still
Bulma
playing?
and the others watch news coverage of a massive earthquake in East City.
We beat Broly a few
recognizing it
times
as the
today.
Saiyans'
But,
arrival.
we beat him
Bulma
twice,
suggests
actually.
going to find
Low
the
levels,
Saiyans
though.
using Raditz's device,
A win
but
is a win.
Master Roshi advises against getting involved, noting that their power is beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, Goku continues racing down Snake Way. As the clock strikes 12:20 p.m., Piccolo and Gohan, the latter now wearing an outfit resembling Piccolo's, await the approaching threat. They notice people coming from all directions, and Krillin appears, prompting skepticism from Piccolo. Krillin tells Piccolo that he's been training for a year just for this moment, and Piccolo acknowledges Krillin's slight improvement, as Krillin informs both him and Gohan that Tien and the others will be arriving soon. Gohan recalls his father describing Krillin as small but strong, and after some dialogue is exchanged between the two, Krillin questions Gohan's training with Piccolo. The conversation is interrupted though, as Vegeta and Nappa arrive. Krillin is astonished by their overwhelming energy, and as the two land, Vegeta questions if the group have been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Piccolo confronts Vegeta and Nappa, demanding to know their intentions. Vegeta recognizes Piccolo's voice as the one who killed Raditz, revealing that their eye devices also serve as communicators. Nappa questions whether Piccolo is something called a Namekian, and Vegeta states it would make sense given he defeated Raditz. At the same time, Piccolo remains confused, while Krillin and Gohan inquire if he's really some sort of alien. Vegeta, suspecting Namekians possess above average power levels and unique abilities, assumes Piccolo was the one who created the Dragon Balls. Krillin is puzzled about how the Saiyans learned of the Dragon Balls, and Nappa clarifies that those are the main reason they came to Earth in the first place. Piccolo then clarifies that while he appreciates the backstory and understanding of his ancestry, he's certainly not the creator of the Dragon Balls. Preparing for an imminent attack, Piccolo stands firm, ready to get things started. At the lookout, Kami expresses surprise at discovering he and Piccolo's alien origin and speculates the origin of the Dragon Balls, noting that he created them in the past, but feels someone on his home world must have done something similar. Vegeta, noting Piccolo's refusal to comply, decides to force the information out of him. After reading the group's battle powers of 981, 1220, and 1083, Nappa deems them too weak to pose a threat. Vegeta, however, instructs Nappa to remove his eye device now known as a Scouter, acknowledging the group's ability to manipulate their battle powers at will. Nappa complies, criticizing Raditz for relying too much on the Scouter's readings. This prompts disbelief from Piccolo and Krillin, as he called Raditz a weakling and reminisces on how it took the combined efforts of Goku and Piccolo to just barely take him down. Vegeta then orders Nappa to plant the 6 Cybermen that they have. Nappa does so and pours liquid from a bottle onto the seeds, prompting confusion from Krillin. Suddenly, 6 plant-like monsters sprout instantly, surprising Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin. Vegeta directs them to attack the group, and suddenly, Tien and Chaozu arrive, as does Yamcha, much to Krillin's satisfaction. Tien notes the presence of more opponents on the battlefield, and Krillin asserts that the situation has changed. Vegeta, however, welcomes the challenge, and with 6 combatants and 6 Cybermen, suggests turning it into a game. Piccolo is angered by the Saiyans' dismissive attitude, but Krillin urges caution, stating that this could buy them some time until Goku's arrival. Tien volunteers to face the first Cyberman, much to the enjoyment of Nappa, who assumes the Earthling will be dealt with quickly. As the Cyberman charges at him, Tien effortlessly repels it and charges in. The
Terrence, you still
Cyberman
playing?
retaliates by splitting its head open and spraying a corrosive liquid, but Tien manages to evade the attack, and Krillin and Piccolo narrowly avoid the corrosive substance. Tien counterattacks, delivering a swift elbow to the Cyberman's face, and it plummets to the ground. Nappa is taken aback as Krillin and Chaozu cheer on Tien, but Vegeta finds the situation promising and declares they might get some form of entertainment after all. The Cyberman struggles to move as Tien stands over it menacingly. Nappa mentions that the Cybermen have battle powers over 1200, equal to Raditz, and Vegeta points out that Tien surpassed that. However, Nappa remains astonished. As the Cyberman begins to rise, Vegeta intervenes, merely using the flick of 2 fingers to completely obliterate it from the inside, much to everyone's surprise. When Nappa questions Vegeta's action, the Saiyan dismisses the Cybermen's chances of winning and reminds the others not to hold back. At the same time, the Z Fighters note Vegeta's devastating power. Krillin volunteers for the next round, but Yamcha steps forward, exclaiming playtime is over. Krillin insists on going first, but Yamcha cuts him off, explaining that Krillin has already been revived once with the Dragon Balls and can't be resurrected again if he were to get killed. Vegeta and Nappa release the next Cyberman, and Yamcha charges in as the two disappear. Their movements become too quick for Gohan to see, prompting Piccolo to instruct him to sense their ki. Yamcha and the Cybermen exchange punches, with the Cybermen flying to a nearby mountain. Pursuing it, Yamcha is met with with a sudden attack, but dodges it and retaliates with a powerful Kamehameha, sending the Cybermen crashing to the ground. Yamcha lands, confidently declaring his intent to face the remaining 4 Cybermen alone. However, the Cyberman unexpectedly revives, latches onto Yamcha, and self-destructs, creating a huge explosion, much to the surprise of the other Z fighters. As the smoke dissipates, Krillin rushes to Yamcha's lifeless body, declaring him dead, and realizes he sacrificed himself in Krillin's place. Dissatisfied, Nappa exclaims he didn't want to see a draw, and Vegeta tells Krillin to clear the trash from the battlefield. Overwhelmed with anger, Krillin charges up, unleashing a two-handed blast and directs it at Vegeta and Nappa, fueled by a desire for revenge. The blast catches the attention of the Saiyans, and the Z fighters move out of the way to avoid being hit. The Cybermen attempt to escape, but swiftly, Krillin alters the blast trajectory into the air, causing it to fragment into 6 smaller blasts, aimed down at the 4 remaining Cybermen, Vegeta and Nappa. 3 Cybermen are obliterated, and the 4th is nearly hit, with Vegeta and Nappa also taking the brunt of the attack. As the smoke dissipates, cheers erupt from the onlookers, and Krillin notes that he missed one of the targets. Suddenly, the surviving Cyberman leaps from the remaining smoke and targets Gohan, but Piccolo intervenes, grabbing its arm, delivering a powerful punch to its stomach, tossing it into the air, and finishing it off with a mouth blast that disintegrates it. Gohan expresses gratitude, but Piccolo dismisses it, clarifying that his actions were merely a warm-up
Right now I'm
for the
uploading that
impending
short
battle, not
of
a
us speeding up
rescue
slow
mission.
footage.
Soon after, emerging unharmed from the dust, Vegeta, alongside Nappa,
Working on
asserts
the
that
edit
if
real
a
quick.
spectacular fight is what the heroes desire, they'll have it, but it'll be over quick. Tien and Krillin express disbelief at the villain's survival, with Krillin noting that he used all the power he had for his attack. Nappa declares his intent to take on all 5 opponents alone, anticipating an entertaining confrontation. As Nappa powers up, causing the earth to shake, Chaozu informs Tien that his telekinetic abilities are ineffective against Nappa. As the Saiyan's energy surges, the tension builds as Nappa prepares to strike, leaving everyone in shock. The ground continues to tremble as Nappa intensifies his power, and he charges toward Tien. Tien attempts to block the incoming punch with his arm, but Nappa forcefully punches it off with a single strike, eliciting a scream of pain from Tien. As Nappa prepares to land the final blow, Tien swiftly takes flight to avoid being killed. While airborne, he readies an attack against Nappa, but in an instant, Nappa ascends beside Tien and kicks him forcefully back to the ground. Witnessing this, Chaozu panics, and struggling to rise, Tien fights through his injuries as Nappa acknowledges his persistence. Krillin rushes in to assist despite Piccolo's objections, and noticing the Earthling running in to interfere, Nappa gestures with his hand, creating a massive explosion that sends Krillin flying backward, thwarting his plans. When the smoke clears, it's revealed that Nappa's created a hole so deep in the ground that even Piccolo couldn't see the bottom of it. In the ensuing chaos, Krillin panics as Chaozu is nowhere in sight. Fearing he'd been caught in the blast, Vegeta suddenly alerts Nappa to check behind him as Chaozu comes flying in. Chaozu clings to Nappa's back, much to the surprise of Krillin and Tien, as Nappa struggles to get him off. Tien implores Chaozu to escape. However, through telepathy, Chaozu bids Tien a farewell, begging him not to die. Realizing the impending sacrifice, Tien yells for his companion to stop, but Chaozu elicits a bright flash of light and self-destructs on Nappa as Tien and the remaining Z fighters watch in awe. Tien, consumed by rage, screams out for the loss of his best friend, while Piccolo acknowledges Chaozu's bravery, noting his sacrificial move was an excellent strategy. However, when the smoke clears, Nappa remains virtually unscathed. Meanwhile, Goku maintains his rapid descent along Snake Way, sensing he might not make it in time. Simultaneously, Nappa harbors a desire to annihilate the rest of the fighters, while Krillin mourns Chaozu's sacrifice, stating he gave his life for nothing. Tien, overcome with anger, points out that Chaozu has already been resurrected once by the Dragon Balls and can never be brought back again. In response, Nappa callously suggests sending him to join the departed Chaozu in the afterlife. Recognizing Nappa's attack patterns, Piccolo discreetly informs Krillin and Gohan of the opportune moment to strike. Vegeta, having listened in, approves of the plan, asserting that a brief lapse of attention could lead to missing a chance. Piccolo, however, warns Vegeta that he won't be laughing once son Goku arrives. Puzzled, Vegeta questions Goku's identity as Nappa descends toward Tien. Piccolo and Krillin swiftly react, launching a coordinated assault. Piccolo's punch propels Nappa toward Krillin, who pounds him downward. Piccolo urgently instructs Gohan to unleash a blast, but Gohan hesitates, leaving Krillin and Piccolo to execute the attack themselves. However, their efforts prove futile as Nappa regains his bearings and evades the attack. He states that the group almost had him, but now all they've done is sped up their own deaths. Tien, determined to avenge Chaozu, states that once he's finished, he'll join him in death and they'll never be separated again. Tien then charges up and unleashes a powerful tri-beam attack, much to Nappa's surprise as he's engulfed in it, surprising everyone on the battlefield. However, when it's all said and done, Nappa emerges from the attack, sustaining minimal damage.
Just uploaded part 1 of the shorts, and when I'm done this match, I'll upload part 2.
This is going to be the mother of all battles, one unlike any other. Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power key, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Somebody's down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. Flying Nimbus! You're done! That's a new power key. Place it now.
Thanks.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Flying Nimbus!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Flying Nimbus!
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. Holy hell.
You're done!
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help.
Bastard!
We did it!
No other choice. An
Couldn't find the Dragon Balls.
It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
We gotta hunt them down, Raider.
Please, save me! Someone! You're my savior.
I need Barris's special ability or his special move.
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Trouble.
Jace! Murder! You're Captain Wilting! I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. This is perfect.
Damage. Tien acknowledges he's failed as he drops to the ground dead. Vegeta, unimpressed, ridicules the fallen warrior, while Krillin desperately cries out for Goku, wondering where he is. Piccolo contemplates the seeming
good. Next
invincibility of Nappa, while Krillin is dismayed by the loss of all his friends. Urgently, Krillin implores Goku to hasten his arrival, leading Vegeta to question the identity of this Goku. Nappa, intent on killing the remaining trio, excludes Piccolo for now, as he and Vegeta still seek information on the Dragon Balls from him. Despite Krillin's comment on Piccolo's luck, Piccolo asserts that the Saiyans aim to eliminate them all anyway, so it doesn't matter. Krillin then questions Piccolo's confidence in their victory, but Piccolo asserts he has none, as Nappa far surpasses Raditz, leaving Krillin fearful at the idea of meeting his end. At the lookout, Kami wonders where Goku could be, sensing his imminent demise. He confides in Mr. Popo, who inquires further and asserts that Piccolo is about to die. On the battlefield, Piccolo proposes to Krillin that they descend to the ground, as Nappa asserts the futility of their actions. The two descend, and Nappa swoops down from above, prepared to finish them off. As our heroes prepare for the confrontation, Vegeta intervenes, telling Nappa to stop. Confused, Nappa questions Vegeta on why he stopped him, and Vegeta says he needs to ask something of the group. Questioning whether this son Goku is Kakarot, Vegeta questions why Krillin keeps shouting for him, and Krillin asserts that's indeed who he is. Despite Vegeta's skepticism, stating that Kakarot being the Earthling's last hope is laughable at best, Krillin passionately declares Goku's enhanced strength, saying he's not the same man as before. Although Nappa dismisses the notion, assuming Kakarot to be scared, Gohan unwaveringly believes in his father's arrival. Vegeta, amused by their trust, decides to wait for Goku, enraging Nappa. Despite Nappa's desire for immediate action, Vegeta insists on waiting for 3 hours, threatening to kill the group if Kakarot doesn't appear within that time. Frustrated for having been asleep for a year and itching for action though, Nappa launches in, but Vegeta commands him to stop, scaring Nappa, who apologizes for getting carried away. Vegeta then turns to Piccolo and Krillin, declaring that they have 3 more hours left to live. Soon after, apologizing for his fear, Gohan is dismissed by Piccolo, who disapproves of cowards. Krillin tries to defend Gohan, stating it's his first real fight, and Piccolo ponders the immense power possessed by Vegeta, who frightened the formidable unforgettable Nappa. At the same time, curious, Nappa questions Vegeta's motives, prompting an explanation about Kakarot's perceived betrayal of the Saiyan race and the desire to make him suffer by killing his friends and son in front of him. Vegeta anticipates torturing Kakarot, which is an idea Nappa gets behind. Nappa expresses eagerness to handle the trio, and Vegeta allows this, so long as Piccolo is left alive to tell them about the Dragon Balls first. Despite Krillin's suggestion to flee, Piccolo emphasizes that the Saiyans plan to destroy the Earth's inhabitants anyway, so they'll meet the same fate regardless of choosing to run. Krillin implores Goku to expedite his return as the Saiyan races down Snake Way, and Kami anxiously awaits. However, 3 hours come and go, and Goku is nowhere to be found. Vegeta removes his scouter, noting that 3 hours have passed, and expresses disappointment over Kakarot not only being a traitor, but a coward as well. Gohan passionately defends his father against the accusation of cowardice, while Krillin questions the reason for Goku's delay. Nappa, having discarded his outer armor, is prepared to engage the group, stating that Kakarot won't be able to witness their deaths. Krillin fears their impending demise, but Piccolo, maintaining a sliver of optimism, outlines a plan for potential victory. He assigns Krillin the task of distracting Nappa, allowing Piccolo to seize his tail, followed by Gohan delivering a powerful attack, enough to potentially defeat the Saiyan. Gohan nervously says he won't run away again, and Piccolo reiterates that the fate of the Earth rests in his hands. Despite the grim circumstances, Krillin finds hope in their strategy. Meanwhile, Kami suddenly senses Goku's ki, signifying his return. Kami swiftly teleports to retrieve Goku at the end of Snake Way, and the two head back to Earth, much to King Yema's surprise, as Goku actually managed to make it back from King Kai's place. After a quick return to the lookout, Goku, assisted by Kami, receives words of encouragement and leaps off the palace, descending toward Earth. Approaching Korin Tower, Korin notes that Goku looks tired and tosses the Saiyan the last 2 sensu beads, wishing him good luck in his battle. Goku consumes one to restore his energy and summons the flying Nimbus just before reaching the ground, and they swiftly head toward the battlefield. At the same time, Krillin initiates the plan by charging at Nappa, catching Vegeta's attention, who surmises they must have a strategy. As Krillin nears, he blasts the ground, propelling himself into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo rushes in from behind to grab Nappa's tail and yells to Gohan to attack. However, Gohan's subsequent move is thwarted as Nappa elbows Piccolo, much to everyone's shock. Piccolo loses consciousness, and Vegeta scoffs at the group's belief that they wouldn't have trained their tails by now for scenarios such as these. Nappa taunts the trio, saying how even their planet's best couldn't stand up to a single blow. He then turns his attention to Gohan, standing directly in front of him, insisting that being part Saiyan, the boy needs to provide him with some entertainment. With a forceful kick, Nappa propels Gohan into the air and then bats him into a nearby mountain. Nappa tells Gohan not to die on him just yet, and despite coughing up blood, Gohan manages to rise to his feet just as Nappa advances toward him. However, Krillin intervenes, leaping in to deliver a powerful kick to Nappa's face, followed by a punch, sending him flying into the distance. Krillin pursues Nappa, who regains composure and heads back towards Krillin. As Nappa throws a punch, Krillin expertly maneuvers with backflips to evade the attacks, catching Vegeta's attention, who notes his moves aren't half bad. Nappa rushes toward Krillin again, and seizing the opportunity, Krillin raises his right hand, concentrating his energy to form a sizable disc above his palm, announcing the Destructo Disc. He propels the disc toward Nappa, who initially stands his ground, poised to take on the attack. However, Vegeta urgently tells Nappa to dodge as the disc narrowly misses, and the attack slices through a mountain like a saw blade, leaving a noticeable cut on Nappa's cheek. Now infuriated at the minor injury inflicted, Nappa retaliates with a blast aimed at Krillin. Although Krillin manages to evade the direct hit, he succumbs to the shockwave. Just as Nappa prepares to deliver the final blow, Piccolo intervenes, blasting Nappa in the back and leaving a distinct burn mark as Krillin crashes to the ground. Nappa, surprised by Piccolo being awake, is met by Vegeta's laughter, assuming the Earthlings may be too much for him. Piccolo states that the Earth is not to be underestimated, and suddenly, Piccolo senses an extraordinary power, as does Gohan, prompting confusion from Nappa. Piccolo then declares that Son Goku is headed their way. Piccolo shouts that it's undeniably Son Goku, sparking excitement in Gohan about his father's imminent arrival. Nappa inquires about Kakarot's whereabouts, prompting Vegeta to pick up his scouter once more and investigate. Meanwhile, Goku continues soaring on the flying Nimbus, sensing 2 significant ki, 2 even more substantial ki, and 1 smaller ki. Perplexed by by the seemingly incorrect number of fighters on the battlefield, he wonders if someone died and urges Nimbus to hasten its speed. As Vegeta studies his scouter, his eyes widen with realization. Nappa wonders if what the Earthlings are saying is true, and Vegeta informs him that he's not sure if it's Kakarot, but whoever it is will arrive in 4 minutes and has a battle power that exceeds 5,000. Nappa expresses his shock, and Vegeta speculates that if the others could manipulate their power rating so drastically, Kakarot likely possesses the same capability, meaning that 5,000 may only be the starting point of his power. With urgency, Vegeta commands Nappa to kill Piccolo and Gohan, exclaiming that with this new power approaching, they may prove to be an issue if they team up with it. Nappa raises the question about the Dragon Balls, and Vegeta speculates that on the Namekians' home world, planet Namek, they might even have more potent Dragon Balls. Believing in the legend due to Kakarot's resurrection, Vegeta asserts that the priority is to eliminate the current threats. Gohan, alarmed, urges Piccolo to flee, expressing his determination to stall Nappa until Goku arrives. He emphasizes the consequence of Piccolo's death, leading to Kami's demise and the Dragon Balls being lost. However, Piccolo dismisses Gohan's belief in his ability to hold off Nappa alone, and Krillin finds himself unable to move. Offended at the idea of a kid holding him off, Nappa charges toward Gohan, and Piccolo rushes in to save him. To his surprise though, the young warrior unleashes a furious kick to Nappa's face, propelling him into a nearby mountain. The dust settles, and despite emerging from the debris battered, Nappa quickly recovers, furious, and states it's time to end things now. The Saiyan then charges up and launches an explosive blast directly at Gohan. Unable to escape in time, Gohan finds himself in imminent danger, but Piccolo intervenes, positioning himself in front of Gohan and taking the devastating blast head on. As the smoke dissipates, Nappa believes the boy to be dead, but is taken aback when he discovers that the attack hit Piccolo instead. The battered Piccolo weakly advises Gohan to escape and then collapses to the ground. Panicked, Gohan questions why Piccolo saved him, to which Piccolo simply repeats his plea for Gohan to run. Tearfully, Gohan implores Piccolo not to die as his dad will be there soon, and Nappa mocks Piccolo for facing an early demise. Meanwhile, Goku continues his swift journey on Nimbus. He senses a diminishing ki and realizes that someone is dying. At the lookout, Kami is fading away and notes that Goku didn't make it in time, but expresses relief that in the end, Piccolo surpassed even him, the god of Earth. On the battlefield, Piccolo chuckles at the irony of the great Demon King Piccolo sacrificing himself to protect a child, acknowledging that Gohan and his father must have rubbed off on him. Piccolo says that Gohan is the only person who ever treated him with respect and thanks him for the time they spent together for the last few months as he passes away. Goku feels Piccolo's ki vanish, and Kami bids farewell to Mr. Popo as he vanishes from the world of the living. Gohan, engulfed in grief and anger, places his hands over his head and initiates a Masenko attack. Krillin notices Gohan's insane boosting ki, and Vegeta, monitoring his scouter, is astonished by Gohan's battle power of 2,800. Gohan directs his Masenko at Nappa, but Nappa deflects it with relative ease, much to Gohan's surprise. Nappa notes the destructive force of Gohan's attack, and Vegeta notes the sharp decline in Gohan's battle power. Gohan apologizes to Piccolo for being unable to avenge him, and notes his lack of strength to even escape. As Nappa approaches Gohan for the final blow, he attempts to crush Gohan with his foot, excited to see Kakarot's face when he finds his son smashed to a pulp. However, as the Saiyan smashes down, Gohan mysteriously disappears from beneath Nappa's foot, reappearing floating on the flying Nimbus nearby. Both confusion and tension builds as Vegeta gazes skyward, and as the warrior touches down, everyone recognizes Goku's long-awaited arrival. Gohan and Krillin express genuine joy, while Vegeta sarcastically suggests Goku's arrival to spout some nonsense about defeating them. Goku approaches Piccolo's lifeless body past Nappa, confirming his death as Gohan acknowledges the Namekian sacrifice for him. Observing Tien and Yamcha's lifeless bodies as well, Goku grows angry, and Nappa taunts the Saiyan's friends, going on to state the demise of Chaozu as well, who blown himself up, leaving no remains. Additionally, Goku points out that Kami has also met his end, as Vegeta notes his rising battle power. Goku walks in Nappa's direction, assumed to be eager to fight, and as the Saiyan throws a punch at Goku, he suddenly vanishes behind him and moves toward Krillin. This surprises Nappa as well as Vegeta, who notes Kakarot's speed. Goku shares half of the last Senzu bean with both Krillin and Gohan, and the two are restored to full strength. Goku commends Krillin's noticeable increase in power, but Krillin states it wasn't enough to handle the Saiyan. Saiyans. Goku acknowledges the same from Gohan, and the boy attributes his teachings to Piccolo, but mourns the death of his friend. Krillin then states that reviving their friends with the Dragon Balls are no longer an option due to Kami's demise, and proposes avenging their fallen friends together. However, Goku asserts he'll handle the Saiyans alone, and tells Krillin and Gohan to keep their distance. Despite their protests, Goku's anger intensifies, prompting Krillin to hold Gohan back and let Goku take things from here. Krillin thinks to himself that he's never seen Goku this angry before, and finds it best not to intervene. Confronting Nappa, Goku stands menacingly as the Saiyan threatens to kill him. Goku then vows to make Nappa and Vegeta pay as he begins powering up, triggering seismic activity and launching rocks into the air. Surprisingly, Vegeta's scouter registers an increasing power of 7,000 and 8,000 before Goku abruptly stops. Panicked, Nappa inquires about Kakarot's current battle power, prompting Vegeta to reveal that it's over 8,000. Nappa yells in astonishment, and Goku states he likely won't need to use the Kaioken, leaving Vegeta perplexed. Asserting that there's no way he can be defeated, Nappa charges at Goku, and in a swift motion, Goku appears behind him, delivering a forceful kick that sends Nappa face first into the ground. As Gohan and Krillin sit in amazement, Nappa wonders how Goku managed to get behind him. Nappa seethes with anger as Goku confidently asserts he's not as strong as he thought. Observing from a safe distance, Krillin and Gohan ponder this unexpected turn of events, while Vegeta recognizes the difference in Kakarot's battle power compared to his battle with Raditz. Nappa inquires if Goku is saying he's nothing but talk, and the Saiyan confirms. Determined to prove Goku wrong though, Nappa powers up and charges at him. However, Goku effortlessly evades every punch and kick, and as Nappa delivers another attack, Goku disappears, creating a considerable distance between them. Krillin and Gohan struggle to follow Goku's rapid movements, leaving Vegeta astonished at Kakarot's remarkable increase in strength. With swift movements, Goku rushes toward Nappa, moving fast enough to stand on his head. Nappa attempts to crush him with his hands overhead, but Goku reappears in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach and declaring that attack for Chaozu. Goku ducks Nappa's retaliatory kick and lands another punch, which sends Nappa flying, declaring that for Yamcha. As Nappa stops himself from crashing into a nearby mountain, he grows angry and hurls an explosive blast at Goku. Unfazed, Goku stands still and neutralizes it with a shout, shocking Nappa and Vegeta as he soars into the air and declares his next attack for Tien as he knocks Nappa back down. Descending after him, Goku declares his next attack for Piccolo and delivers a forceful kick. Nappa crashes into a mountain but swiftly emerges, now visibly infuriated. Nappa asserts his status as an elite warrior, denouncing Kakarot as a low-class warrior, and states that he won't be made a fool of by someone like him. Excited by Goku's strength, Krillin and Gohan watch. Suddenly, Vegeta intervenes, instructing Nappa to calm down and think clearly, as Kakarot isn't an unbeatable opponent. Nappa heeds the advice, expressing gratitude,
All right,
while
next match is
Vegeta,
starting in 2 minutes.
privately thinking on Nappa's foolishness, asserts he may have to step in the way things are going. Nappa, noting that Kakarot got him angry before, notes that he'll show him what he's really made of. Goku, expressing eagerness, confirms that this is the fight he desired, but Nappa dismisses it as a bluff. Vegeta, however, perceives that Kakarot isn't just talking tough, but has the confidence to back it up. Nappa then initiates a power-up and flicks his hand upward, causing the ground beneath Goku to erupt, similar to his destructive rampage in East City. Goku skillfully evades the explosion by flying out of harm's way, but Nappa quickly detects him and gives chase. A punch from Nappa is met with a dodge and a counter kick from Goku, leading to a brief exchange of blows. Impressed, Goku remarks that Nappa has improved significantly, provoking laughter from the Saiyan, who threatens to conclude the battle with his next move. Nappa then unleashes a massive mouth blast at Goku, who at point-blank range deflects it with a Kamehameha just before impact. A resulting explosion ensues, surprising Vegeta, who's taken aback by Goku's swift and precise defense. As Goku recovers unscathed, Nappa, bewildered, can't believe Goku brushed aside his best technique, prompting Goku to acknowledge Nappa as a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Vegeta intervenes, declaring that Nappa is unable to finish the job and forcing him to step in to handle the situation. Krillin and Gohan, intrigued by Vegeta's confidence, ponder the power that even the formidable Nappa fears. Disgruntled and ashamed, Nappa warns Goku that he'll soon regret crossing them, as Vegeta, a genius fighter named after the planet Vegeta, will be facing him soon. Nappa descends, intent on backing out of the fight, but asserts he can't just run away, as he targets Krillin and Gohan Gohan, much to Goku's shock. In a sudden move, Nappa dives down toward the two as Goku yells he won't make it in time. In response, the Saiyan unleashes a resounding cry of Kaioken as he accelerates, crashing into the back of Nappa with intense force. This act surprises Vegeta as Goku intercepts the Saiyan before he hits the ground, catches him, and holds him above his head next to Krillin.
Can you hear me?
Flying
It's
Nimbus!
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Someone! Thanks.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Gotta get the hell out of here! Flying Nimbus!
my thanks.
No idea, bro. The game is difficult. Unless we get all the Dragon
Ally
Balls.
down! If you intend to rescue them,
Flying
watch out
Nimbus!
for enemies. Alright, I'll finish this in an instant. Holy hell.
Flying Nimbus!
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Hey, great! You found another power
come
key.
on!
Use it quick. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh, man.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Yeah, we're pretty much cooked.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good
Need
use
2
of
more
them.
Dragon Balls. I don't have a Dragon Radar. Fortunately.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
It's a surprise. Great. Come on, bro.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
This is perfect!
Oh! What a match.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
It shall be done. I will grant your wish.
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Fight! Ah! is perfect.
Krillin and Gohan. Goku throws Nappa's incapacitated body in front of Vegeta, announcing his inability to continue the fight and implores Vegeta to take his friend and depart from Earth. Puzzled by Goku's sudden burst of speed and power, Vegeta reflects, wondering what just happened. As Nappa groans in pain, Vegeta remains in disbelief, and Krillin questions Goku about the technique he just used, suspecting he learned it from King Kai. Goku confirms and elaborates that it's the Kaioken, a technique that enables him to control all of the ki in his body, amplifying it instantly. When executed correctly, strength, speed, destructive power, and defense significantly surge. While Krillin and Gohan express admiration for the technique, Vegeta, nearby, wonders what the group are discussing. Krillin wonders why Goku didn't use the Kaioken from the start, and Goku cautions that there are drawbacks
Hopefully we
to
have a
using the
next
technique
match.
incorrectly. He
Better
recalls
next
King
match.
Kai's warning in a flashback, stating that any mistake in controlling the Kaioken could break down the body with a maximum multiplier of 2, exceeding which could impose a severe strain. Meanwhile, an injured Nappa pleads with Vegeta for assistance. Vegeta callously takes Nappa's hand, smirks, and hurls him into the air. Nappa frantically questions Vegeta's motives, and Vegeta tells him he has no use for a paralyzed Saiyan. Vegeta then powers up as he declares death to Nappa as he launches a blast at him, scaring the Saiyan, who dies in the resulting massive explosion. As the smoke clears, Vegeta turns to Goku, who safely ascended into the air, holding on to Krillin and Gohan. As Goku silently marvels at Vegeta's power, Krillin expresses his shock that he killed his own ally. Goku then tells Gohan and Krillin to return to Kame House right away, and Krillin agrees, but Gohan hesitates. However, Krillin tells Gohan that Vegeta is too much for them to handle, and if they stay, they'll only be distracting Goku. Before they depart though, Krillin wonders if Goku can switch his battle location, considering he doesn't want the remaining bodies of their friends destroyed when they bring them back to life. Goku, however, wonders what Krillin means by this, as with Piccolo and Kami gone, the Dragon Balls are rendered useless. Gohan wonders what Krillin is implying as well, to which Krillin replies that he'll explain everything later, assuming Goku manages to defeat Vegeta. Goku asserts the need to win, agreeing to change locations as requested. Krillin, expressing his apologies for relying solely on Goku, extends his hand, urging his friend not to die. After a handshake, Goku playfully pats Gohan on the head, suggesting they go fishing after all is said and done. Goku then lands, proposing to Vegeta that they finish their battle someplace else. The two soar off, leaving Gohan and Krillin behind, and eventually reach a rocky desert with numerous formations, where Vegeta chuckles, proclaiming this is the place Kakarot has chosen for his grave. Vegeta taunts Kakarot, expressing he should feel honored as a low-class warrior like him gets to tangle with the super elite. He explains the Saiyan process where a newborn's fighting ability determines their fate, sending those with inferior potential to planets lacking threatening inhabitants, and states that Goku was one of those unlucky few. Goku, appreciative, acknowledges that the Earth is his home, and asserts that even a low-class warrior can surpass an elite if he puts his mind to it. Vegeta, however, dismisses Goku's notion, deeming it a humorous joke, and vows to show him a wall he'll never be able to overcome with training alone. The Saiyans assume fighting stances, and the battlefield goes quiet as the two stare each other down. Suddenly, Goku makes the first move and charges at Vegeta. Punches are exchanged, and Goku attempts to kick Vegeta, but Vegeta skillfully evades Goku's kick with backflips. Goku pursues him, and converging once more, Vegeta delivers an elbow to Goku's face, but Goku regains control and ascends into the air. From behind, Vegeta swings at Goku, who deftly dodges. A sequence of kicks and evasions follows as the two soar through the air, exchanging blows. Amidst the battle, Vegeta taunts Goku, wondering if he can do better than this. Goku is kicked in the stomach and manages to dodge a kick that follows, as Vegeta states Kakarot displayed more power when he fought Nappa and demands to see it as he forcefully drives Goku toward the ground. Goku, however, regains control and safely lands on a nearby rock formation. Vegeta joins him on another rock, leaving Goku to privately acknowledge that Vegeta isn't even taking the fight seriously yet and has already surpassed his speed and technique. Determined, Goku declares he'll show Vegeta the power he wants to see as he ignites the Kaioken and launches a shockwave attack. Vegeta evades by flying upwards, but Goku pursues him, managing to land a punch to his face. Goku continues the assault, delivering more hits and a final kick that sends Vegeta flying into the distance. As Goku gives chase, Vegeta recovers, accelerates, and retaliates with a powerful kick. The two touch down, and despite Goku's awe at Vegeta's strength, he silently admits he's getting excited. As Goku stands smiling, Vegeta wonders if he's given up hope or if he somehow has more power waiting to be unveiled. Goku, however, visibly thrilled by the challenge, revels in the confrontation, likely fueled by the battle-hungry Saiyan blood flowing within him. In response, Vegeta assumes Goku's hit his limit and resolves to present him with a final parting gift, the overwhelming power befitting a Saiyan elite. As Vegeta begins to power up, the earth quakes, surrounding and swirling dark clouds, creating a thunderous atmosphere similar to a typhoon. The Saiyan's power continues to swell, and he suddenly lets out a powerful scream as the sky reverts to normal and the rock formation surrounding him crumble to the ground. Goku notes the change in the Earth's conditions, but suddenly turns his attention to Vegeta, who stands before him menacingly. Vegeta declares to Kakarot that the battle is over and charges toward him without hesitation. Mid-air, Vegeta smashes Goku with a headbutt, followed by an elbow to the stomach, sending Goku hurtling toward the ground. Goku manages to save himself, only for Vegeta to kick him from behind, redirecting him toward a rock formation. Swiftly, Goku lands atop the rocks, spotting Vegeta hovering in the air above. Vegeta launches a blast toward Goku, and in response, Goku initiates his Kaioken ×2 as he leaps into the air, the resulting explosion having been where he stood before. Vegeta launches another blast at Goku, who, with little time to react, narrowly dodges it, losing a significant portion of his shirt. Landing, Goku curses Vegeta's formidable speed and power, realizing that even a Kaioken ×2 fell short. Determined, Goku discards the remnants of his shirt, stating the intention to elevate the technique to a Kaioken ×3. Nearby, Yajirobe watches cautiously from behind a rock formation, acknowledging both Goku and Vegeta's extraordinary abilities. Contemplating the potential strain of a Kaioken ×3 on his body, Goku is spurred on by Vegeta's taunts, urging him to make a move. Goku, at the same time, thinks to himself that he won't have a choice but to push the Kaioken further, lest he be defeated by Vegeta. As Vegeta boasts about being the strongest Saiyan, even among the most elite of their race, Yajirobe remains hidden, wondering if he should leave while he has the chance. Suddenly, Vegeta is surprised as he witnesses Goku power up, yelling for his body not to fail on him as he plans to unleash the Kaioken ×3. Meanwhile, on his distant planet, King Kai expresses concern about Goku exceeding a 2x Kaioken, but believes it may be necessary given he doesn't stand a chance against Vegeta the way he is now. Back on Earth, the onlookers at Kame House are alerted by Bulma that Goku must be fighting as they monitor the escalating battle using Raditz's scouter. The readings surge from 17,000 to 19,000 to 21,000, but as the scouter continues to rise, it succumbs to the intensity of the ongoing battle and explodes, leaving everyone in awe. On the battlefield, Goku gains control of the ×3 Kaioken, causing Vegeta to react with alarm. With a glimmer in his eye, Goku swiftly approaches Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that propels him through the air. Goku descends beneath the falling Vegeta, launching a direct upward assault. In a sharp turn, Goku swiftly evades Vegeta's attempt to counter with a blast and initiates a series of agile maneuvers. Vegeta attempts to throw a blast at Goku from afar, but the Saiyan manages to avoid it and appear behind Vegeta, delivering a forceful kick to his face that sends him crashing into the rocks below. Immediately, Vegeta emerges from the rubble irate, but Goku gives him no time to recover as he swoops in, leaps behind Vegeta, and executes a knee strike that sends the Saiyan flying. Vegeta manages to land on his feet and retaliate with a rapid charge toward Goku, but Goku effortlessly dodges Vegeta's punch and counters with a forceful gut punch, leaving Vegeta reeling and coughing up blood. Goku, now powered down from the Kaioken, stands out of breath as Vegeta steps back, angrily acknowledging that Kakarot's power level has exceeded his own. As Goku thinks to himself that he'll need to end the battle quickly to avoid succumbing to exhaustion, Yajirobe entertains the thought that Goku might emerge victorious in this intense confrontation. Vegeta, a super elite warrior, grapples with the disbelief that he, the supposed greatest warrior in the universe, could be defeated by a low-class commoner. Goku, reflecting on the intense pain coursing through his entire body, recognizes the toll of pushing himself with the Kaioken ×3. Observing Observing blood on his glove after swiping his hand across his mouth, Vegeta becomes enraged at the notion that someone like Goku could draw out his blood. Fueled by anger, Vegeta threatens to blow the Earth into a million pieces and ascends rapidly into the sky. Fully powered up, Vegeta readies a devastating blast aimed directly at the Earth, exclaiming that Kakarot can dodge if he wants, but the planet will suffer for it. In response, Goku opts to counter with the triple Kaioken Kamehameha and readies himself for the confrontation. Both Saiyans power up their blasts further, Vegeta exclaiming that Kakarot will never be able to stop his Gallic gun. As Vegeta unleashes his attack, Goku screams out, firing his Kamehameha upward. The two formidable attacks approach each other rapidly and collide midway, both aiming to win. Vegeta, shocked that Kakarot's blast is similar to his Gallic gun, continues exerting his energy while Goku does the same. The intense struggle continues, but Goku, determined to prevail, declares a Kaioken ×4 and the Kamehameha intensifies significantly. This overwhelming burst of energy overpowers the Gallic gun and propels Vegeta away into the sky, much to his own shock. Exhausted, Goku powers down, gasping for breath in the aftermath. Visibly exhausted, Goku is approached by Yajirobe, who expresses relief that the battle is over. Yajirobe congratulates Goku on defeating Vegeta, patting him on the back, but Goku screams out in pain, confusing him. When questioned what's wrong, Yajirobe learns that Goku put too much strain on his body. Goku then warns Yajirobe to run while he can, stating that Vegeta is still alive, and asserting that if a Kamehameha were all it took to take him down, he wouldn't have had trouble defeating him in the first place. Yajirobe wonders if Goku can still win this, but Goku expresses doubt, saying he's hit his limit. In response, Yajirobe wishes Goku good luck and takes off. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing Kamehameha propelling Vegeta skyward, he eventually breaks free as the beam continues on. Enraged at being overpowered by Kakarot, Vegeta briefly loses composure, wondering how Kakarot's power could be higher than his, as he's a Saiyan elite, the strongest in the galaxy. After a brief moment to catch his breath, Vegeta smirks, now intent on transforming into a great ape to increase his strength dramatically, although he despises the idea of doing so just to defeat Kakarot. However, in his search for the full moon to trigger the transformation, Vegeta realizes it's gone and investigates. On King Kai's planet, the Kai watches Vegeta, thinking to himself that the moon is gone now, thanks to Piccolo's intervention in the past. The Kai goes on to say though, that even without his great ape transformation, Vegeta is formidable, and with Goku at his limit, things aren't looking too good. However, King Kai believes that if Goku can somehow hit Vegeta with the Spirit Bomb, he'll win for sure. Back on Earth, Goku wonders why Vegeta hasn't returned yet, unaware of the Saiyans' intentions. At the same time, Vegeta remains in the sky, puzzled about the missing moon, and deduces Kakarot took it out before their fight got started. Angered, Vegeta devises another plan, stating his power level may drop a bit, but the look on Kakarot's face will be more than enough to make up for it as he soars back to the battlefield. Vegeta lands in front of Goku, as Goku thinks to himself that his only chance of winning will be to finish Vegeta with the Spirit Bomb. Vegeta, moments after, calls Goku out for blasting the moon out of the sky in an attempt to outsmart him, but Goku sits in confusion. Vegeta then begins to explain why the Saiyans transform at the sight of a full moon. He says that when sunlight is bounced back from the moon, it contains what Saiyans call Blutz waves. When the moon is full, these Blutz waves exceed 17 million Zenos, which is a unit used to measure waves of celestial light. Vegeta goes on to state that when 17 million Zenos of Blutz waves are absorbed through the Saiyan eyes through gazing at the moon, their tail reacts, triggering their transformation. The Earth's moon may have been destroyed, but unfortunately for Goku, Vegeta reveals that there are very few Saiyans, including himself, that are capable of creating an artificial moon to reach the required amount of Zenos to trigger their Great Ape transformations. Vegeta then declares Goku's imminent death, as Goku wonders what the Saiyan is planning, as his power level dropped after creating a strange ball of light. Vegeta then tosses said ball of light into the air and commands it to burst open and mix with the Earth's oxygen. A bright flash of light ensues, and when it's over, Goku notices the artificial moon in the sky as King Kai panics at what this means. Vegeta exclaims that Kakarot will regret having lost his tail and begins his transformation into a great ape. Somewhere further away, Krillin and Gohan approach Kame House, but they notice the distant glow of the artificial moon, wondering what it is. Suddenly, the two sense an immense key not belonging to Goku and assume it has to be Vegeta. Concerned, Gohan decides to go back, realizing that his father is in serious danger and will die if he doesn't help. Krillin insists they're no match for Vegeta, and Gohan concurs, but says he's going anyway. As the boy flies off, Krillin decides to join him. Meanwhile, Goku is horrified at the sight of Vegeta's Great Ape transformation. As the transformation concludes, Vegeta, capable of speech in this form, taunts Goku, going on to state that the power Saiyans gain in their Great Ape form is 10 times greater than before. Goku, now aware of the transformation, recalls his grandpa Gohan warning him about the Great Ape monster and the danger it poses during a full moon. He also reflects on Kami preventing his tail from regrowing. With all this in mind, it dawns on Goku that the monster who killed Grandpa Gohan all those years ago and wreaked havoc on the Tenkaichi Budokai was him. Goku then apologizes to his grandfather, stating that when he dies, he'll visit him in the afterlife to apologize personally. From a distance, Yajirobe is astonished at the monstrous form, recognizing the Saiyan's attire and correctly assumes it to be Vegeta transformed. Goku resolves to show Vegeta the power of the Spirit Bomb and is suddenly bombarded as the Saiyan strikes down at Goku. Goku narrowly evades, but is kicked towards the ground. As Vegeta charges in laughing, Goku attempts a Kaioken and flies skyward, but Vegeta effortlessly swats him away with his tail. Vegeta charges in again, and mid-air, Goku contemplates his limited options, realizing there's insufficient time to charge a Spirit Bomb as Vegeta is too fast, even in his Great Ape form. He says not even a 5 times Kaioken would work, and states he needs just 10 seconds to focus his energy. Suddenly, Goku then gets an idea, deciding to borrow one of Tien's techniques. Employing the solar flare, he blinds Vegeta, providing an opportunity to fly over to the rock formations in the distance. Believing he's far enough away, Goku pleads with the Earthlings and all living things for a bit of their energy, while Vegeta grows furious in his temporarily sightless state. Goku persistently gathers energy for the Spirit Bomb, noting that Vegeta's eyesight is gradually returning. Despite being unable to see Goku, Vegeta senses him in the distance, infuriated. As life energy begins to gather for Goku, Vegeta suddenly spots him. Realizing he's been discovered, Goku believes he has a bit more time before Vegeta reaches him, and at the same time, the energy collection for the Spirit Bomb is completed. However, as Goku attempts to launch the attack at Vegeta, the Saiyan releases a massive mouth blast, causing a colossal explosion and obliterating the rock formation Goku stood on. Yajirobe is blown away, and as the dust settles, Gohan and Krillin continue flying back toward the battlefield. Unprepared for such an attack, Goku sits among the rubble, noting how Vegeta caught him off guard completely. Rising to his feet, he then states that his efforts for the Spirit Bomb have gone to waste as Vegeta lands in front of him. Vegeta mocks Kakarot, noting that he's hit his limit, and Goku, barely able to move, says he doesn't have a chance of defeating Vegeta anymore as he used up nearly all his energy creating the Spirit Bomb. Vegeta approaches, ready to step on Goku, but Goku narrowly avoids it. Goku tries getting away, but Vegeta swiftly swats Goku into a nearby rock formation, leaving him unable to move. As Vegeta begins to step on his legs, Gohan and Krillin notice Goku's diminishing ki. Vegeta lifts his foot as Goku screams in agony, his legs revealed to be completely crushed. Vegeta jokes about accidentally crushing Goku's legs and states that next he'll accidentally crush his heart. Goku, in pain, tries to catch his breath as Vegeta readies his massive finger, telling Kakarot it's the end and discourages him from coming back to life as the Earth will be gone even if he does. Goku, lying in the dirt, believes it's the end, noting that Vegeta completely beat him and finds it frustrating that he won't be able to challenge him again as he's about to die. Vegeta moves in to impale Goku with one of his fingers, but Goku surprises him by firing a one-handed blast into Vegeta's right eye as the Saiyan screams in pain. Laying back down, Goku tells Vegeta to consider that a farewell present and states that he doesn't even have enough strength left to blow his nose as he tells the Saiyan to do as he pleases. Reeling and angered by the damage done to his face, Vegeta, bleeding from his eye, grabs Goku for his audacity and starts squeezing him, intent to crush him like a grape. Vegeta maintains his grip on Goku, and Yajirobe, surprisingly still present, observes helplessly, realizing there's nothing he can do. As Vegeta intensifies the pressure to Goku's body, Yajirobe is distressed by the agonizing screams emanating from Goku. Krillin and Gohan approach the battlefield, noticing the strange ball of light again and wonders what it could be. When they spot Goku and Vegeta below, Krillin urgently instructs Gohan to get down and find a place to hide. Recognizing that Vegeta has transformed into a Great Ape, Krillin panics and Yajirobe notices that the two have arrived. Vegeta continues his assault on Goku, stating that every bone in his body is broken. Krillin and Gohan land nearby and decide to sneak up on Vegeta Vegeta from behind. Suddenly, Yajirobe intervenes, cautioning the two that the creature standing in front of them is the Saiyan, Vegeta. Despite being aware of the situation, Krillin exclaims that if they cut off his tail, he'll return to normal. Krillin then formulates his plan. Yajirobe and Gohan will distract Vegeta from the front, and Krillin will attempt to sever the tail from behind. Krillin urges everyone to hurry as Goku is about to die, and as he and Gohan advance, Yajirobe, skeptical of their chances against Vegeta's strength, holds back. Krillin senses Goku's diminishing energy and believes they may not make it in time as Vegeta continues squeezing him. However, Vegeta stops as he senses someone nearby and demands they show themselves. According to plan, Gohan reveals himself, demanding Vegeta to let his father go. Seizing the opportunity though, Vegeta invites Gohan to witness Kakarot's demise. Behind the Saiyan, Krillin raises his hand to form a Destructo Disc, and at the same time, Vegeta instructs Gohan to pay close attention as he's about to crush Goku until there's nothing left. Krillin releases the Destructo Disc, and as the blade draws closer, Vegeta effortlessly leaps over it, surprising both Krillin and Gohan as the projectile slices through the rock formation, including the one Gohan stands on. Vegeta lands, and stunned, Krillin and Gohan watch as the Saiyan boast about knowing another one of them had been on the battlefield all along, as he knew Kakarot's son wouldn't dare come back here alone. The Saiyan exclaims that after Kakarot's been dealt with, they are next, and prepares to finish off the unconscious Goku in his hands. Frustrated, Krillin apologizes to Goku for his inability to act, noting that there's nothing they can do against Vegeta's might. As Vegeta finally prepares to crush Goku between his hands, Krillin can't bear to look and Gohan screams for him to stop, but suddenly, Yajirobe intervenes, swiftly severing Vegeta's tail with his sword. Caught off guard, Vegeta states he didn't expect another Earthling to be on the battlefield as he acknowledges the loss of his tail. His transformation then disappears as the Saiyan drops a bloodied Goku to the ground and reverts to his normal state. Krillin expresses joy over Yajirobe's intervention, while the latter remains scared, concealed behind a rock. Gohan, still bewildered, is unaware of what transpired, and Vegeta, infuriated, vows to kill them all and charges toward Gohan. Krillin tells the boy to run away, but Vegeta lands in front of Gohan immediately, stating that he'll start the killing with him. Vegeta delivers a powerful gut punch to Gohan that sends the young Saiyan reeling. As Vegeta prepares for another assault, mocking Gohan as Saiyan hybrids are supposed to be strong, Krillin rushes in, but Vegeta, anticipating the move, turns around and delivers a devastating kick to Krillin's face, knocking him into a nearby rock formation as Yajirobe watches anxiously. Turning back to Gohan, Vegeta instructs him to rise and make their fight more entertaining. Grasping Gohan by the shirt, Vegeta belittles him, headbutting him forcefully and remarking on the presence of red blood, even in trash. Deciding to be somewhat merciful, Vegeta throws Gohan next to Goku, saying at the very least they should die together. Goku, unable to move and limited on options, implores Gohan to fight on his behalf. At the same time, Vegeta notices that Kakarot's gained consciousness again. Gohan, feeling overwhelmed, believes Vegeta is too strong, and Vegeta, expressing his intent to kill everyone, notes the order he'll do it in. First he'll kill Goku, then Gohan, then Krillin, and lastly, the tail-severing Yajirobe, who grows scared in realizing that Vegeta
Just made out of
knows he's
styrofoam.
there. Encouraging Gohan, Goku insists that even if his son can't win, he can at least stall Vegeta, allowing Krillin an opportunity to finish him off. Krillin slowly rises, and Gohan continues to lack confidence in his own strength. Goku, however, grows irritated, urging his son to remember Piccolo's teachings, assuring him that Piccolo wouldn't have wanted him to just lie down and die. Their conversation is interrupted though, as Vegeta lands a knee on Goku's stomach, prompting coughs of blood from the Saiyan. Goku yells out in pain once more, as Vegeta towers over him, much to Gohan's shock. Vegeta mocks Kakarot for his resilience and continues to torture him, launching a barrage of kicks as Gohan watches. Vegeta continues his assault, and Gohan, angered, rises to his feet, demanding Vegeta to stop. Turning around, Vegeta watches as Gohan challenges him to fight him instead, and the Saiyan arrogantly questions Gohan's ability to defeat him. Gohan retaliates with an energy blast, but Vegeta effortlessly evades it. Gohan then executes a jump kick, sending Vegeta flying. Gohan pursues him, but Vegeta counterattacks with a kick to Gohan's face. Meanwhile, Goku calls out to Krillin to come closer, and Krillin weakly does so as Vegeta and Gohan continue to exchange blows. Krillin wonders why Goku didn't tell Gohan to run away, but rather than answering, Goku expresses his desire to transfer the spirit bomb he collected from Earth to Krillin. Gohan and Vegeta continue their intense battle, while Krillin seeks clarification from Goku. Goku reveals the existence of the spirit bomb, a gradually accumulating force of ki from the Earth. Goku asserts that he lost half of its power during his battle with Vegeta earlier, but believes it still possesses enough power to defeat the Saiyan. Urging Krillin to hold his hand, Goku, despite broken bones, instructs Krillin to concentrate. Krillin, bewildered, complies as Goku's hand begins to glow, transferring the energy to Krillin's hand. Vegeta smashes Gohan down, sending him to the ground as Krillin grapples with the newfound power. Goku tells Krillin not to let it overwhelm him and states that he's their only hope as Gohan is unable to control this type of energy. Successfully, Krillin forms a ball of energy, much to Goku's relief. At the same time, as Gohan stands injured, Vegeta rushes in, swiftly attacking the boy with an elbow, prompting Goku to request Krillin to use the spirit bomb against Vegeta and make sure he doesn't miss. Gohan, recovering, marvels at Vegeta's strength, while Krillin hops atop a taller rock formation, searching for an opening to launch the attack. Charging in once more, Vegeta commends Gohan's efforts, but states that he's hit his limit. Gohan leaps into the air to gain some distance, but Vegeta launches a blast that the boy barely manages to dodge. Gohan retaliates with his own blast, but Vegeta effortlessly evades, much to Gohan's shock. Krillin, observing the battle from above, struggles to launch the spirit bomb due to Vegeta's swift movements. However, a telepathic message from King Kai advises Krillin to sense the evil energy in Vegeta in order to aim the attack accordingly. Krillin, confused on who's speaking, is greeted by King Kai, who tells him the fate of the Earth rests in his hands. As Vegeta approaches Gohan, once again stating his status as a super elite warrior, Krillin finally begins to understand the nature of the spirit bomb as he readies the attack. At the same time, Vegeta unleashes a barrage of blasts toward Gohan, who narrowly evades the explosions. Krillin attempts to focus in feeling out Vegeta's evil energy, and as Gohan is smashed into a nearby rock formation, Goku thinks to himself for Krillin to hurry up. Meanwhile, Yajirobe notices Krillin holding the spirit bomb. The explosions toward Gohan stop, and the boy lies on the ground as Vegeta rushes in once more, preparing for the final blow. At the same time, Krillin finally senses Vegeta's energy, but is met with yelling from Yajirobe, telling him to hurry up, which catches Vegeta's attention. Noting how stupid Yajirobe is, Krillin launches the spirit bomb at Vegeta, but the Saiyan manages to leap over it at the last minute. As panic ensues amongst the onlookers, King Kai notes that it's all over as the attack hurtles toward Gohan. Goku, however, telepathically instructs Gohan to deflect the attack, noting that as long as he doesn't have any evil energy in him, it will bounce away. Gohan then extends his hands, redirecting the spirit bomb as it hurtles back toward Vegeta. The spirit bomb lands a direct hit, and the ensuing explosion engulfs Vegeta, propelling him high into the air. With Vegeta seemingly defeated, a collective sense of relief and celebration washes over everyone. Krillin and Gohan approach Goku, engaging in conversation, only to be interrupted by Vegeta's sudden descent from the sky. Landing not far from the group, Vegeta's remarkably intact appearance surprises Gohan, but Krillin notes it's just his body. Approaching Vegeta, Krillin notes that he was really quite a monster, but contemplates the idea of giving him a proper grave. Vegeta, however, unexpectedly awakens, asserting that the grave will be for them. This shocks Krillin, Gohan, Yajirobe, and even Goku. Rising to his feet, Vegeta acknowledges the group have certainly did a number on him, and states that for a moment, even he thought he was done for. As King Kai sits in shock on his planet, Vegeta threatens to exact revenge as he backhands Krillin, sending him flying. As Krillin attempts to compose himself, Vegeta declares his intent to obliterate the entire planet. Vegeta advances, expressing his disdain for the perceived indignity the group have inflicted on his pride. Abruptly, the Saiyan declares they dropped dead already as he halts and releases a massive shockwave, triggering a colossal explosion that sends everyone flying. As the dust from the explosion begins to settle, Vegeta stands atop a giant crater resulting from his attack. As the Saiyan looks around to see if the work is done, he notices Krillin, Goku, and Gohan still alive, stating his attack was pathetic as they're still clinging to life. Vegeta, nearing unconsciousness but resolute, decides to finish up on Earth so he can get some rest. To his surprise though, upon approaching Gohan, he discovers the unexpected return of the young Saiyan's tail. Krillin, at the same time, notes that Goku's tail used to grow back in his youth as well. Spotting his his still active artificial moon in the sky, Vegeta prepares to sever Gohan's tail. However, an unforeseen development occurs behind him. Yajirobe charges at Vegeta, screaming aloud, and slashes his sword down the Saiyan's back, penetrating his armor. Yajirobe lands and Vegeta topples as the human rises to his feet in laughter, congratulating himself for accomplishing such a feat and exclaiming that Vegeta, a Saiyan, was done in by Yajirobe. However, to Yajirobe's shock, Vegeta slowly rises once more. Yajirobe attempts to slice Vegeta again, but the Saiyan dodges, staring menacingly at the Earthling before him. Yajirobe then drops his sword and attempts to reconcile, claiming it was just a joke and offers for he and Vegeta to be friends. In response, Vegeta kicks Yajirobe away, refusing to give him any time to recover as he delivers a devastating punch to his face that propels him into a cluster of rocks. Amidst the chaos, Goku urgently directs Gohan's attention to the luminous sphere in the sky, and the young Saiyan does so, having fallen off the rock he was lying on. Vegeta races to intervene, aiming to finish Gohan off, yet it proves futile as Gohan has initiated his transformation. As Gohan undergoes his change, Vegeta attempts to thwart the process, realizing the impending danger. Krillin observes Goku's daring gamble to rely on the Great Ape and expresses concern. Vegeta recalls that in his rush, he forgot that targeting the tail would stop the transformation process. He then attempts to rip Gohan's tail off of him, but is interrupted when the Great Ape transformation nears completion and delivers a powerful smash to Vegeta's head. As Gohan rises, his transformation now complete, he lets out a mighty roar, prompting panic from Vegeta as Krillin reflects on Goku's Great Ape from the past and wonders if Gohan will completely lose control. In the midst of Gohan demolishing nearby rock formations, Krillin is caught under some of the rubble, fearing he's gotten his answer. Gohan then lifts a giant boulder, continuing his rampage, but Krillin shouts, urging Gohan to retaliate against the Saiyan. Gohan then jolts, hearing Krillin's words, and focuses his attention on Vegeta, launching the boulder down at him, as Krillin notes a bit of Gohan is still inside the Great Ape. Frustrated, Vegeta, noting that he won't last much longer, resolves to sever Gohan's tail since the artificial moon he created won't go out for at least another hour. Gohan ascends into the air, intent on attacking Vegeta, while Vegeta readies an attack similar to Krillin's Destructo Disc. As Gohan descends, Vegeta propels a disc toward him, successfully slicing off Gohan's tail. Gohan, reverting to his normal state, falls toward Vegeta, who suddenly realizes he's about to be crushed under the weight of the Great Ape. Gohan then collapses onto Vegeta, and both warriors crash to the ground. While Gohan lies unconscious, Vegeta, regaining consciousness, struggles to retrieve a remote control from his chest armor. Utilizing the remote, Vegeta calls for his ship, prompting Krillin's disbelief in his resilience. Simultaneously, in the remnants of East City, scientists uncover one of the two space pods that the Saiyans arrived in. Unexpectedly, the pod launches into the sky and takes off, leaving Vegeta in disbelief that he's being forced to run away. Meanwhile, Bulma navigates an aircraft with Master Roshi, Chi-Chi, and Korin aboard. Korin provides guidance, pinpointing Goku and the others are below the light emanating by Vegeta's artificial moon. Concerned about Gohan's fate, Chi-Chi anxiously interrogates Korin, who speculates that Gohan is probably alive. Master Roshi expresses unease about the faintness of the 5 ki sensed from earlier, including the Saiyan, who Korin notes is on the brink of death. On the battlefield, Vegeta's space pod descends, landing a short distance from the Saiyan. Despite his weakened state, Vegeta crawls toward the ship. Nearby, Krillin recognizes the spaceship and says that he can't let Vegeta get away, as the Saiyan talks aloud, ashamed that he's being forced to retreat. Krillin notices and retrieves Yajirobe's sword, stealthily approaching Vegeta, who weakly draws closer to his ship. At the same time, King Kai, pleased with the unfolding events, notes that Krillin and the others did well against the Saiyan, but cryptically hints at a deeper evil within the universe. As Vegeta reaches his ship, Krillin catches up, ready to strike. Vegeta notices Krillin and panics as the Earthling declares he'll be getting revenge for his fallen allies, as he lifts Yajirobe's sword above his head and screams for Vegeta to die. However, Goku, communicating directly to Krillin telepathically, intervenes and tells him to wait. Krillin realizes the voice is coming from Goku, and battered, the Saiyan pleads with Krillin to spare Vegeta. Krillin questions the unexpected request, stating that Vegeta was the one responsible for killing their friends and needs to answer for that. He goes on to say that if they don't take care of this problem now, Vegeta will recover and attempt to destroy the Earth again, and Goku concurs. Krillin says that if Goku's expecting Vegeta to have a change change of heart like Piccolo, he's wasting his time and suggests they kill him now. But Goku, resolute, tells his friend that killing Vegeta would be nothing more than a waste. Goku goes on to say that even after finishing his training with King Kai, Vegeta surpassed his strength in every way imaginable. He notes that he hadn't felt excitement like this since he battled Piccolo a few years back, and deduces that it may be his Saiyan blood driving him to test his limits. As Vegeta continues to inch his way into his pod, Goku tells Krillin he wants to prove himself against the Saiyan, to know that he can defeat him using his own power, and pleads with Krillin one last time to let him go. Despite Krillin's reservations, challenging as it is to let someone like Vegeta escape, Krillin drops Yajirobe's sword, convinced to let Vegeta go. Krillin tells Goku he's earned the right to have things go his way, but makes him promise that the next time Vegeta returns to Earth, Goku will be much stronger, and he agrees. Vegeta, now inside his ship, insults Krillin as trash and warns him to be prepared for their next encounter, as he'll slaughter them all and blast off into space. Soon after, Krillin retrieves the unconscious Gohan, and Yajirobe, injured, criticizes Krillin for not finishing off Vegeta. Goku apologizes to Krillin, who brushes it off, suggesting he may know a way to bring their friends back to life, and at the same time, Bulma and her companions arrive in their plane, preparing to land after the battle's end. A small airplane touches down, and Chi-Chi immediately rushes out, vaulting over Goku to get to Gohan. As she takes her son from Krillin's arms in a panic, Krillin reassures her that Gohan is fine, but it's Goku who's in critical shape. Chi-Chi, however, ignores him and vows to never leave Gohan unattended again to prevent further harm, while Krillin continues to express concern about Goku. Krillin approaches where Goku, Bulma, Korin, and Master Roshi are standing. Goku informs them that the Saiyan Vegeta has escaped, and Krillin relays to Bulma that all but 4 of the Dragon Team members were killed. Bulma isn't worried though, asserting that they'll use the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone in a year. However, Goku clarifies that with Piccolo's death, Kami is also dead, and the Dragon Balls are no more. Bulma rejects this, convinced that since she only sees Gohan, Goku, and Krillin, the 4th survivor must be Piccolo. Yajirobe, however, sneaks up from behind and announces that he's the 4th survivor. Stunned, Bulma begins to sob over Yamcha's death and the realization that she won't be able to see him ever again. Master Roshi can't believe that Yajirobe outlived Piccolo, and Yajirobe argues that without him, the others wouldn't be alive. Korin, however, intervenes, suggesting that they focus on getting the wounded to a hospital, given there are no more sensu beans. As night falls, everyone is back on the plane, with Master Roshi at the controls and Bulma still weeping. Krillin directs him to where their friends' bodies are, advising Bulma to hold back her tears as he has some shocking news, as there might be a way to revive those killed by the Saiyans. Goku recalls Krillin mentioning something like this earlier and questions his thought process. However, Krillin defers for a moment, pointing out that they've reached the location of their friends' bodies and instructs Master Roshi to land. Once gathered, they note the absence of Chaozu, who Krillin explains self-destructed, leaving no remains. Anger bubbles in Master Roshi as he examines the corpses and cooling units, and Bulma offers to pilot, claiming she's the most composed at the moment. Eventually, Gohan wakes up, puzzled about why he's in his mother's lap, and inquires about the Saiyan, although Krillin assures him that the threat has passed. When Gohan questions where his dad is, Goku tells him he's right behind him, and that if it weren't for the group, he probably would have died. Yajirobe questions Chi-Chi on why she seems more concerned for her son than her own husband, who's in critical condition. Chi-Chi retorts that Goku is to blame for Gohan's injuries, which Gohan denies. She prioritizes Gohan's future over the Earth's well-being, leading Yajirobe to ask Goku if it's okay to hit her. Bulma then prompts Krillin to revisit his earlier point. Krillin explains that the 2 Saiyans apparently found out about the Dragon Balls from Goku's brother Scouter and came to Earth looking for them. He also explains that when they saw Piccolo, they mentioned he was a Namekian and that he and Kami are aliens. They then mentioned a crucial factor that Namekians not only have high power levels, but some have magic abilities as well, and if they went to a planet called Namek, they might be able to find Dragon Balls more powerful than ones on Earth. This news shocks everyone, and Gohan agrees, stating that he too heard that the Namekians created these magical orbs. Krillin suggests that if they could somehow journey to planet Namek, they might be able to resurrect everyone. Gohan is thrilled at the prospect of Piccolo returning, and Krillin excitedly adds that it would also revive Kami, thereby restoring Earth's Dragon Balls. However, Bulma bursts his bubble, questioning how he plans to locate this distant planet. Goku proposes contacting King Kai for the coordinates, confident that he would know where to find it. Goku questions King Kai on if he's aware of Planet Namek's location, and King Kai confirms that he knows. Master Roshi is amazed that they can all hear King Kai speaking, and the Kai expresses his congratulations to the team for defeating Vegeta. Vegeta. Goku then expresses his surprise that his Kaioken technique wasn't effective against the Saiyan. King Kai says he underestimated the Saiyan's power, and Goku states maybe he was wrong to allow him to escape, prompting Master Roshi to inquire about this, to which Krillin promises to fill him in later. King Kai then consults a book to find Planet Namek's exact coordinates and reveals them to the Dragon Team. Bulma panics when she hears this and tells Master Roshi to take over the plane while she crunches some numbers. King Kai informs them that Planet Namek was once a thriving world until strange weather caused its inhabitants to die off, though some may still be alive. Krillin finds this information hard to believe, while Yajirobe thinks it's a lost cause. As King Kai searches for inhabitants of the planet, Korin suggests that Kami must have been one of the last survivors who escaped Namek and came to Earth, losing his memory in the process. King Kai then interrupts with news that there are indeed some Namekians still living on the planet, which renews everyone's hope. King Kai explains that the Namekians are peaceful, much like Kami, and speculates that his evil alter ego, Demon King Piccolo, emerged after interacting with evil Earthlings for so many years. Master Roshi ponders the increased chances of reviving their friends, but Bulma dampers their enthusiasm, asking how they intend to get to Planet Namek. Krillin suggests using a spaceship, but Bulma dismisses that idea as naive, saying that even with her father's best engine, it would take over 4,000 years for them to arrive. Everyone draws a blank on what to do next, but Krillin proposes using a Saiyan spaceship, stating that Nappas must still be around. Goku adds that his deceased older brother Raditz also left a ship on Earth, although it was destroyed thanks to Gohan. Bulma begins to get excited over the prospect of just one ship remaining, and Master Roshi recalls that it might be found in East City, which the Saiyans destroyed first. Krillin then reveals that he has the remote control Vegeta used for his ship, and feeling hopeful, everyone starts to celebrate. The next day at West City Hospital, Goku is wrapped in bandages and anticipates being healed in 4 months according to doctors, but Korin assures him that the new sensu beans will only take a month to grow before he can eat one. Krillin and Gohan have a shorter hospital stay, and Yajirobe complains about not getting to be a patient, although Korin points out he just wanted the hospital food. Krillin then teases Yajirobe for attempting to get on Vegeta's good side in the face of death, but Yajirobe says he only did it to drop Vegeta's guard. Suddenly, Bulma bursts into the room, urging everyone to watch a TV news report about a round object found amid the ruins of East City. Master Roshi mentions that the object has already been discovered by scientists, but Bulma decides to use the remote control Krillin gave her to bring it to them. However, as they watch on TV, a click of a button destroys the Saiyan spaceship, surprising everyone, including those in the newsroom. Bulma blames Krillin for providing her a faulty remote control, but Krillin retorts, stating that it was her fault for hitting the wrong button. Just then, Mr. Popo appears outside the hospital window, startling Bulma. Krillin recognizes him, and Mr. Popo announces for someone to come with him, as there's another spaceship. Krillin questions if another spaceship really exists, and Mr. Popo replies that it's likely. Roshi wonders who this person is, and Goku clarifies that Mr. Popo lives with Kami, but has been around far longer than him, knowing a lot of ancient gods that were around long ago as well. Puzzled by the word probably from Mr. Popo, Krillin questions him for a clearer answer. Mr. Popo says he's unsure, but suggests that someone accompany him to check it out. Krillin looks to Bulma, who hesitates but eventually agrees to go with Mr. Popo on his magic carpet, cautioning him to be gentle as she's delicate. They vanish, leaving the others wondering about the mysterious spaceship. The carpet reappears in a chilly, windy canyon. Mr. Popo instructs Bulma to disembark, and she questions their location, to which he replies the Yunzibit Highlands, shocking Bulma as she reveals they traveled to the other side of the world in an instant. Following Mr. Popo through the canyon, Bulma nervously wonders about his intentions before they finally stumble upon a large, spherical object supported by spiky legs. Mr. Popo questions whether it's a spaceship, and Bulma goes to investigate its surface, asking about its origin and purpose. Mr. Popo then shares a story from about 100 years ago. Kami told him that as a child, he lived in the Yunzibit Highlands and was puzzled as to why no one else lived there. Kami had lost his memory due to a head injury and was left with a mysterious note saying someone would come for him later. Mr. Popo goes on to explain that although Kami remained certain that his parents would one day come back for him, he never saw them again, no matter how long he waited for them in Yunzibit. Kami waited between 20 and 30 years before giving up and moving on, leaving behind his strange insect-like house with a door that only opened through spoken words. The magic word to open the door that Mr. Popo reveals is Piccolo, and upon uttering it, a section of the object lowers like a platform, and he and Bulma climb aboard and say Piccolo again to enter. Inside, they find a futuristic room featuring a large seat behind a control panel. Bulma realizes that this must have been Kami's house, and theorizes he must have been sent to Earth to escape the cataclysmic weather change on his home planet. Considering why Kami's parents never joined him, Bulma surmises that they must have died shortly after sending him to Earth on his own. She then examines the control panel to figure out how to activate the spaceship, eventually realizing that it might be voice controlled. When the word Piccolo fails to work, Bulma theorizes the ship must only respond to its native language Namekian, and recalls she heard Kami and Piccolo speaking it during the Tenkaichi Budokai. Mr. Popo states that
Can you hear me?
Flying
Trunks,
Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Oh, where's all the cubes?
I need help! You're a big help! Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Oh man.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Thank you very much.
Flying Nimbus!
Oh, man. Holy hell. You bastard!
You gotta be kidding me.
We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. You're under attack.
You all right?
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Holy hell.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I'll send some supplies to help.
Oh, man.
Good use of them.
Flying Nimbus!
Stay calm. Stay calm. What?
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Flying Nimbus!
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
Finished already? Kakarot, you bastard! Step forward, and I will send you to your grave.
Nah, the developers who made Broly are just straight up dumb.
A monster! I'm the devil himself! Come attack me! Give me a break. Here goes nothing. Gallic gun! You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, a lot of survivors don't even want to fight, man. But look, he's gonna lose by a time machine if he doesn't destroy it in time. He wasn't even paying attention. We lost the match. That's what happens when you're rage, bro.
What is this?
Farmer with the shotgun or the rifle.
He knows how to speak Namekian himself and confirms that Piccolo means different world in their language. Bulma instructs Mr. Popo to tell the ship to fly somewhere around Jupiter as a test, and upon command, the ship immediately takes off. Almost instantly, the two arrive at Jupiter, leading to celebrations and Mr. Popo shedding a tear at the thought of Kami being resurrected. Back at the hospital, Bulma announces the group can reach planet Namek in just a month, and with a few modifications to the spaceship, they'll be ready to launch in 5 days. Krillin is thrilled, and Korin notes that Hope is still alive. When Bulma questions if Mr. Popo will be the one going to planet Namek, he declines, explaining that he can't leave Kami's lookout unattended for 2 months, and offers to teach her the Namekian language instead. Krillin insists Bulma has to go due to her technical expertise, to which she agrees, but adds that she'll need to install amenities like a shower, bed, and stereo for the journey. Bulma, however, states that she doesn't want to go alone. Yajirobe quickly declines to join, and Korin jokes that no one was expecting him to go anyway. Master Roshi considers a 2-month round trip and offers to go, but Bulma shoots down the idea, saying that him going would only make it worse. With Goku unable to go, she turns to Krillin, who's hesitant about leaving Earth in case the Saiyan returns, but agrees anyway. Gohan then volunteers, and the room falls silent, leaving Chi-Chi in disbelief. Gohan stands his ground, saying Piccolo died to protect him, and that he wants to be the one who brings him back to life. Chi-Chi, however, protests, thinking only of herself and not wanting to worry about her son for another 2 months, concerned about his education falling behind. As Goku's frustration rises, Gohan shouts at his mother to shut up, asserting that he has to go and help, as everyone who died trying to protect the Earth needs to be brought back to life. Both his father and the Ox King commend Gohan's newfound strength, and Bulma concludes that the matter is settled. Time passes as Bulma, her father, and the Capsule Corps employees work on the spaceship, and finally, the day day of departure arrives. At Kame House, Krillin, now packed and ready, marvels at the spaceship alongside Master Roshi, although Bulma seems irate given she's overdressed for the occasion. Suddenly, they all notice Gohan's arrival along with Chi-Chi and the Ox King. Dressed in a formal suit and sporting a new bold haircut, Gohan is hardly recognizable, prompting Krillin to joke him around. Gohan states his dad laughed at him too, and Chi-Chi explains his attire, stating that this is the first time mankind is going into space, and Gohan needs to look presentable. Exhausted but ready, Bulma says it's time to leave. Goodbyes are exchanged, and once on board, an irate Bulma initiates the launch sequence. The spaceship takes off at an incredible speed, leaving Gohan and Krillin unable to fasten themselves in. Now in space, Bulma tells the two that they can move around, and heads to another room to change. Krillin thinks she's going to wear pajamas, and suddenly remembers he forgot to bring his own. Gohan also changes, but into an outfit secretly made to resemble Piccolo's. Bulma returns, not in pajamas though, but in gear suited for adventure, and thus begins the group's journey to planet Namek. As the journey progresses, Bulma wakes up from a nap surrounded by junk food wrappers and magazines. It's been a week, and she's already dreading the remaining 20 days of travel as she's bored. She regrets not creating a long-term sleeping device, and observes Krillin and Gohan engaged in image training shortly after. When Krillin finally pauses to catch his breath, he praises Gohan's strength as Goku's son and a student of Piccolo. Gohan, in turn, admires Krillin's range of techniques. Bulma then insists the two clean up, citing her status as a lady. Krillin, however, retorts that she's responsible for the mess, and that he and Gohan have been cleaning up after themselves. Moreover, she's the one who complained about boredom. Annoyed, Bulma demands they treat her delicately as she stretches and leaves, prompting Krillin to point out that a lady wouldn't walk around in her underwear. At the main console, Bulma wonders where Vegeta could be, recalling how Saiyans purged planets to sell them. She suspects he might be seeking help from other aliens to heal up, and meanwhile, Vegeta's pod is nearing planet Frieza, number 79. Two aliens in similar armor and scouters notice the incoming ship. Initially wondering if it's Frieza, they soon realize it's Vegeta and are puzzled by his unannounced return. They radio others to prepare for his arrival, and upon landing, they find Vegeta badly injured and hooked up to life support, so they rush him to medical care. For a while, Vegeta rests in a healing chamber. Once healed, he emerges from the pod, informed that his tail couldn't be restored, though he's unconcerned. Dressing, he questions Frieza's whereabouts and discovers that he recently left the planet. The alien responsible for healing Vegeta suggests reporting to the training room on the planet to speak to someone named Qui, although Vegeta ignores this and states that he has nothing to say to him. Told he's forgotten his scouter, Vegeta dismissively tells the attendant to keep it as he has no use for it anymore. As he walks through the base, Vegeta plots revenge on the Earthlings. He's soon interrupted by Qui, who mocks the recent failures of the Saiyans and comments on the deaths of Raditz and Nappa. Irritated, Vegeta attempts to ignore Qui, but learns that Frieza eavesdropped on their plans for eternal life via the Scouters. Qui then informs Vegeta that Frieza plans to achieve eternal life and youth for himself via the Dragon Balls on planet Namek, much to the Saiyans' shock. Fuming over the prospect of being a slave to Frieza for the rest of his life, Vegeta rushes past Qui to take off in his pod for Namek. Meanwhile, back on the spaceship, on day 34, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan finally arrive at their intended destination, planet Namek. As the spaceship nears Namek, Gohan and Krillin buckle their seatbelts for atmospheric entry. Despite a semi-rough landing, they touch down successfully. Bulma starts to examine the atmosphere using the sensors from the ship, but Krillin and Gohan are already outside, breathing normally. They discuss the fact that this is Piccolo's home world, prompting Bulma to scold them for recklessly leaving the ship. She then pulls out the Dragon Radar, and much to her delight, detects the presence of Dragon Balls on the planet. Krillin and Bulma celebrate with a dance, but Gohan interrupts them. He senses multiple strong energy signals nearby, and Krillin senses it too. Bulma dismisses their concerns though, asserting that it's probably just the Namekians. However, Krillin states the ki they're sensing feels evil, but Bulma remains certain that they have nothing to worry about, as the Namekians are peaceful by nature according to King Kai. The radar shows 4 Dragon Balls located elsewhere, and the group consider introducing themselves to the Namekians. Suddenly, a Saiyan spaceship flies across the sky and lands, much to the surprise of Krillin and Bulma. Gohan finds this hard to believe, and Krillin tells him to mask his energy, otherwise they'll be discovered. Krillin theorizes that the one who just landed was Vegeta, and asserts that he must be here for the Dragon Balls as well. Gohan wonders how he was able to heal so fast, and panicking, Bulma suggests returning to Earth. Recognizing the peril of Vegeta acquiring the Dragon Ball Balls for himself, Krillin advises Bulma to go back to Earth alone, as he and Gohan need to stay and collect the Dragon Balls themselves. Bulma agrees and plans to inform Master Roshi in addition to returning in 2 months with Goku, a timeline neither Gohan or Krillin are thrilled about. Meanwhile, Vegeta disembarks from his ship, determined to prevent Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls. He suspects Frieza knows of his insubordination and wants him dead, and though skeptical of his chances against Frieza, Vegeta believes the Dragon Balls will grant him the edge he needs. Reluctantly using a scouter, he locates Frieza and his henchmen Zarbon and Dodoria and flies off. Back on Earth, Master Roshi answers a call from Bulma, who briefs him on the situation and tells him to inform everyone except Chi-Chi. Suddenly, a second Saiyan space pod crashes nearby, much to the surprise of Gohan, Bulma, and Krillin, who wonder who this mysterious person is. Elsewhere on Namek, a village lies in ruins, its inhabitants dead.
Alright guys, next match is
Various
starting in 2
aliens
minutes.
and Saiyan-like armor are present, and one emerges
going
holding
pretty
a
fast.
3-star Dragon Ball. Appearing before them is a small, effeminate individual floating in a pod known as Frieza, elated that there are only 3 more Dragon Balls to collect, as his group are in possession of the 4 the Dragon team picked up on their radar earlier. Frieza tells the large, pink alien standing next to him known as Dodoria to
Looks
hold
like
the
we found a
Dragon
match
Balls
chance.
with care, as
Good luck.
Vegeta is likely pursuing them.
Get
A
this W.
handsome, long-haired man holding the other 2 Dragon Balls known as Zarbon then speaks, alerting Frieza that Kui has arrived on Namek and is tailing Vegeta. Zarbon goes on to state that 2 strong energy signatures had appeared and then vanished, but Frieza asserts that their primary concern is dealing with Vegeta. Meanwhile, Kui, having landed near Vegeta's pod, checks his scouter and notes that he's found the Saiyan, then states it's time to clean up his mess. Back at the Dragon team's location, Bulma believes the situation is terrible, and Krillin argues that there shouldn't be any more Saiyans around. At the same time, Kui locates Vegeta using his scouter. As he heads out, Kui informs Vegeta via his scouter that Frieza has authorized him to eliminate him. Vegeta, however, is simply standing on a cliff, amused at the idea of Kui defeating him, although his adversary tells him to check his scouter to determine who the victor will be, to which Vegeta just smirks. Back at the spacecraft, Bulma bids farewell to Krillin and Gohan, assuring them that she'll return with Goku. Krillin, however, tells her to hold on and suggests to Gohan they should leave too. Krillin is skeptical about the unfolding events on Namek and states that even if Vegeta were to make
You'll be dead soon. So allow me to show you the true power of a Saiyan elite.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Miss Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're my savior.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Where am I?
Great! You found another power key. Use it quick. An ally needs your help. We don't rushing in.
Thanks.
I'm gonna wipe out every last one of you.
Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You're pretty tough, don't you?
Someone! You have my thanks. Flying Nimbus! Stay calm. Stay calm.
Guys getting camped.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
I'm gonna wipe out every last one of you.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger
What was
awaits.
that? No
Think
dragon trains,
before rushing
nothing?
in. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
God, what are these guys?
Doing no effort.
Very
At least you
well,
tried,
then.
Terrence.
We'll finish this little
We sold this man.
playtime you were speaking of.
Oh man. Holy hell. Down you go! Here comes a pain!
There you are. There you are. Here goes nothing.
Flying Nimbus!
Always me, bro. It's always me. It's either I'm the MVP
So,
or I
what's
die
the
saving
time
everyone
next?
else.
Flying Nimbus! Holy hell.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Like I had 1, 2, 3, 4 other people didn't even try to revive me.
Let's go! Damn you!
Insignificant trash.
A wish on the Dragon Balls, they can always come back and make theirs. However, Bulma mentions that this is assuming Vegeta doesn't kill Shenron like Demon King Piccolo did in the past, which leaves Krillin worrying. Suddenly, Gohan senses an approaching presence, and Krillin notes that its energy is too weak to be Vegeta's. Two of Frieza's henchmen are close by, discussing that the energy readings they had earlier have now vanished. One wonders if they're merely Namekians, and Krillin initially wonders the same on his end. However, both groups spot one one another, and Bulma shrieks that the strangers aren't Namekians after all. The two scouts are unsure where the dragon team came from, but decide to carry out their orders to exterminate everyone on the planet anyway. Krillin notes that the two are wearing outfits similar to Saiyans, but clearly aren't Saiyans themselves. Confused, Krillin expresses his unease, and Bulma adds that their appearances don't indicate friendly intentions either. The scouts rise into the air, and as Krillin advises Gohan to concentrate his energy, the scouts mock the two for their supposedly weak battle powers. One of the scouts decides to destroy their spaceship first and fires a powerful beam from a handheld weapon, hitting the ship. Both scouts laugh, but Krillin assures Gohan that these foes are no match for them. The scouts overhear and mock the two some more, but Krillin and Gohan power up, causing the scouts to get nervous. Both suddenly teleport in front of the scouts, with Gohan landing a punch and Krillin delivering a kick. Both scouts are sent flying into a body of water, and Krillin praises Gohan's skills, but Bulma eagerly disregards this. Elsewhere, Zarbon detects something on his scouter, and Frieza inquires what's amiss. Zarbon reports that the individuals they were monitoring not only reappeared, but after defeating their scouts, their readings disappeared again. Frieza wonders if it might be Vegeta, but Zarbon clarifies that Vegeta's being tracked separately, and their power levels were around 1500 each. Frieza states that these individuals pose no threat to him, but asserts that next time they make an appearance, Zarbon or Dodoria shall eliminate them. Meanwhile, Bulma mourns the ruined spaceship and her inability to return to Earth, and Krillin suggests moving to a different location as stronger enemies might be on their way. Gohan concurs, stating that they're not Namekians and appear to be allies of Vegeta. Gohan also believes the Namekians will assist them in repairing the ship, so Bulma gives in. Elsewhere, Vegeta and Qui face off. Qui declares Vegeta's life will end here, and the Saiyan promises to show him a useful skill he acquired on Earth. Qui mockingly questions if it's the ability to flee, but Vegeta retorts that it's the ability to control his power level at will. Vegeta starts to power up and tells Qui to check his scouter again. Qui is alarmed and protests that they should be on equal footing, but Vegeta counters saying that unlike Qui, who stays comfortably by Frieza's side and never improves, he's been continuously training and engaging in combat, including the battle on Earth that nearly took his life. Vegeta amps up his power level further, causing Qui's scouter to shatter when it reaches 22,000. Elsewhere, Zarbon's scouter also crashes. He informs Dodoria that it's because Vegeta's power exceeded 22,000, but Dodoria dismisses it, attributing the failure to an outdated scouter and plans to use his more modern one for an accurate reading. Even with his newer device though, Dodoria finds that his reading has climbed up to 24,000. Meanwhile, Qui proposes a new plan. He suggests he and Vegeta team up against Frieza, claiming they could likely defeat Zarbon and Dodoria together. However, Vegeta calls him a liar and states that he's tired of his nonsense. As Qui insists he's telling the truth, he tricks Vegeta into thinking Frieza's appeared. Seizing the moment, Qui blasts Vegeta with all his might, then unleashes a flurry of additional blasts following that. When the smoke clears, the area in front of Qui is destroyed and Vegeta is nowhere to be found. Qui gloats over his supposed victory, but Vegeta reappears behind Qui and mocks him for his poor strategy. Vegeta states that in addition to his power increase, his speed has gotten a boost as well. Panicked, Qui attempts to flee, but Vegeta swiftly catches up to him, lands a devastating punch to his stomach, and sends him airborne. With a mere flick of 2 fingers, Vegeta then causes Qui to explode, eliminating yet another one of his enemies. Landing back on the ground, Vegeta speculates that due to the scouters, Frieza and his minions have probably noticed he disposed of Qui. He states that if the transmissions he picked up on his own are correct, the Dragon Balls only work if you gather all 7. Vegeta then formulates his plan. He'll aim to find 1 Dragon Ball himself and steal the remaining 6 from Frieza's men later when they drop their guard. He asserts that gaining immortality will soon be within his reach, and with Frieza defeated, his goal of reigning supreme over the universe will be achievable. Meanwhile, Dodoria concludes that Vegeta's power must genuinely be at 24,000, given the elimination of Qui. Unimpressed though, Frieza states that this isn't anything to be concerned about, and decides to go after the 5th Dragon Ball. One of the henchmen notes that about 10 Namekians are in another direction, prompting Frieza to infer that the Dragon Ball must be there. He advises caution due to the presence of mysterious individuals besides Vegeta, and the group take off. Further out on Namek, Krillin and Gohan are walking, with Bulma trailing behind them. She suggests they should fly and carry her, but Gohan explains that flying would consume a lot of energy and attract the attention of their enemies. The group reach a cave, and Krillin suggests taking shelter there, a suggestion Bulma isn't keen on. Gohan questions Krillin on if he senses anyone else nearby, and he confirms, as this time the energy energies they sense are different, and they're confident they must be Namekians. Suddenly, Krillin yells for Bulma and Gohan to hide, as there's someone else approaching from the direction they sense the Namekians in. The trio quickly take cover in the cave, and Krillin wonders if they've been discovered. As they huddle against the cave walls, the flying group zooms past them. Bulma's relieved that they weren't the target of the group and wonders about their mission, while Krillin and Gohan suddenly sit in horror. Krillin tells Bulma to check the Dragon Radar, and he suspects the group that just passed are in possession of the 4 Dragon Balls. Bulma does so and confirms Krillin's suspicions, prompting discouragement in him. Krillin inquires if Gohan felt the immense power emanating from the second individual in the formation, who turns out to be Frieza. Gohan confirms, stating that the power he felt was staggering, and Krillin adds that Frieza's aura is far stronger than Vegeta's, and that he was on an entirely different level. Bulma finds it hard to believe that there are stronger beings than Vegeta, and Krillin speculates they must be Vegeta's friends, given their similar attire. Bulma then observes on the radar that the group is headed directly for another Dragon Ball, surmising that they must have a tracking device as well. Noting that the location is about 14 kilometers away, where Krillin had sensed Namekians earlier, Krillin decides to go there, and Gohan and
Can you hear me?
Flying
It's
Nimbus!
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You're a big help. I know you're straining the gears of your little seedling brain, trying to come up with a stratagem. Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it.
That won't work.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Great. You know what to do with that key. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Oh, why couldn't this guy just go to A or B? Why does he have to be where C and D is? Just beat it, bro. This guy's wasting his dragon chain.
No need for impatience. It's your turn now. Greetings!
That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
You have my thanks.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Flying Nimbus!
Then you're done. Blind Nimbus! The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Welcome. Thank you.
Let's stay in the
Bro, I want to punch the Masu, bro. I swear if I had a chance, I would knock this guy out right now. Holy smokes.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue, watch out for enemies. You okay?
I owe you one.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
You mortals have limits.
Here comes the pain. You're gone. Here comes the pain. Come on. Come on. Shall we strike? Zamasu? Blind
Of
Nimbus!
course. Zamasu.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Greetings!
If he kills that guy, we get another transfer.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make
Only
good
now
use
Trunks
of
wants to send
them.
a
An ally
supply.
needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits.
I'm gonna try to grab the
Think before
transfer.
rushing in. The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue
Bro.
light. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise your dream hard if you're going to help them. A super transfer is headed your way.
Trunks takes so long to send these damn supplies and transfer, bro.
Ally down.
But everyone's dead. This Matthew guy is so waste.
Watch out for enemies.
Pitiful. Such is the way of human pests.
Bro, I was doing good, and then Zamasu got me at the time machine.
It was scary.
insists on following him. Bulma protests being left alone, but Krillin tells her it's better than going with them. Bulma agrees and decides to construct a house capsule while they're gone. Krillin tells her to contact Master Roshi, and she wishes them luck as they set off, conserving as much ki as possible. Meanwhile, back on Earth in the hospital, Goku is training despite his injuries.
He was doing absolutely nothing
enters,
all game.
scolding him for overexerting himself and reminding him that he's not yet fit to leave. As the doctor helps him back into bed, Master Roshi enters, bearing food and news from Bulma. During the conversation, Master Roshi inappropriately touches a nurse, who screams, leading him to state his ignorance due to his old age. Roshi then updates Goku about Bulma and the others' arrival to planet Namek, along with Vegeta, much to Goku's shock. Roshi then states a group of powerful beings are also on the planet as well, and that Bulma and the others are stranded as their spaceship is damaged. He then says to make matters worse, one individual among the powerful beings has a ki significantly higher than Vegeta's, leaving Goku in disbelief. At that moment, Yajirobe enters with a bag of 7 sensu beans from Korin. Goku eagerly consumes one despite the doctor's disapproval, and revitalized, Goku leaps from his bed and shatters his bandages as he changes into his usual outfit, declaring he's heading to planet Namek. He tells Master Roshi that Bulma's father offered to build him a spaceship using the space pod he came into Earth in as a baby, and states that once it's all finished, he'll be able to reach Namek in just 6 days. Jumping out the window, Goku summons his flying Nimbus and takes off to Bulma's house. Yajirobe questions his intent, and Master Roshi elaborates on the situation. Yajirobe questions Goku's optimism in such a terrible situation, but Roshi explains that it must be his Saiyan blood driving him to battle another strong opponent. As Goku takes to the sky, he can't seem to shake the thought of someone even mightier than Vegeta. Goku arrives at Capsule Corps, dismounts from his flying Nimbus, and wanders outside, wondering where to go. He sees Bulma's mom tending to her garden, and she inquires about his well-being. When Goku questions her on where Bulma's dad is, she informs him that he's still working on the spaceship, surprising Goku, who thought it'd be done by now. Taking Goku by the arm, Bulma's mom walks with him, commenting on how handsome he's gotten, and suggests they go on a date now that the Saiyans are gone. Eventually, they reach the spaceship, and Dr. Brief is surprised to see Goku's already healed. Curious, Goku questions if the ship is finished, observing that it seems ready. Dr. Brief emerges and says he needs a bit more time and invites Goku inside. Bulma's mom departs, mentioning that she'll grab a drink or something for Goku, and entering the ship, Goku is amazed by its size. Dr. Brief confirms that it was designed to Goku's specifications and praises the advanced technology of the Saiyan race. When Goku inquires about the artificial gravity system, Dr. Brief confirms its completion and shows him the control panel, warning that it can only go up to 100 times normal gravity, which would make Goku weigh 6 tons if set at maximum. However, Goku is unfazed, stating that it's necessary to defeat Vegeta. When he questions if the ship can fly, Dr. Brief assures him that all data has been programmed, and all Goku has to do is press the button to head to planet Namek. Dr. Brief then shows him additional amenities downstairs, including a bathroom, a kitchen, and a bedroom. This prompts Goku to inquire what the holdup is, to which Dr. Brief says he hasn't decided where to place the stereo speakers. Alarmed, Goku insists that he doesn't care about that and that they need to leave immediately, revealing that he received a message from Bulma about encountering trouble on planet Namek. Concerned, Dr. Brief allows Goku to take the spaceship, and he sits in the pilot seat, hits the button, and the ship soars into the sky. Watching from below, Dr. Brief marvels at the successful launch. Puar and Oolong arrive, wondering about the commotion, and are informed that Goku just left. While Oolong finds Goku's abrupt departure a bit rude, Puar is anxious that something serious must have happened. Meanwhile in space, Goku notes how dark it is and considers it to be nighttime. However, he decides to start his training immediately, recalling that King Kai's place had 10 times normal gravity, so he opts to begin at 20 times normal gravity. Goku starts his workout with some push-ups and sit-ups, stating that he'll need to retrain himself starting from the basics, otherwise he won't be able to withstand higher levels of the Kaioken technique. Back on Namek, Krillin and Gohan hurry toward their objective. Krillin mentions they're close and need to mask their energy levels as they approach on foot, and Gohan agrees. They climb a small cliff, crouch, and observe a settlement with houses resembling their own spaceship. They particularly notice Frieza, Zarbon, and Dodoria, as Krillin points out they have incredible and terrifying energy. He then points out the large Dragon Balls in Zarbon and Dodoria's possession, and Dodoria briefly detects a signal on his scouter, but dismisses it as an animal or insect when questioned by Frieza. As Gohan and Krillin remain hidden, one of Frieza's henchmen force a group of Namekians from their home, as Krillin notes they resemble Piccolo and Kami. The group of 5 Namekians consists consist of 3 elders and 2
Are you guys still
children.
eating
Krillin is
leftovers?
puzzled about what the strangers want with the Namekians, and Gohan questions if they're Saiyans, but Krillin clarifies that they just dress similarly, and only Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta are the remaining Saiyans. Krillin recalls what Goku's older brother had mentioned about clearing planets of life and selling them, and speculates that these individuals must be in the same line of work. He then wonders why Vegeta isn't present, guessing that he might be searching for the Dragon Balls elsewhere. The senior Namekians observe that Zarbon and Dodoria each hold 2 Dragon Balls and are shocked. Frieza introduces himself and states his intention to acquire their Dragon Balls. He questions them about the whereabouts of the other Namekians, and witnessing the group before him falling silent, he threatens to kill them if they don't talk. Finally, one of the elders speaks, but in the Namekian language. Frieza insists that he knows how to communicate in a language he understands, and the elder explains that the others are out working in the fields, which leads Frieza to demand further cooperation. When Frieza inquires about the location of the Dragon Ball, the Namekian leader denies having one. Frieza then laughs, calling on Dodoria to share what he's learned about the Dragon Balls on the planet. Dodoria states that the Dragon Balls are only to be turned over to those who Namekians judge to be men of valor, and Frieza cuts in, stating that the Namekian who informed them of this was stubborn as well. That is, until he killed one of his companions to serve as a lesson. This shocks the elders, and Frieza goes on to say that he learned the Dragon Balls were created by the Grand Elder of Namek. Each is held by an elder who evaluates the seeker's wisdom, strength, and motives before handing it over, but he cared nothing of that and was left with no choice but to kill the first elder. Unbeknownst to Frieza and his group, Vegeta listens to the conversation via his scouter, hearing the tyrant mention how the next 3 elders he encountered were in a much more accommodating mood to hand over the Dragon Balls. The Namekians are skeptical that the other elders would willingly surrender the Dragon Balls, and Frieza then commands Zarbon to show the elders what convinced the others. Zarbon appears behind one of the men and delivers a deadly kick to his neck, instantly killing him. Another elder attempts to attack Zarbon, who evades him,
Broly needs to
causing
be
the
banned,
resulting
bro.
blast to hit one of Frieza's henchmen. Zarbon retaliates with a blast of his own, killing the elder and gracefully retrieving his Dragon Ball that he'd thrown into the air. Only the leader and 2 children remain, and Frieza questions if they're ready to cooperate now.
You need
The
to give us better
remaining elder
transfers to
questions
fight
what
against,
Frieza
bro. It's
wants
been
with the
like, what,
Dragon
like
Balls, to which the
4 or
tyrant
5
states he
months,
wants
6 months
eternal
now?
life. Krillin hears this and realizes that Vegeta has the same wish, prompting Gohan to contemplate that the 2 may not be allies after all. The Namekian leader defiantly tells Frieza he'd rather die than give up the Dragon Ball, and Frieza decides that such stubbornness warrants death for all, including the children, which infuriates both Gohan and Krillin. At that moment, Dodoria's scouter detects strong power levels approaching, and they turn to see 3 young Namekians flying toward the village, much to the elders' relief. The trio of furious Namekians arrive in the village and see that 2 of the older members have been killed. One of the newcomers admits that he had a bad feeling about this, to which Frieza mockingly responds that they've merely taken a work break to meet their deaths. Another villager mentions he'd heard rumors of someone raiding villages to steal Dragon Balls, confirming that it must be true. The third is visibly angered by the invaders' disruption of Namek's tranquility and vows to stop them. The elder cautions the trio, but urges them to fight. Frieza tells Dodoria to gauge their battle powers, and he does so, announcing that they're each around 1,000, thus no match for them. The elder figures that these devices are how Frieza's men have been locating remote villages and people on the planet, and Frieza's henchman scoffs at the trio's weaker battle power of 1,000. Krillin and Gohan notice that the Namekians are actually suppressing their true strength, and when the henchmen attack, the Namekians begin to unleash their power. One kicks a henchman into a mountain, another delivers a powerful punch to the face of another, and the third sends a henchman flying towards Zarbon with a ki blast. Zarbon redirects him into the ocean, perplexed, and questioning Dodoria on if their power levels are really just 1,000. Dodoria rechecks and reports they've somehow increased to 3,000, and the Namekians continue to defeat the henchmen, while Krillin and Gohan silently root for them from their cliffside vantage point. Frieza observes that the Namekians have control over their power levels, and the Elder, pondering again on the scouter devices, tells the children to move to a safer distance. Dodoria sets his Dragon Balls down and points out he'll have to deal with the Namekians, but unexpectedly, the Elder shoots a small ki blast, targeting Dodoria's scouter and destroying it. Dodoria chuckles, stating that such an attack won't beat him, but the Elder leaps into the air and launches more ki blasts, aiming to destroy the scouters of all the fallen henchmen as well. Zarbon quickly catches on that the scouters are the target, while Dodoria bellows in fury, vowing to eliminate them all. Gohan Gohan points out that the scouters are used for detecting an opponent's strength and location, prompting Krillin to understand that the enemy wasn't using the scouters to locate the Dragon Balls, rather they were using them to track down the Namekians themselves. Dodoria becomes enraged and soars into the air to chase the Elder. However, Frieza orders him to halt and focus on the younger Namekians first. Dodoria returns to the ground and confronts the young warriors, asserting that it'll take him just 10 seconds to finish them off. One of the Namekians retorts that they believe they can hold their own against him, but Dodoria scoffs at the remark, suddenly teleporting behind one of them and impales him through the chest with his arm. He withdraws his arm and unleashes a massive energy blast from his mouth at the second Namekian, killing him on impact, much to the surprise of everyone watching. The last Namekian narrowly evades Dodoria's attack and backs up, attempting to flee. As Dodoria pursues him, the fleeing Namekian turns and launches a dual-handed ki blast, hitting Dodoria head on. Following a massive explosion, he believes he succeeded, but when the smoke dissipates, Dodoria emerges unscathed. Dodoria then propels himself toward the Namekian and rams his head into him, sending him crashing into a hillside and killing him. As the Elder watches in horror, Frieza tells him it's futile to continue resisting and tells him to descend. The Elder hesitates, but ultimately complies, and Frieza appreciates his newfound compliance. Frieza then states that as an apology for destroying their scouters, the Elder must hand over his Dragon Ball, otherwise he'll die along with the children. After a bit of hesitation, the Elder reluctantly agrees, as long as they promise to spare the children. Meanwhile, Krillin comments on the ferocity of the assailants, while Gohan boils in anger, prompting Krillin to discourage him from fighting, as they wouldn't stand a chance. The Elder hands over the 4-star ball to one of Frieza's minions, and is asked to reveal the location of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. However, he refuses to betray his fellow Namekians, and Frieza coldly states that he and the children will just have to die. Just as the Elder begins to panic at this revelation, Dodoria lunges at him with an attack. The Elder is sent reeling, but sustains minimal damage. He confronts Frieza, stating how this wasn't what they agreed on, and how he said he would leave after he handed the Dragon Ball over. However, Frieza states the Dragon Balls are useless without all 7, and because the Elder destroyed his scouters, he'll need to give up the location of the remaining 2. The Elder states again that he would rather die than betray his own people, to which Frieza responds that he'll gladly fulfill that wish. Zarbon questions whether they can realistically find the remaining Dragon Balls without scouters, and Frieza assures him that they'll undoubtedly locate more if they search other villages or find other Namekians. For now, he orders the death of the remaining 3, and Dodoria prepares for action. Krillin becomes infuriated, and the Elder instructs the children to flee. Rising to his feet, the Elder shouts, exclaiming he'll show the assailants the pride of the Namekian people. However, Frieza launches a minor energy blast, which deliberately misses the Elder and fatally hits one of the Namekian children. The Elder stands in disbelief, and Gohan becomes increasingly enraged. Dodoria then grabs the Elder, places him in a headlock, and snaps his neck. He laughs as he lets the Elder's lifeless body fall to the ground, and Krillin urges Gohan to restrain himself, arguing that they're powerless to intervene. The surviving young Namekian begins to cry and tries to escape, prompting Dodoria to pursue and intercept him. But just as Dodoria readies his attack, Gohan rises to his feet and shouts for him to stop. He takes flight, capturing the attention of both Frieza and Zarbon. Confused, Dodoria looks around for the source of the disturbance, only to be blindsided by a powerful kick to the face from Gohan, smashing him through a nearby Namekian home. Thinking Gohan acted recklessly, Krillin swoops in to assist, and as Dodoria regains his bearings, he wonders who the attackers are. Gohan retorts that he's the one who's gonna take him down, and as Dodoria rises to his feet, Krillin lands another kick to his face. Krillin grabs the surviving child and tells Gohan to make a break for it, and the trio soar away. Frieza orders him to chase the 3, and Dodoria follows close behind, fueled by his increasing rage. Krillin advises Gohan to fly as fast as he can, and as Dodoria is quickly gaining on them, Frieza ponders the identity of their unexpected adversaries. Dodoria rapidly closes in, and Gohan suggests they should touch down and confront him. Krillin, however, exclaims that they stand no chance in a fight and need to continue flying. Clearly frustrated, Krillin contemplates how they can lose Dodoria when suddenly he devises a plan. As Dodoria draws ever closer, Krillin tosses the child toward Gohan and shouts at him to shut his eyes and not look back. He places his fingers on his forehead, spins around to face Dodoria, and unleashes a solar flare. Dodoria is momentarily blinded, allowing Krillin to speed up and rejoin Gohan and the young Namekian. He advises them to take the opportunity to hide, and they descend to the base of a nearby hill, just as Dodoria Dodoria begins to recover his vision. Unable to locate them, he grows increasingly angry and starts
Wonder if
flying
anyone's still
erratically
playing. It's
around
like
the vicinity,
3:45
demanding they
AM my time.
reveal themselves. Krillin reassures Gohan and the young Namekian that they're safe, as Dodoria can't locate them since all the scouters have been destroyed. However, frustrated by his inability to find the trio in such expansive terrain, Dodoria decides to obliterate the area. He soars skyward, leading Gohan to mistakenly believe he's given up. However, from a high vantage point, Dodoria bids a farewell and unleashes a massive energy blast downward, annihilating nearby islands and leaving only open water. Believing he's eliminated the trio, Dodoria revels in his victory, but thinks to himself how Frieza may have wanted him to bring them back to him. However, he states destroying them was better than letting them escape, but wonders once more who they were. Unbeknownst to him, the trio has survived, floating in the air behind him as he flies away. Relieved, Krillin suggests returning to where Bulma is hiding. He questions the young Namekian on if he's capable of flying, to which the child responds affirmatively and thanks Krillin for the rescue. Krillin, however, deflects the gratitude toward Gohan, claiming he initially thought the situation was too dangerous to act. Gohan, however, counters that without Krillin's intervention, they'd both be dead. Agreeing to head back, Krillin wonders where they left Bulma, and Gohan leads he and the Namekian boy in the cave's direction. Meanwhile, Dodoria contemplates the challenge of finding the Dragon Balls without scouters as he continues to fly away, but is suddenly plunged into the water below. Emerging, he finds himself face to face with Vegeta, much to his surprise. Climbing ashore, Dodoria is infuriated to discover that it's Vegeta who ambushed him. Vegeta remarks that he's been waiting for an opportunity when Dodoria and Zarbon would be separated from Frieza, and Dodoria retorts, telling Vegeta to hand over his scouter and leave. Realizing all the scouters have been destroyed, Vegeta finds this to be great news, as Frieza and his men are now unable to detect him. He mentions Dodoria and the others wouldn't attempt retrieving more either, as the trip from Namek to planet Frieza would take several days. He then removes the remaining scouter from his face and drops it to the ground. Dodoria suggests that Vegeta must be frightened and offers to spare him if he's lucky. However, Vegeta smiles and crushes the scouter with his foot. Startled, Dodoria questions why Vegeta would do such a thing, prompting the Saiyan to state that he no longer needs it. Dodoria argues that Vegeta would still need the scouter to locate the Dragon Balls, the Namekians, or Frieza, but Vegeta counters that his time on Earth taught him how to sense enemy locations and power levels without technological aid. He adds that scouters are useless for determining the true strength of beings like Frieza, and mentions a Saiyan on Earth had the ability to sense power levels as well. Dodoria concludes that the small fighters from earlier must be Earthlings and allies of Vegeta, but skeptical, Vegeta dismisses the point, stating there's no way the Earthlings would be on Namek, but even if they were, he'd kill them for sure. Dodoria threatens Vegeta again, and realizing Dodoria must have noticed how much stronger he became after his battle with Whis, Vegeta asserts he must be afraid of him. Dodoria then becomes furious, dismissing his power as a scouter malfunction, and unleashes a large energy blast, with a volley of larger energy blasts following suit. However, Vegeta reappears unscathed behind him, catching Dodoria's fist when he attempts to strike. Dodoria kicks out, but Vegeta spins and immobilizes both of his arms. Declaring that Dodoria is no match for a Saiyan, Vegeta explains that his near-death experience on Earth greatly amplified his strength, embodying the combat prowess of the Saiyan race. He accuses Dodoria of overlooking this fact and advises him to prepare for death, but Dodoria, in a last-ditch effort, offers to reveal a secret about Vegeta's homeworld, planet Vegeta. Intrigued, Vegeta releases him and demands to hear the secret. Dodoria then reveals that Frieza himself destroyed planet Vegeta, fearing the Saiyans were becoming too powerful and disobedient. He goes on to state that Vegeta's life was spared because Frieza saw potential to use him, so he did, and Vegeta remains silent at this revelation. Dodoria believes Vegeta to be shaken up by the news and begins to take his leave to Frieza, but Vegeta clarifies that he doesn't care about his planet, his friends, or parents, only that he's been manipulated his entire life. Panicked, Dodoria tries to flee, but is instantly obliterated by an energy blast from Vegeta, who declares Frieza fears the endless potential of the Saiyan race, as Goku continues his training exercises aboard his ship. Vegeta is astounded by his newfound strength, as it were enough to take down Dodoria without breaking a sweat. He reflects on his time on Earth and feels it wasn't in vain after all. However, Dodoria's mention of the Earthlings catches his attention, and he recalls sensing two significant power levels moving further away. Determined to investigate and eliminate any interference, Vegeta takes off. Concurrently, Gohan, Krillin, and the young Namekian boy are flying toward Bulma's cave when they sense a high-speed humanoid entity approaching. They quickly descend to an island to take cover, and Krillin is puzzled, thinking to himself that Dodoria found them again. However, Vegeta arrives nearby, puzzled that the power levels he
found out
sensed
match just
earlier
started 2
have
minutes.
disappeared. Gohan alerts Krillin that Vegeta is in the vicinity, causing him to crouch and panic. As Vegeta leaves their line of sight, they breathe a sigh of relief, and Krillin wonders how Vegeta could have tracked them without a scouter. Frustrated, Vegeta internally admits that he may not have yet mastered the art of sensing power levels and regrets destroying his scouter. However, he picks up something nearby, and Krillin realizes the Saiyan must be sensing their ki and worries that even if he and Gohan conceal theirs, the boy's faint ki would still be detectable. Vegeta confirms his suspicion by sensing a minor power level and heads toward it, prompting Krillin to believe they're doomed. However, a large fish leaps from the water, diverting Vegeta's attention. Convinced it was just the fish he sensed, he resolves to just finding one of the remaining Dragon Balls to prevent Frieza from collecting all 7. With this thought, he departs, allowing Krillin and Gohan to relax and catch their breath. Krillin suggests they head back to Bulma's location, eager for some rest despite not engaging in combat. The group make their way to another island, Krillin thinking to himself they may end up getting themselves killed on Namek. They eventually locate Bulma's cave, and entering, they discover a sizable capsule house at the back. Bulma reveals herself and scolds them for leaving her alone while they were out, and notices the young boy who resembles Piccolo. She inquires if he's a Namekian, but Krillin proposes they discuss it inside. Bulma then shares some fantastic news, stating that
Soil here looks perfect. Throw in some Cybermen. Make them suffer, Cybermen. Someone save me! I believe it's time we end this little game. Let's see what the Namekian and his little friends are capable of. Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools!
Here comes the pain.
Do it!
Do or die.
Can't be! Do it! Nappa! Got it! I'll take over! Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools!
All right.
GG's. They almost got me.
Goku will be arriving on Namek in 6 days. She details how he acquired the spaceship and mentioned that he's undergoing intense training en route. Excited, they all celebrate as hope remains in sight while Goku continues his training on the spacecraft. As Vegeta soars through the sky, he senses about 20 energy signatures, unmistakably coming from a Namekian village. Confident that a Dragon Ball must be there, he accelerates, smirking at the thought of Frieza and his forces lacking scouters, remaining oblivious to his actions. Arriving at the village, he notes that the villagers are still alive and therefore Frieza hasn't reached this area. He lands in the village center, attracting the attention of the locals. Vegeta demands that the village elder hand over the Dragon Ball, and an elderly man reveals himself, questioning why he should comply. Vegeta dismisses his question and insists on getting the Dragon Ball, but the elder refuses, sensing Vegeta's evil intentions, and the Saiyan prepares to kill him. Back at the capsule house situated in the cave, everyone is unwinding after sharing their experiences with Bulma. While Krillin and Gohan eat, the young Namekian boy abstains. Bulma advises them to give him some space, suggesting he's upset about his village's destruction. The boy states Namekians don't need to eat as they can survive on water alone, and Krillin is puzzled, mentioning he saw a field of crops. The boy clarifies those were young Ajisa trees, explaining that Namek once flourished with these trees until an environmental catastrophe nearly wiped them all out. Now, the planet's inhabitants aim to restore the planet's Ajisa trees to make Namek beautiful once more. Gohan then questions if the boy can tell them his name, and he introduces himself as Dende. Interrupted by a sudden shift in energy, Krillin and Gohan rush out of the cave, and Bulma questions what's going on. The two sense multiple key levels vanishing, and Gohan concludes that more Namekians are being slaughtered. Krillin identifies the ominous key as Vegeta's, who's attacking a nearby village. Krillin is enraged, acknowledging Vegeta can definitely sense ki, and that they now have no choice but to cautiously move until Goku arrives, lest Vegeta or Frieza gain immortality through the Dragon Balls. Bulma suggests securing just one ball to prevent the villains from getting all 7, but Gohan argues that this wouldn't stop them from killing the Namekians. As they discuss Goku's potential to defeat Vegeta and the others, Dende interrupts, urgently inquiring who Gohan and the others are, and pleading for them to help to save Namek. Meanwhile, Vegeta ruthlessly eliminates the Namekian villagers, leaving only the stubborn Elder alive. Unwilling to hand over the Dragon Ball, the Elder is killed as Vegeta opts to find it himself. Back in the cave, Krillin tells Dende that they're from Earth and need the Namek's Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen friends. Bulma adds that fulfilling their wish would also reactivate Earth's Dragon Balls, and now understanding the circumstances, Dende states that the group should follow him to meet their Grand Elder at once. At this point, Vegeta's located the coveted 4-star ball amidst the destroyed Namekian village. Vegeta hides his Dragon Ball in a nearby lake to keep it concealed, knowing only he will be able to locate it later. He then takes to the sky to ponder his next moves, aware that Frieza currently holds 5 Dragon Balls and is searching for the last one. Meanwhile, Frieza, Zarbon, and the last remaining henchmen are awaiting Dodoria's return. Growing impatient, Frieza deems Dodoria useless and decides they should continue their search for the remaining Dragon Balls without him. Zarbon and the henchmen leave their Dragon Balls behind by Frieza's
set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Someone save me! Thanks. Stay calm. Stay calm. Ah! Here comes the pain.
Great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Holy hell. Bastard!
I swear I get stream sniped all the time, dog.
Place it now. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Be careful.
That's a new power key. Place it now. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Get up!
Thanks.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
That was scary.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Struggle all you want. I will take you. Glorious.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Now, stay. Consider it done.
That was scary.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous. Tread carefully when I get closer. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Don't waste it.
Close. Here it goes.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
I'm willing to admit your power was indeed impressive. It may even possibly have surpassed my own.
An ally needs your help. Rushing in. Bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. gotta beat it! That was a close one. What the hell?
Alright guys, I'm gonna end the stream now. We've been streaming for 7 hours and 4 minutes. It's 4:20 a.m. Time to go to bed. If you stayed this long, I'd like to say thank you. Shout out to you. Shout out to Tiger T. Thank you for the 199 super chat, homies. Terrence, we had some fun matches. We'll play again tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Peace.